I'm literally gonna like exit the view in just if I could pop that out. There we go, beautiful. I'm just exiting the chat so I have both chats on screen. That is perfect. Now I can sit on, there we go, beautiful. All right. What is going on YouTube? We are locked and loaded for today. Hope we are ready for this intense storm setup that's coming out. Give me 1 second until we get into like the thick of things here. I'm going to get a word out that we are live. Of course, be posting this and sharing it to multiple platforms. So that's always important. And then we'll kind of get right into it. We'll just highlight this on chat here. Highlight, whoa. I always don't like to see the purples and reds comes out for tornadoes in EF2 plus tornadoes. A very concerning setup here. You have a normal tornado watch that is going to be valid for 7 hours. 7 hours of tornado of watches. So this thing is pretty big. Not going to lie. All right. Let me get this link copied. And then we are going to get right into this. Yeah, this threat has really uptrended. Just in the past 12 hours. It is quite concerning how things have kind of progressed overall. Saying that is probably going to be an issue, so we might need to split screen here. Which we go here. Oh, and then TikTok. You. There, beautiful. Okay. Doesn't need to be large. Just has to be there. Okay, I can still see everything. Everything's still framed. Okay. We're trying a new setup here for YouTube today, and the setup is on TikTok we are vertical, and on YouTube we are horizontal. So it's kind of the crazy stuff here, in which TikTok's way more optimized for the vertical, just reach-wise, and YouTube obviously is not. Way more favorability on YouTube for horizontal, so it's a very tricky situation in which I have to kind of mend the stream into which we can see everything. And should be all good. Just checking this here. I do see a couple things that are misaligned. There we go. A little misaligned there. Again, this link out on all the platforms, obviously. Wait, I don't want a reel. I want a story. There we go. See if I can spell. Let me know if you're in chat on YouTube. That's kind of... It's usually pretty quiet on YouTube, but once we get this link out, it might pop up a little bit more. Luckily, the current storms are just erupting right now, so we're gonna kind of have a quick turnaround here. You can already see a pretty major storm popping off here in Iowa Falls. Alrighty. The last thing I want to do before we hop on TikTok, which I probably should have done beforehand, is we're going to make a quick video with the Tornado Watch. I'm going to throw on the categorical risk as well. I'm going to crack a Red Bull. Got that caffeine ready. Alright, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Wait, is an AI self? That is weird. No, I do not want an AI self. Oh gosh. That is concerning that exists. All right. Here we go. We're going to do a live hit on YouTube. You guys ready? If anyone's in chat. And honestly, I don't have the statistics out for... I can only see the YouTube chat, so... We're kind of just guesstimating on who's all watching. Looks like there's some people watching. You can see the screen goes black when I'm on it because you have to be on this screen here. There we go. Okay. Let's do this hit. A very dangerous tornado watch has just been issued for over 3 million people. Milwaukee, kind of the south portions of Wisconsin, many areas that got hit by a tornado risk yesterday are seeing an even higher tornado risk right now. You can see our supercells are just seedlings right now, but it's going to be just mere minutes before they're absolute monsters, also including Des Moines here. This is like the most active area right now, but man, we have over 125 million people underneath some sort of severe weather threat for today. Just an absolute large threat stretching all the way from New England down through Texas, all the way through the Ohio Valley. Just incredible. Biggest concern right now is kind of Oklahoma in this enhanced risk here, as well as the Great Lakes region. We could see a few very strong tornadoes, as well as softball-sized hail here and here. So protect those windshields. Also protect yourself and your family, your friends, your neighbors against that very high-end tornado risk as possible. Would not be surprised to see a few EF3 or stronger tornadoes within this zone just within the next few hours. If you're watching this right now, as of posting, we are currently live on YouTube and TikTok, so make sure you join up. Same handle on all platforms, Rainy Day Weather. Get there. Let me know what questions you guys have, and of course, stay safe during this event. All right, there we go. Now there's a little hit we had. Got just a little edits. We're all ready. Gotta give it a little bit extra time. Guys, get a little bit behind the scenes before we fully get into it. Alrighty. Just have to slap that thing on the screen. I'll put a title on it. And there we go. Last little thing. He's got to add captions. Always have to add captions. I've been testing out a couple other things. If I can get this bottle open. Jeez, it's Powerade. I don't want to open up. There it goes. I've been testing a few different things. See what works. Obviously, we're trying to get as many people here as possible. And also like the videos. YouTube is something I really want to grow, especially as we storm chase. That storm chase obviously is going to happen. Now it's less than 4 weeks. 4 weeks from now. And I want to be able to help out anyone. So obviously we'll improve and it'll be more interesting. Man, look at that storm. Already pretty large. Yeah, we got to get live here on TikTok too. So we're going to put that on screen. Almost done. Just got to get the caption done and then we'll be good. Tornado watch now in place for millions as a couple very strong tornadoes can happen within this area. All right. This is the start of possibly 2 regional outbreaks in Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa. Then our second one is going to be in the Oklahoma region. This is the only... yeah, I guess I could have said that. This is the only time a... No, this is the second time. Is the second time an EF3 risk has been issued this season. Please take it very seriously. We are live right now on TikTok. Join up. All right, we're going to be live for like 6 hours, so that will be pretty valid for a while. Tornado, hashtag Milwaukee, hashtag this is not good. Yeah, I mean, you really can see how things were very quiet. They're eerily quiet, and now we have our first supercell here. It's actually going pretty upscale pretty quickly, so this is gonna be interesting to watch. Iowa, Wisconsin, hashtag Illinois. All right, there we go. Now we're just gonna post that, including on YouTube. Sorry guys for the delay. I knew. Sorry if you're watching. Of course, this is perfect time. If you have any question on YouTube, this is the time to ask it because it's about to get crazy in here. All right. It's almost posted. We're gonna post on the platforms and then we're gonna go live on TikTok. We're gonna get into it. Almost there. TikTok's being a little slow today. There we go. First platform up. Let me switch over to the YouTube platform. Okay, let's see. I'm curious how that works on YouTube. This is your only downtime of the night. That is very correct. I'm watching this one supercell just north of Des Moines absolutely explode, and it's like I'm trying to go as fast as possible before we basically just have, especially with all the square miles underneath threat, we'll have no downtime. So I'm already mentally have been preparing all day for this stream here. I'm personally we don't like seeing destruction, but it's easier to cover outbreaks that are very, I guess outbreaks are in size. So I call this a regional outbreak. I wouldn't call this a full-on outbreak. But it is tough when you have just so much area underneath the severe weather risk because it's going to stretch us kind of all over the place. Extremely, I'm curious where you're at. Yeah, I mean, we got the air is supercharged for, a lot of these areas across the United States. It's kind of crazy. Keeping a very close eye on all this going on. Okay, we are good on. We need one more platform. Once we get Instagram up, then we're gonna get the gears churning here. Toledo. Oh yeah, you are just inside the enhanced risk. So the storms will be making their way towards you a little bit later tonight. It's just crazy. There's I believe 1/3 of the United States population is underneath a severe weather risk for today. That's pretty crazy. Do not get those types of wide-scale storms. It's pretty rare. Okay. Sorry, I just gotta send him a video of a view from inside the current super typhoon. That's pretty crazy. I'm waiting for this. Just take a quick peek because I'm curious. Oh yeah, I got elongated supercell. See, is it already rotating? And yes, actually, wow, we might already have a tornado trying to form. Maybe something will happen. Yeah, a little bit later in the night. Obviously, we'll see. You're kind of in that hail and high wind risk, 5% tornado risk. So it's kind of like, okay, we'll see, right? No, I don't want that on my story, bro. I want that to be real. There we go. Okay, there we go. TikTok/YouTube. See if I can spell YouTube. There we go. All right, let's get the show on the road. Let's bring in the rest of the crowd. Yeah, I know. I saw all the people lose power there. That's kind of crazy from yesterday. There's our first severe thunderstorm warning here located in Iowa. And let's get the show on the road. Open up the floodgates. Here we go. Yeah, don't worry. We do have the camera on. No, we have the camera on. Oh. Is it just wait? Can I just do that and make it very small? Just put it off screen. Oh yeah, that worked. Of course. Don't worry, it's unobstructed. Hopefully the AI can figure its life out. All right, well, we don't need 2 chat boxes out. Okay, beautiful. Those are collapsed. Welcome, TikTok. We're opening the floodgates as we have our first storm erupting in Iowa. For 125 million of you, 1/3 of you are underneath a severe weather threat for today. So get ready here. Get ready. Let me see if I can make this a little bit larger, actually. Now that I'm kind of looking at this, welcome in. Seeing a lot of people join in. This is going to be a big day. We have a lot to keep an eye on. There we go. That's kind of a better ratio I enjoy. And switch platforms. And here we go. Okay, guys. If you're just joining in, we just had our first tornado watch issued here in our bullseye zone. I'd like to say, honestly, I think it should have a moderate risk, but we basically can treat it as a conditional moderate risk. We have our significant tornado risk here. That's going to be located in kind of the Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois intersections, in which we will see possibly multiple EF3 plus tornadoes, violent tornadoes, very much possible. So concern is definitely building within that region. Obviously, tornado watch just issued, already a first significant storm erupting. Many of them are coming as well. Things are going to start to happen here. Okay, so we're getting that involved. But the really big story here is just how many of you are underneath a severe weather threat for today. We're talking about all the way from New England. We don't even have the full severe weather risk in the frame. All the way from New England down through Texas is underneath the severe weather threat, guys. Huge severe weather threat. We've got a lot of people here. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Obviously, we're going to get the stream underway here. Make sure you like the stream so we can get as many people in here as well. Let's start off with our first storm of the day. First storm of the day, which is already, it was not here. Let's see how long ago. It started 3:21. 30 minutes. It's gone from a cloud to an absolute monster of a storm, already producing quarter-sized hail. And and we are just northeast of Ames, Iowa. So kind of starting off here. Again, these supercells that are forming here, you can see a few baby supercells also forming within our enhanced risk. They all have the potential for significant tornadoes as well as damaging hail. We talked about hail yesterday. This is an even worse risk for hail. I think as we have first kind of people in here, we're going to start with the convective outlook to have discussion before things kind of go off here. It's like the only time... Sorry, just answering a question. This is the only time in which I think we'll have a little bit of calm before things we're like right at the start line. The gun has just fired off the start line, and things are going to get started. So please don't spam chat, guys. Please don't spam chat. Let's take a look at the large map together, okay? If you're in a location here, we're going to go over it all right now. I can tell you there's no active tornado warning right now. I can tell you if you follow and like the stream, your question has a likely answer. Please don't spam chat. You're already starting off strong here. Thank you, Gabby, for the donation. What do we have in store for you? So let me go town by town, location by location in each of our sectors here. We have kind of 3 core sectors I'm concerned about. Let's start off with the far east one. Really not one that I'm too concerned about. There is a slight risk issued for New England. This is mainly driven by a wind risk. So we have damaging wind risk. A couple of damaging storms are possible as we'll have a couple of storms that are coming through right now, actually. Severe thunderstorm watch ongoing. We're going to do a raise of hands of where everyone's watching from. Anyone say me in chat if you're New England, the New Englanders in chat, or Pennsylvania in chat. I'm from Pennsylvania. I don't count myself as New England. See New Hampshire. I see someone just saying, oh, F word. Wow, there's a lot of people from New England. Well, welcome from New England. Glad to have you here. Currently, you have a severe thunderstorm warning, a couple severe storms with mainly high wind risk, but hey, a sneaky tornado risk. Isn't that crazy? Sneaky tornado risk is also probable in the New Hampshire, Vermont, and northern kind of upstate New York region as well, within that green region. Isn't that crazy? It's April, guys. What tornadoes? And also, those tornadoes have the chance of being strong. We'll let you know if a warning gets out. Just be extra weather aware out there. Okay, that was sector number 1. Let's go to sector number 2 out of 3. This one has my big concern for today, guys. If you ask me, hey, Ethan, what are you really concerned about today? It is this location right here, the intersection of eastern Iowa, central Iowa, southern Wisconsin, and northern Illinois. This is an extremely rare risk, so listen up if you are within this region. This is the only second time this year, we have an EF3 tornado risk plus. That is, multiple significant tornadoes are likely within this zone. This includes the metropolitan area of Milwaukee, Rockford, Madison, and Cedar Rapids. That is, significant tornadoes are possible there. We're going to answer questions here once we get through the sectors, so stick around. We'll get some questions in there. Another thing I'm concerned about in this region is significant hail. When I say significant hail, we've gone above 1, now into 2. Thank you, Luciano, for the donation. We're at level 2 out of 3 for hail, or actually 2 out of 2 for hail. That is softballs, guys. Softball-sized hail in Madison, in Milwaukee, in Rockford, and Cedar Rapids are all possible. Those softballs, guys, I would not be surprised if we get through today and we have a few towns that have an absolute carnage from totaled roofs and totaled cars today. So if you live within, especially you see this double hatched area, this fixed hatched area, that is my softball-sized hail concern. And that is no joke. That's also the first time we've seen that risk this entire year. So first time softball-sized hail has been given a risk zone. That's a SIG 2 for hail. That includes this area. Anywhere zoomed out of here also has the potential for tennis ball-sized hail. That includes western Ohio, most of Indiana, most of southern and central Michigan, northern Illinois, and kind of moving into our sector 2 as well. So sector 2. Okay, we will be going to questions just in 1 second, guys. So 1 more minute. Our last sector I do want to move to here is the Oklahoma, Kansas, and northern Texas regions. These areas are also a similar type of zone, a little bit less of a tornado risk here. A couple tornadoes are possible, with some potentially being a little bit stronger, a little less than our other zone. Significant wind also possible here across Wichita, Oklahoma City, Tulsa. And lastly, this is another zone where we might see softball-sized hail. Softball-sized hail, mainly in Oklahoma. So, man, if you live in any of these areas and you really want to protect your car, we're talking about totaling. If these softballs hit your car, you need to be extra weather aware as well. So park those cars underneath something to protect them. That is what we are dealing with today. Those are 3 sectors. Major severe weather across over 125 million of you. Now let me answer some questions. So Lee Summit, Missouri, I can tell you for a fact, all of the, unless you're in the southeast corner, most of Missouri is within a severe weather risk. You have an isolated tornado and that isolated large hail and high wind risk all across the board there. Is Kansas City going to have a tornado risk and tornado watch? Kansas is definitely the eastern portion of Kansas has the highest chance for a tornado. We have the tornado risk. We also have that significant hail risk. Davenport, Iowa, you are in my bullseye zone. We're talking about significant tornadoes. EF3 possible. We're talking about hail up to softball size. You're already in a tornado watch. Get ready. We're answering questions, guys. Let me keep those questions coming. Again, this is just the pre-talk. The storms are starting right now, but we don't have a warning just yet. Once we get into warning mode, we're going to go into radar tracking mode. So we're in pre-discussion. We got the categorical look above me, and then we'll go to live radar here very, very soon. What does the dark green mean? That's a great question. That's a marginal risk. That means an isolated severe storm is possible. What else we got? Southwest Michigan. Actually, quick question. By raise of hands of me's, who are living in this zone? This is my bullseye zone for today, where we have that EF3, beyond EF3 tornado risk. I'm curious, who else is in the bullseye zone? Got a lot of bullseye zones today. So, man, you guys, please be careful. This is a significant day. Significant. Very, in my opinion, I think the Storm Prediction Center is being a little conservative on this event because, it's been a rough year for prediction. This could easily be a moderate risk. So don't let the enhanced risk sway you away from preparing in this region. Oklahoma City, please be weather aware. You have a softball-sized hail risk. A couple tornadoes within your range are definitely possible as well. Please don't Snapchat, guys. Madison, Wisconsin, in the bullseye for today. A very significant tornado risk, a very significant hail risk. By tornado risk, we mean EF3 plus and softball-sized hail. This is starting right now, guys. Right now, and mainly, we're just getting underway. We're going to go to live radar quickly to get your bearings. Orange is the highest level of risk for today. That's 3 out of 5. That is going to be widespread severe weather with some significant severe weather. Yellow is widespread severe weather just below significant level. And dark green is an isolated severe storm possible. Isolated storm is possible. Okay, there is kind of the full kind of structure of what is going on today. So how are we doing? And let me get some more questions before we get that radar. So no shot Michigan gets a tornado. Yes, it is very possible Michigan gets another tornado. I know it's been very active in Illinois, currently leading the United States in tornadoes, is much in the bullseye today, guys. Midwest Michigan should be ready. Should be ready for that significant wind, actually. As we move into that area, it's more of a significant wind, but also significant hail, and possibly a tornado or two within Michigan. Ohio, all kind of in the risk zone for today. Main concern there is an isolated tornado. Mainly concerned about high winds as this kind of squall line forms through and pushes through. Chicago, right in the bullseye today. Softball-sized hail possible. A couple tornadoes within your proximity possible, with some of them being potentially severe, significant. This is a significant day. If you have been on my streams before, these types of days are rare, and you have to prepare. I know we don't have a moderate risk in place, but I just want to say the ingredients are very much on the table for very significant weather here. So we have to be prepared today, and this is just starting. We're just starting here. Erie, Pennsylvania, within a marginal risk, a slight, maybe a severe thunderstorm or two coming through your region are possible, mainly a large hail and high wind. Streamwood, Illinois, should be weather aware within that region. All risks on the table. Milwaukee's right. Okay, I question, who's in Milwaukee? You are in that EF3 tornado risk. You are within that softball-sized hail risk. That is one of the most major metropolitan complexes within both of our tornado and significant hail risks. Significant tornado and hail risk. So quite the thing here. Everyone, guys, let me look at this map. All right, now probably a huge call out. Who in chat is in a risk right now? There's 125 million of you. So if we have a United States-based audience, there's a 33% chance you are in the risk. Any me's in chat for who's currently underneath the risk? I'm seeing a lot of me's. So unfortunately, we've got a lot of people. I'm seeing me in orange. Let me hear me in color. What's the me in color? What color are we all in today? As you can see, we're bringing in the heavies today. Caffeine is going to be a huge helpful thing. Got a lot of oranges, got some yellows. I think someone said purple. I didn't know. Someone said red. There is no red on the map. So I don't know what to take from that one. Okay, there we go. Let me do again. We're getting as many questions out of the way quickly. I appreciate the questions. I know there's a lot of people here, so make sure you leave a like and join the rainy day with our family. Forgot to add the goal. And obviously those things that help directly support me will be storm chasing here in 27 days. And let me see if I can answer some more questions here. Yeah, and we got the main map out so you can see the concerns. Let me throw on the tornado concern. So here's a tornado concern so you can get some bearings. Ignore the really large goal. I'm going to fix that, don't worry. There you go. Okay. All right, Green Bay, outside of most of the risk for today. Maybe an isolated storm, a rogue storm getting out there, but really not concerned there. Little Rock, Arkansas, not in any concern today. Maybe later this week. City and state, guys. City and state helps me out a ton. Right now above me, you see the active tornado risk. The highest level of risk is the yellow, then brown, then green. That's a % chance to get the risk. You may notice some hatched areas. The hatched areas that are not solid, those are EF2 plus tornadoes. And that big hatched area you see in kind of the intersection of Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa, that is EF3 or greater. So a violent tornado possible within that region today. So yes, we are dealing with a violent tornado. Only the second time this season that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Northwestern Arkansas, if you're very northwestern, you do have a slight risk for that region. Could see a couple of severe storms on the back end of all this. Here's your hail. Here's your wind risk, by the way. Here's your wind risk. We're gonna do. Thank you, Gabby. We're gonna do hail in just a second. Here's wind. So if you have like a spot location, you're like, well, how big of a risk am I in right now? I'm trying to get the big maps. We get as many questions answered as possible, and then we're going to live radar tracking here very soon. Once we get some more significant weather popping up. We do already have a couple severe thunderstorms ongoing. Madison, right in the bullseye today. Significant EF3 tornadoes, softball-sized hail, all a threat today. That doesn't mean the entire zone is going to see an EF3 or a significant hail event. Just means the odds, the probability is kind of moderate to high within your region that you're going to have a storm like that within a 30-minute drive of you, or obviously on top of you. So that's why we have to be extra careful. That's kind of the thing you remember, guys, with this forecast. It's not everyone's going to see an EF3 tornado within the EF3 tornado risk zone. It just means you have one. So keep that in mind. North New Jersey, actually within a severe wind risk for today. I know you guys are within a severe risk as well. Kind of insane. Again, please don't spam chat. We have added to the mod army, so I appreciate the mods, volunteer mods who can help out with today. It's probably going to be one of the most crazy streams we've had, so I appreciate the help, mods, as much as you can give. And I appreciate the follow, guys. Join the Rainy Day Weather family. Let's see if we get to 75,000 followers this stream. I think we can do it. Flint, Michigan, underneath the severe weather risk, significant wind and tornado risk today. You can have an EF2 plus tornado or winds between 70 and 80 mile per hour winds. Maybe a couple of hailstones. Not really main concern hail there. Again, trying to get as many questions here. Here's your tornado risk again. Here's your large hail risk. Let me put large hail. Here's your hail risk, guys. Notice the solid hatch zones, those are softball sized. The broken hatch zones, those are tennis ball sized. And anywhere else is above golf ball sized. Someone said bad stream. Oh, that hurts my feeling, Dolphins. Obviously, there's a lot of people, so I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible. Anywhere in Oklahoma is underneath the severe weather risk for today. I can just answer that. Significant tornadoes, EF2 or greater, and significant hail is actually your big risk in Oklahoma. What's the brown hail? Brown hail is a 5% hail risk. So the colors are the probability. The hatched is the strength. Colors are the probability. The hatched is the strength. We're currently looking at hail right now. Let's bring on tornadoes again. Where am I? What do we want to see? Tornadoes, wind, or hail? Here's tornadoes. Same system. Kansas City underneath a isolated tornado risk. Main concern in Kansas City is the large hail and wind risk, actually. Tulsa has a risk for softball-sized hail today. Yes. Tornado risk in Waterloo, Iowa. Definitely there. A significant tornado risk. Numerous tornadoes possible within your region. When is this expected? This is all kicking off like right now. Especially this zone is kicking off as we speak. There's a couple supercells. A tornado watch already issued. Thank you, Dolphins, for the correction. I appreciate you correcting yourself on saying the stream is good. We underneath a flood watch in Michigan. Okay, stay safe on that threat. Forgot about the flood. We also have the flooding threat to add to all this craziness going on. So keep that in mind, guys. Just a reminder, this stream here, my job here as a student meteorologist is not to panic you. Okay, this is a scary threat, I have to say. We have a probability of a very populated area seeing a significant or violent tornado today. That is a scary sentence. I am here, so now you are very aware of the threat in your region. We have tornado threat above me. Let's go to wind threat. I'm going to cycle through these answers, more questions. What you can do here, the next steps are crucial. If you live in a significant weather zone, you need to have ways to receive warnings today. That means use your phone. Make sure you have a way to receive that warning and make sure you have a plan in place. If you get a warning, you know where to take shelter. Tornadoes, you seek shelter away from exterior walls and windows as low as possible. This is the type of risk. You need to check in your family and friends and neighbors that they're aware of this risk as well. That's something nice. Just, hey, send a text out over to your neighbor. Like, hey, like you know there's a chance of a large tornado today, and you're aware. That's a really crucial thing. That's my kind of heads up for everyone. Here's large hail. Here's large hail risk. Let me see. Is there tornado watch? Not yet for Oklahoma. That'll be coming very soon. Someone said tornado means film from my porch. No, please do not do that. Please do not do that, guys. There's no tornado, no current active tornado, but there is a huge tornado risk for today. Mid-Ohio tornado, a possibility. Isolated tornado risk there. I got that question already. Yeah, please don't spam chat. We got a couple mods checking out. You will be muted. It's not going to hit me, okay? New Jersey, high wind risk. Seeing a lot of people join in, guys. Where is everyone? I guess that doesn't really help out. Asking where everyone's watching from. We got a lot of questions. Wellman, Iowa, underneath a significant weather risk, large hail and tornado. Columbia, Missouri, could see, you're kind of right in that borderline zone in which you might see a couple storms, severe weather there. Isolated tornado risk, high wind, large hail. All right, we're going to go live radar tracking soon here, guys. So get your questions. I know there's a lot of people here. If you want your odds of being increased, please hit the like button and follow the Rainy Day Weather family. Join the Rainy Day Weather family. The reason I ask that so we can get as many people alert of the ongoing risk. I'm going to throw on the categorical risk again so you can see which zone you're in and what you need to prepare for. Again, this chat, just a fair warning, the chat will be very chaotic today. It's going to be crazy. So there's definitely no promise on me answering all the questions. Obviously, there's a lot of people. But I can tell you for a fact, if you stay here, I'm going to give you the warnings in which you need to be taking shelter for, in which you need to be getting off the roads for. We're going to be going town by town for the warnings. So that is my main goal, is getting the life-saving information of the active tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. And that is the goal here, okay? So, of course, I really care about the questions. I'm trying to get as many questions in. I'm trying to show as much information as quickly as possible. We are going to give out those tornado warnings, those severe thunderstorm warnings as efficiently as possible so we can protect everyone here. As well, take in your reports. We're kind of a community here. We are team on this. It's not just me in this event. Obviously, we have lots of people across the country, so if you get a report, bring it in. You can put it in chat your location and see what say what you're seeing. And it really helps everyone else know what's going on. Thank you, Secret, for the donation. Now let's go back to some questions. Ohio, severe weather risk, slight. Unless you're in northwest Ohio, in which you have an enhanced. Main concern in Ohio is an isolated tornado and wind risk. Isolated tornado, mainly wind, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Guys, we are 20 new followers away from 100 new followers already in this stream. So join up. City and state, guys, helps me the best. South Bend, Indiana, any enhanced risk today. Couple tornadoes within proximity, very likely. Wind and large hail, all also on the table. There's not a big hurricane coming to the continental United States, but I did see the large typhoon. Have been tracking that's just hit Guam and, Saipan. All right, continuing, keep the questions going. Here's the total risk. Let me do a zoom by, so if you might not see your town on it. Let's do a kind of brief overview. Slight risk. The intensity levels, guys. It goes orange at the top, then yellow, then green intensity. We're going to just do it slowly as I answer more questions. Oakland, India, Illinois, underneath all threats for today. Cedar Rapids is right in the bullseye. I'm concerned about you guys. Concerned about significant tornadoes, large hail, all on the table. And it's starting right now. You're underneath a tornado watch. Isn't it supposed to be like this for the next 3 weeks? We have a very active pattern. This is a pretty significant day. Friday, though, is yet another significant day. Maybe even worse than today. So you guys want to make sure you follow up and stay up to date on that. Thank you, Dark, for the donation. Hopefully, I'm not scrolling too fast, am I, for you guys? I know there's a lot of town names on there, so I'm trying to go nice and slow so you can see your risk zone for today. Got a lot of people in chat. Appreciate you guys all being here. Sorry, Gabby, your first stream as mod is going to be a little chaotic. Someone said, why is the weather going after Detroit? It's not just going after Detroit. It's going after 125 million people today. Des Moines is starting right now. You're underneath the tornado watch. The storms are erupting. Let's go to live radar, just so you can see what's going on. Wow. We already have a significant storm here, kind of east of Iowa Falls. This thing's producing golf ball-sized hail already, heading towards Waterloo. Any Waterloo, Iowa residents here? Anyone at Waterloo? We have an active severe thunderstorm warning with a already large supercell to your west. That could be tornadic as well. So keeping a very close eye on that. We got people from Waterloo in chat. Well, welcome in. You gotta be close to your safe place, because if you take a look at how the storm is moving and developing, it's moving into a very favorable environment for a significant tornado, and that is concerning. Also, significant hail. So if you're in Waterloo, Iowa, you need to be protecting your vehicles from possibly significant hail. We're talking about softballs possible today, as well as that tornado threat that's starting to build, guys. It's starting to build. So we can see where our active tornado watch is. So here we go. This is where things are first starting off, but we're going to go across the entire zone. This is just kind of the start. We're just at the starting line of this significant day for the United States for weather. The tornado watch includes the high risk of tornadoes, numerous tornadoes, a moderate risk of significant tornadoes, and then a very high risk of significant hail. Look at that, all designated there. You can see the towns underneath the tornado watch. If you're not in the tornado watch yet, that does not mean you're not going to see severe weather across the entire day. It's just where the ingredients are in place for tornado development here in the near term. And by the next near term, I mean 1 to 3 hours. That's already ongoing. Oh, look at anyone from Pennsylvania. We have a severe thunderstorm warning coming into your region. I believe 50 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. That's kind of lesser. Again, we'll come back to live radar. So you can see we have a severe thunderstorm watch in New England. We have a tornado watch here as well. We have a severe thunderstorm warning already in Texas. No tornado warning active. That's where we're going to do a little bit more discussion. I just want to do a little bit more discussion so everyone can get their bearings on what to expect for today before we do live radar coverage. So we're going to wait for that tornado warning. When we get tornadoes, we're going to go to live radar coverage. So let me answer some more questions. Here is the full outline. And here's a tornado risk. We're going to throw tornado risk back on the screen. I'm in Cooked. I live in Waterloo and in a car. Oh gosh, get off the roads in Waterloo. I cannot stress this enough. Waterloo, Iowa. You are in a significant tornado risk, and that storm is moving towards you very quickly, so please be ready. I can zoom in Chicago here. Chicago within that 10% tornado risk, just outside the EF3 tornado risk, but you are within the EF2 tornado risk. It's still significant tornado possible. You also are within that significant wind risk, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds there. And additionally, you are in a large hail risk, up to tennis ball sized. Detroit, mainly concerned in Detroit for an isolated tornado as well as winds 70 to 80 miles per hour. Possible lot of power outages there. Guys, there's over 900 of you here. If you wouldn't mind liking the stream a bunch, I'm going to shout out top supporters. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Say. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. And thank you, Emma. If you like the stream the most, you'll be shouted out. Main reason I say that is just so we can get as many people in here. We're kind of in a pre-discussion of our possible our tornado. I'm assuming we're going to get a tornado warning here very soon. Kemper, Texas. Going to see some isolated severe weather across that region. Main concern, maybe an isolated tornado, high winds, and maybe some large hail. Someone says it's hot out here and the storms are not coming. So did you know the warmer it is on the surface, the more storm fuel there is? That is quite the big one. That is quite the confusion there. Columbus, Ohio, underneath a severe weather risk for today. Main concern there is isolated tornado as well as the wind. The wind is your main concern. You can see all of this up here, guys. Appreciate the likes. Michigan might get a tornado or two, yes, especially in southern Michigan. Madison, Wisconsin, one of my highest concern cities out there. You're right in the bullseye of a significant EF3 plus tornado and right in the bullseye of a significant hailing event up to softball size today. So both combination, you gotta stay weather aware. You're already in a tornado watch. The storms are erupting right now. Please be ready to go into your safe place. New Jersey, isolated severe wind risk, especially in the northern portions of New Jersey. What other questions we have? We have the large scale setup here. Over 125 million of you underneath a severe weather risk for today. More in Michigan, underneath the severe weather threat. Michigan really is concerning of the isolated tornado threat. The tornado threat kind of dives off once we get past Lake Michigan. There's a couple of tornadoes possible. I'm really concerned about the significant wind there, 70 to 80 miles per hour. Someone said, can we reschedule the tornadoes? Unfortunately not. They're coming in. It's so nice in Waterloo. Yeah, Waterloo, if you look to your west in Waterloo, you can probably see the supercell. That's how large it is. Is Maryland okay? Yeah, there's an isolated severe wind risk in Maryland, but it's marginal. Marginal. Appreciate all the questions and the likes, guys. We are just 200 followers away from 74,000 followers, so join up, join up. We'll be live all night covering the forecast and the radar, so make sure you guys hit that follow button. And I have breaking news. Breaking news, we have our first tornado warning of the day, okay? So we are going to break it down. We are going to go right into this live severe thunderstorm coverage with our first tornado warning of the day. I just mentioned Waterloo, Iowa, and that storm has become tornadic. A tornadic storm is now issued for Eldora, Wellsburg, and Grundy Center. Please seek shelter immediately. A tornado warning is now active and valid until 3:45 local time. That's going to be for 5,000 residents. 5,000 residents are now underneath an active tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. Someone said Eldorado just got a tornado warning. Yes, Aiden, if you are there, you need to seek shelter immediately. This storm is now an actively warned tornado. So guys, please like the stream and follow so we get the word out. This is going to be the first of many. So buckle up. This is going to be a very, very, very long day. That deserves the 3 very longs. Just a little heads up for Waterloo. You're right here. If you're in Waterloo, Iowa, tornado is just about 10 miles to your west. So might be in. It's coming pretty quickly here. So if you're in Waterloo, get off the roads, guys. Get off the roads. Do not be driving around. If you're somehow watching TikTok within the car, please get to a safe spot so you're able to take shelter here soon. This is a very large supercell, single-celled storm that has a capability of producing a violent tornado. Currently, it's right in its infancy, but this thing could become very dangerous quickly. So that's why I'm giving that extra heads up. We take a look at the rotation. Got a couple points in which I'm concerned of here, kind of just east of Eldora, heading to the northeast relatively quickly. Let's get storm motion. Storm motion's 35 miles per hour to the east, heading towards Waterloo. So that's what we're dealing with. That's why I kind of mentioned. You see, we have just this one storm across our zone here. We are expecting numerous of these. So you have the first one. Look how quickly it created a tornado. That's what we're going to be dealing with. So you got to watch out for this one. Might form. Really, anywhere in this zone, we could have a new storm form and softball-sized hail and that significant tornado threat. Thank you, Oak, and thank you, Stacy, for the donation. Appreciate that. And here we go. We are starting off with a bang, an active tornado warning heading towards, Waterloo and moving eastward towards Route 20. It's kind of paralleling our not I-20, excuse me, Route 20. Again, I do apologize. The city and state, I'm trying to answer as many city and state questions, but we will be focusing on radar information here. So I know there's a lot of people here. That's why it's just basically impossible to answer city and state. But I can tell you, if your city is within a tornado warning, I will be mentioning it the moment it gets issued. So I can promise you that. If you hang out, and I'll also show the live radar so you can see where the active tornado warnings are. That's why we are going to favor the tornado warnings first, because that is obviously the most pressing information. Keeping an eye on chat. If I see an answer or a question I can answer quickly, I will be making that as well. All right. Just a quick question. If you are currently watching, who is currently underneath the tornado watch ongoing? The tornado watch. Can you zoom out? Yes, I can zoom out right now. So the current large red polygon you see highlighted, shaded in there, that's our watch zone, and the bright red polygon, that's our current warning zone. All right. Who is educated in their weather? Okay. Can someone in chat explain the difference between? Or actually, we'll just make it easier. Which is worse, a watch or a warning? Which requires action, a watch or a warning? Even though I just spoiled it. I want to make sure we are up to speed as we head into a possible regional tornado outbreak. Okay, you guys get an A+ on your report card. Wow, I don't think I saw one wrong answer. Oh my God. No, I saw one wrong answer. Oh. Well, that's why we did it. It's no shame. No shame. The correct answer was warning. Warning means tornado is an active threat. You need to take shelter. A watch means the ingredients are in place. So keep that in mind. We got a lot of correct answers. So I'm feeling pretty happy. But, of course, we want everyone to be alert here. So if you're just joining in, we do have an active tornado warning here in Wellsburg, Eldora, and Grundy Center, Iowa. The first of what will be plenty and many tornadoes today. So get ready. Buckle up. We got definitely a lot of viewers from Waterloo. Seeing a lot of viewers from Waterloo. And that's just a quick shout for Waterloo. This storm is heading towards you. This storm is most likely going to head east and maybe drift a little bit to the north because of storm vector motion. That's why you should be getting off the roads in Waterloo, guys. Off the roads. Get close to your shelter. This is a significant threat. The combination of super large hail as well as, of course, the tornado. It's moving towards you, and you don't have much more time until it kind of makes it to you. That's why I'm giving you an extra kind of heads up, like, hey, there's a dangerous storm nearby. So let's get this getting ready. We're in Waterloo, Iowa. All right, let's take a look around the horn here of what else we got for severe weather. Looks like we might get our second storm of the day. Hey, Madison, watch out. Just west of you might have our second supercell kind of forming here. Anyone from Madison right now? Madison, Wisconsin. This really is catching my eye for our next upscale storm. Looks like we got looks like we got people from every town in the United States. That's good. Just want to put a heads up here. Of course, I'll let you know when this gets fully upscaled, but that has my eye here as possibly a significant one. And just a reminder, the highest tornado threat for today is kind of right in this region here. So actually, our ongoing tornado is not even in the most favorable environment. It's more to the east, but still could have a significant tornado over there. That's why it's so concerning here. The current app, if you want to track this alongside with me, is called Weatherfront. The link is in my bio. Completely free, only on Apple devices. Let's check in on PA and the East Coast. Do have one storm coming through Pittsburgh, just north of Pittsburgh in Allegheny County, west, moving east, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Really not much going on other than our tornado warnings. So, of course, we'll keep tracking that. And, I have a brand new update. We have our second tornado watch of today now issued for Wichita, Oklahoma City, Tulsa. I believe Tulsa's, it's like right next to that, but I'm going to put you in Wichita Falls. Okay, who's currently underneath this new tornado watch? Let's look at what we have for danger level here. We got moderate level of tornadoes, moderate level of EF2 tornado plus 1-inch hail and 2-inch hail likely. So we do have a new watch that has been issued for Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, our second tornado watch of today. So, of course, we'll let you know if a warning gets issued. Putting anyone on Wichita Falls on alert here. You already have a severe thunderstorm warned storm over here pushing east. Big question in this zone here is how upscale these will become. So if the storms stay discrete, if they stay more discrete and they don't become a large line of storms, they will tap into some pretty significant tornado potential. But the question is, will that happen? It's still a big question mark until we actually get there. So a couple tornadoes are possible. Significant tornadoes are possible if the actual storms remain discrete. The app is called Weatherfront. Link in my bio. Is the hail actually going to be that big in Iowa? Yes. We're talking about very, very significant hail. And we actually already have our first storm up to golf ball size, and it just started. We do have our first tornado warning ongoing, still here just west of Waterloo, Iowa. You can see we're still spinning away. Got some pretty rough spin on this thing. This has a pretty nasty spin. You can see those reds and greens right next to each other on the right side of your screen. And yeah, tornado watch. Those things are just starting. So we will really only have one severe storm out of both tornado watches, but obviously we're just starting. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Stacy, for being current top supporters. Appreciate that. If you want to be shouted out next time, feel free to leave a couple likes and try to climb the leaderboards. They're not too crazy right now. Make sure you guys also join the Rainy Day Weather family. We're less than 150 followers away from 74,000. So join up as well. These will be live all night. So if you need to go grab some snacks or get some dinner, feel free and come back when maybe severe weather comes more closer to you. We're here and answer questions as well as focus on tornado warnings as priority. So tornado warnings will be getting priority on this stuff. Sorry, I'm just looking for my portable charger. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry, I figured I need my phone to be charged because it is a little bit low, so I just want to plug it in. All right, good, my portable chargers. Great. Okay, we are back on track. App is called Weatherfront. Use the link in my bio. How many states have warnings? So currently we only have one tornado warning. That's going to be in Iowa. However, we have northern Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, Illinois, technically the southeast corner of Minnesota, and Wisconsin are all underneath tornado watches. The watches mean the ingredients are in place. The warnings means there's an active threat. And this thing is a little bit messy, but it's still holding on to its shape here. All right, let me get some more questions going here as we continue to track our first tornado warning of the night, guys. First tornado warning. How long is the Iowa-Wisconsin watch for? The watch is valid until 10 p.m. local time, so 6 hours and 36 6 hours and 26 minutes on that watch. So a large tornado watch. It's going to be long tracked. So active tornado warning ongoing for this storm. You know, we'll see how discrete the storms stay here. That's really the big thing, is if we get discrete supercells, that's where we're going to have some major issues. But if we start to see some merging going on and collisions going on, then things are going to get messy with actual, warnings and whatnot. I live in Milwaukee. What time should I expect this to go down? Well, you're already in a watch, and you probably could have multiple rounds. I'd say your first round could be happening within the next hour or two. Your watch is valid for the next 6 hours. All right, let's go over down. Again, the reason we're not looking at too many other states currently is because there's not anything going on there. There's only one tornado warning that is only in Iowa. We will jump around once, obviously, other states get involved. But that's why we're going to continue to answer questions for those states. So here's the track for the Wichita Falls and the storm to your west. It's currently just issued for a golf ball sized hail. We do have our first severe thunderstorm watch in Indiana. Looks like Waveland and now is now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail, moving east. Let's take a look at the large scale radar. So this combines everything together. I mean, you can look right now, guys. There's not too much going on. We are really at the beginning of this event. So that's why it's like, well, what's going on? Like, there's not much happening. Well, we have one tornado warning here in central Iowa. We have our watch zones here and then here. And then also we do have a watch zone out to the east. It's honestly been pretty quiet in the New England area. That's it. So we're kind of in we have a tornado warning right now. We have a active tornado threat. That's obviously very concerning. Things are really going to grow upscale as well. Yeah, we got some time before. Basically imminently though, things are going to get pretty chaotic here. So stay alert. What state do I live in? Pennsylvania, but I'm currently studying abroad. Let's see if this, come on, focus better. The exposure on my camera hates me. There we go. All right, let's look back at this tornado warning here. Let's go to relative velocity. It's a little bit messy. Currently, pretty broad rotation, moving towards Grundy Center, eventually going to be moving into the Waterloo area here in Iowa. And yeah, we're tracking that tornado. We're going to keep an eye on that one and all the other stuff going on. Let me show you a convective outlook again, just because I see a lot of questions just generally for your risk zones. Here's the full map again. Here's the full map of everyone that needs to be paying attention to the weather. 125 million people. I'm a student meteorologist in my third year, by the way. Am I excited to chase this summer? I am very excited to chase. Very excited. It'll be a lot of fun. Okay. And now let's do a zoomed in look. So you have the general risk. I want to zoom in so you can see your towns a little bit better. So I'll go nice and slow. Just a reminder, the dark green is the lowest. Then yellow is the next highest in severity for severe weather and the amount. And then orange is the highest for today. That's going to be enhanced, 3 out of 5. So here we go. I'm going nice and slow so you can see all your towns. We don't have to spam. What time should I expect storm to hit Rockford, Illinois? Well, storm coverage is increasing right now across your region. Could be as soon as the next 30 minutes to an hour. So definitely be weather aware out there. Dolphin, not yet, but I would be close to cover. I'd be close to cover there in Iowa because the tornado is just to your west. Obviously, we have this spot here. This is another large hail spot. That's in orange, and this goes all the way down through there. So yes, we have a severe weather risk from Canada all the way through Mexico. It's pretty crazy. And one more zoomed out look. See, someone's from orange. You got to be weather aware, even if you're outside of the orange or the most likely zones of severe weather. Our last thing I'll show you. Here's a tornado risk. So the categorical risk encompasses all risks, including the tornado, high winds, and large hail. Here is tornado, so you can take a screenshot or you can just take a peek. Here is your wind. Here's your wind. And lastly, here is your large hail. So today we're dealing with EF3 tornadoes, plus especially mainly in the Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois region, as well as softball-sized hail. That's going to be located in Oklahoma and the same place, Wisconsin, Iowa, and northern Illinois. So there you go. That's kind of around the full outlook, guys. Hopefully that answers your questions if you are kind of looking for your specific town. Let's go back to our active tornado warning here towards Grundy Center, Iowa. Going to bring back our storm relative velocity. Rotation still pretty strong on this thing. You can see our counterclockwise rotation on the right side of your screen. Those reds going away from the radar, the greens coming towards the radar, depicting the rain direction. Moving towards Route 20 and kind of drifting east about 35 miles per hour. Eventually heading towards Waterloo. Waterloo center of your screen there. There we go. There is going to be a lot of severe weather today, guys. This is just the beginning. Cannot stress this enough. I know there's literally only one storm that's tornado warned, but this is, you can see the storms are starting to erupt across this region. We're bracing here because the environment is potent enough in which we can get EF3 tornadoes plus, as well as softball-sized hail. That is the wording by the Storm Prediction Center today. Gabby, can you do temporary mutes on people who are spamming? I appreciate you helping out. It's kind of like a warning. Like if they do it afterwards, you can unmute them for the entire one. Appreciate your help. Sorry, just getting messages. Okay. All right, what other questions do we have? Now we're going to stick on this tornado warning very closely here. Guys, we are 11 followers away from 200 new followers already. Join up, join the Radio Other family. How cooked is the Wichita area? Large hail, Morgan, concerned about that one. Large hail, isolated tornado risk. We're talking about hail possibly up to softballs there. It's not a website, it's an app called Weatherfront. No, I appreciate the help so much, Gabby. Hopefully, I also recruited like 3 other people, so hopefully one of the other mods will pop in too, can support you. I can't give mods during stream right now. I was recruiting mods earlier, so if you want to join in the mod team, feel free to DM me, and I'll take a look at that after the stream. What state is, we're currently looking at Iowa right now, an active tornado warning here in Iowa. 3 minutes until that expires. We'll see if we see an extension on that tornado warning. Yes. The northern portions of Illinois is very much underneath a significant tornado risk as well as that hail risk. You're already in a tornado watch if you're in Round Lake Beach, Dixon, Davenport, Rockford. Yeah, you're right in that. You're right in the zone in which, we only have one significant storm going on right now. Things are supposed to go upscale relatively quickly. We already take a look just east of Des Moines. I mean, you have to keep an eye on these. These are what I call seedlings. They look very nonchalant right now, but they're basically those tiny clouds that start as the tiny clouds, but then they become monsters. So you watch out for the seedlings that become upscale, and they become upscale quickly here. That's why I'm watching so closely. All right, what other questions we got? Anything for Ottawa, Kansas? Yeah, you should be watching out there. Severe weather, you have that isolated tornado risk, large hail, and high wind, your kind of core threats here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning kind of for the western portions of Waterloo here. So you can see highlighted on your screen. Let's put this in motion so you can see how this is developing. We got golf ball sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds. The damage threat is considerable threat time. Patterns or elements that are needed for an EF3 to take place. What ingredients, so to speak? That's a great question. So that, main question is, what ingredients do we need for an EF3 tornado to happen? We're specifically going to talk in terms of this region here because this is the region that's specified by the Storm Prediction Center for possible EF3 plus tornado. And what we are looking for is a clear air supercell in which it has clear air to the south. So we're looking for a storm all on stone that can grow in size. So one that you see with a large hail, large reflectivity, with some possible helpful mergers by other storms that, like when storms collide, that's what we're really going to look for a significant tornado today. And unfortunately, we have a significant risk for today, and that could definitely happen within our active tornado watch zone. And we're specifically looking in the northern Illinois, the eastern and central Iowa, as well as the southern and central Wisconsin area for both those regions. Look at this. We already have a cell merger, or excuse me, a cell split. So look how we had our main, we're going to do a little bit of meteorology here together. Look how we had our main storm here, our main parent supercell. We look for what's called the right mover for the most violent severe weather. Notice how we move it in time, and now there's two. We have its child, which it doesn't like, so it's going to run away from it. The child is going to go off to the north, maybe produce a little bit of large hail temporarily, but most likely these children, not to be morbid, disintegrate because they don't have a lot of support. But their right mover, which moves to the east perspective-wise, gains strength with this split. And that's why I put Waterloo in an extra kind of, hey, there's a tornado-producing storm that's kind of just your west here, and it is still moving your way. It just did a cell split, and it's still remaining its structure. So that's why we're putting, Hudson, Waterloo, and kind of this Route 20, eventually going to be the I-380 corridor here as this strong supercell comes in. At the very least, Waterloo is going to see golf ball-sized hail. Beyond that, we obviously have the tornado risk, and beyond that, we could see even larger hail develop here in the next 10 to 20 minutes. So very, very limited time to get off the roads here in Waterloo or get indoors. All right, keep up the questions, guys. Keep the questions. Watching from Wichita, Kansas. Be careful from that significant hail there. Significant hail, isolated tornado risk. Will South Chicago soon fall underneath the tornado watch? I believe so. I think they mainly left you guys out because of the storm motion moving kind of an northeast direction. But obviously, you're in the enhanced risk for large hail and high winds. Appreciate the questions, guys. Rockford, right in the middle of my significant weather risk. We're talking about softball-sized hail and that EF3 plus tornado risk. Both those things are top concerns for me. Yeah, we got a little bit of a comp here. It seems like the chat's chilled out a little bit, so make sure you hit the follow button and hit the likes. Is 10% high or low? In relative speaking, the 10% tornado risk has only happened about 4 times this year so far, so it's relatively rare. What is even more rare is the significant level 2 tornado risk today, which has only been issued. This is the second time this year, so it's very rare to see a SIG 2. That's what it's called. And what that kind of means in layman's terms is if we had a tornado, the most likely maximum capability of the tornado is an EF3. An EF3, which obviously is a violent and significant tornado. Okay, yeah, I appreciate the support. City and state helps me out the best. Counties are a little tough for me. Let me know if you guys are currently in a tornado watch or not. We need 6 more followers for our 200 new followers to stream. Again, guys, please don't spam chat. Hey, Gabby, if you have any option to mute temporarily instead of for the live, if you could. It seems like we're chilling out a little bit, so that's good. And city and state, currently in a watch. I'm curious how things are developing. Well, Kaylee, if you give me your city, I can do a little bit better. So good news is our tornado watch, our tornado warning here in Iowa was dropped, which we still have a supercell, so keep an eye on that. Looks like they're going to wait for visual confirmation. This thing is still a monster here, dropping golf ball-sized hail. Kenosha, Wisconsin. That sounds very familiar. Man, I do not see it. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, we have a little bit of a calm period, so if you want a specific town name, this is probably the time to ask before things get crazy again. Yeah, for Kenosha, underneath that tornado watch, obviously you are in the risk zone for today. And things are kind of developing to your west. I think you're going to have to wait maybe an hour or two for things to propagate to you. All risks are on the table, though, as the storm's kind of pushed to your east. And talk about softball-sized hail, that tornado risk, as we are tracking how storm motion and storm mode does. And we already see some left movers. So if you want to be an expert at reading radar, listen up here. Look at these storms right in this band right here. Look at their storm motion. You might notice how they're moving kind of further to the north or jumping like this way. Those ones are least likely to produce tornadoes. They don't have the favorable motion to tap into the full spin of the atmosphere. They still have the potential to produce that that risk of hail, but the tornado risk is relatively lower on these bad boys. Now let's take another look at what was our tornado warning storm now been dropped. And notice what direction it's moving. It's not moving that direction. It's moving to the east. It's moving more of an east-southeasterly motion. That is more of a red flag for, hey, this thing could tap into the tornado, obviously, motion. And that's why we're keeping a very close eye on Waterloo, Iowa. That's Waterloo, Iowa. And that's kind of going to be the general trend for today across that entire area. Obviously, in our watch zone. It kind of is a good rule of thumb for most severe weather outbreaks. Right movers are the common thing. Where is this? We're currently looking at Iowa and Wisconsin and Illinois. Let's take a quick peek at a couple other states with current ongoing severe weather. Including our friends in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail moving through the northern portions of Allegheny County. Looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning for upstate New York moving towards Vermont, Glen Falls, and Granville. Looks like you're going to be getting 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible on that one. And 1-inch hail. There is a 2% tornado risk up there, so I'll let you know if that happens. Switching over to Indiana, we got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana. Rochester, Logansport, we're talking about severe wind. That is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. And 60-mile-per-hour 1-inch hail here for Waveland and Rockville. So there we go. There we go for that one. Let's shift down to the south. I know we got many people there, and we do have a brand new watch. So a brand new watch. I know it's a little hard to see. Let me highlight it for you. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm watch for Central Texas right there. Brand new watch. So that means the ingredients are now in place for mostly a large hail and high wind threat. You can see our threat parameters there. Isolated tornado is possible within that area. This includes large towns like Snyder, Abilene, I-20, San Angelo, Sonora, also, and Del Rio, all within this now new severe thunderstorm watch. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. Tufts, what do you think? I have to look that one up. And obviously, we still have our active tornado watch here across Oklahoma, and that is a big question mark. Also, Kansas. The question mark I'm talking about for this one is, what type of storm mode are we going to get? Are we getting any supercells that stay on their own? If they do, that's going to be concerning. If they don't, then no. You know, for Ohio, it's kind of a big question mark because it depends on how much energy these storms hold on to when they kind of swoop across the region. I definitely am concerned about a wind risk there, damaging wind across the region. Maybe an isolated tornado risk, more associated with the bow echo that comes through. Thank you guys. We just hit 200 new followers. 200 new followers. Really appreciate that. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning here that is on our left mover, supercell. I talked about how it could be hail, but not very a tornado risk. This is 60-mile-per-hour winds and shocker quarter-sized hail. Thank you, Dolphin. Appreciate it. I'll look at that. What weather app do you recommend on PC? Oh, gosh, it's a tough question. I mean, like, Radar Scope, I know, has the app on actual PC, so that's a solid one. That's why I'm currently using an emulator from my my iPad. I have my iPad right here. See, this is what I see, guys. It focuses. Well, anyways, it's the radar, so it's not very that shocking. But anyways, so I have the radar, and it's just showing on my PC, if that makes sense. What do we got for Wichita? Wichita currently underneath a tornado watch. It looks very quiet on the radar, obviously, right now. We're expecting upscale growth of severe storms here relatively soon. So stay weather aware. 50-mile-per-hour wind, or 50% chance of a tornado within that 25-mile radius of you. Also, additionally, significant hail, very much possible. Unfortunately, Wichita could see up to softball size today. Softball sized. That is what we're dealing with. That is what we're dealing with. We kind of just went all around the country so you can kind of get the vibe of what's going on. Luckily, our chat has calmed down a bit so I can answer some more questions. Keep the questions, guys. Madison, Wisconsin, right in the bullseye today for significant severe weather. All things on the table. EF3 tornadoes, large hail. I talk about hail up to softball size today. Incredible amount of hail. And unfortunately, that's what we're going to be dealing with for today. Be weather aware. You're in that tornado watch. And you've storms approaching to your west. Right now, they're not upscale. They're just kind of right between, tapping in the atmosphere or not. They're producing lightning, but they're not dangerous yet. They're like especially the southern one right here. The southern one is the one that's most likely to become dangerous. So Madison, I put you on high alert for the next 30 minutes here. Obviously, I'll let you know when a tornado warning gets issued. We're watching very closely. Got a report there's so much thunder from Waterloo. Well, take a look at this thing. Waterloo, it's trying to protect your cars. Here you are. Look at that hail core right there, moving east towards you. East towards you. Anyone else watching from Waterloo, Iowa? Is that the Parkersburg that got an EF5? I am not sure, Alexander. Sorry about that. What towns in Texas have a severe weather need warnings today? Excuse me. Most of Central Texas. So you actually can see our highest risk for Central Texas is right here. That's kind of the risk zone. So anywhere within the zone I just highlighted. Less of a tornado risk, more of a high wind and large hail risk down there. All right, I'm going to step away to refill my water. Don't go anywhere. Let's see if we can hit 25,000 likes. Literally give me 10 seconds before I come back. So I'll keep the radar loop on here. Obviously, we're strapping in. This is 1 hour into a marathon stream, so bear with me. Obviously, sit down, get some snacks. If you need to go anywhere, feel free to drop a follow and then come back. I'm here for coverage. We did 5 hours of coverage yesterday, and I'm ready for who knows how many hours of coverage today. I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back. What did I miss? My partners in Waterloo woke him up with calling him to make sure he knows what's going on. Oh, gosh. Yes, got to be careful, especially if any vehicles outside. And I don't like the look of the supercell. It is becoming more impressive on physical radar. The velocity is still a little bit messy, but the actual presentation of the supercell. I do have to say, I am concerned about this because this is kind of riding along Route 20. There's a lot of towns along Route 20 here in Iowa, and it's moving into more of a favorable environment for a tornado. So that's why Waterloo putting you on really high alert here. At least large hail can be moving in your area. And honestly, that supercell is currently the current most strongest storm, and I do want to hop over back to Madison. This storm is actually becoming more impressive on radar as well. So now we have 2 suspicious storms, guys, and we're talking about an environment in which if storms get organized, talking about possibly violent tornadoes. That's why we're so concerned today. Northern Illinois currently underneath tornado watch. Most of the convection's here north, but expecting to literally bubble up more and more convection as we continue to move. You can see we already have a couple more storms developing to the east of Des Moines. And all of this kind of is going to drag its way to the east. It's going to be popcorn out there, so it's not really a big... there's not really a good strategy to the exact point in which we're going to have convection in your town. All right, what else we got? Thinking, yeah, I mean, this does have a huge potential today. I mean, it has a huge potential. Oops, we don't want to ask Siri, no. Got a report from Waterloo starting to rain. Stay safe. The radar you're currently looking at is kind of the eastern portion of Iowa. Gonna be a lot to keep track of today. All right. So I mean, when you see me look over there, I'm also looking at my phone because it has immediate tornado alerts as well. And let's go full-scale radar again. Full-scale radar. So currently we have no active tornado warnings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 active severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 1 all the way up in upstate New York, 1 in Pittsburgh, 1 in northwest Indianapolis. Looks like just the suburbs of the northwest. Actually, there's 2 here, so I guess it's 8. Waveland, and then up to the north of Indiana, Rochester, Winnemac, Logansport, also underneath the severe thunderstorm warning. A pair of severe thunderstorm warnings here in Iowa, in which we have our most significant storm, currently entering Waterloo, which I'm not liking this hook, guys. You see right here, a little bit of an inflow notch. That's why we're watching the storm so closely. This is the type of storm that would be not good. So keeping an eye on that one. And also switching down to the kind of south portion of the risk for today. Again, it's going to be a lot of moving around, so bear with me. Currently only one active severe thunderstorm warning here just west of Wichita Falls, Texas. Tornado watch is in place for Kansas, Oklahoma, and the northern portions of Texas. And we also have a severe thunderstorm watch out for the central portions, kind of west central portions of Texas. That's kind of the round the horn. Let's head back to our significant severe thunderstorm warning and the pair of supercells that are making me very nervous. Whew, this is not a good look. If anyone's in Waterloo, you got to be watching very carefully, because I just do not have a good feeling about looking at this really strong supercell. It's about to enter your area. I can tell you, even without tornado risk, just immediately, the large hail risk is definitely increasing here. I mean, I'm getting radar returns saying greater than golf ball size moving into Waterloo. Sky report is really bright. You just sound like the underside of the anvil right now, but the actual storm is moving right towards you here in Waterloo. So you gotta protect those cars, and obviously, if we get anything greater than baseball size, there's not much you can do for your roof. Obviously, there's a lot of houses out there, so unfortunately, a very potent environment. We got a lot of dry air, kind of in the upper mid-level atmosphere. It allows for a lot of buoyancy to loft those hailstones and keep them up there. And Gabby got kicked out. I don't know I did that. That's odd. Ending in Pennsylvania, we have one severe thunderstorm warning ongoing in Pittsburgh. Got a great question. What makes this a supercell? It's all about storm shape, and you can kind of see here. The reason I'm calling it supercell is get the full shape of this storm. You got what's called a hook right there. You can see it, and it's a little messy on this one. You got a little hook. What's happening here is you got air rushing in from the south. You got inflow. You have to think three-dimensionally. Then it's going up, the updraft here on the hook. It's turning as it goes up, and then right here it is the downdraft, in which it is falling, crashing down on the earth with the large hailstones as well, in which you have large hail, and then the tornado is usually right about here on the hook, right associated with the inflow notch. So that's when you have this full structure right here, that's where you can classify as a supercell. These other ones are a little bit messy, so they're kind of like pre-supercells. But the one that is heading into Waterloo has a very classic supercell look. And just look at this hail core. Look how bright and reflective it is. The more purple it is, the more larger items that are in the atmosphere. Basically, the louder the echo is for the radar, if that makes sense. And that is a huge hail core moving east. Let me answer some questions. Man, it's loud, and I was trying to sleep. Well, unfortunately, the hail is going to be extremely loud. Hail plus the thunder. Chicago area, you're going to see severe weather later today. Let's take a look at temperatures, because sometimes it can help for... Yeah, it's right on the warm side of the warm front. So as long as it stays on the warm side of so you see all the storms that are kind of rushing into more of a cooler air zone. That's going to cut out their bottom. That's going to make them still hailers, but less of a tornado threat right here. But as long as the storm continues to move to the east here, it will have that inherent tornado threat. And there we go. Waterloo has just gone underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball-sized hail. Anyone in Waterloo still, golf ball-sized hail have just been issued for Hudson, Waterloo, Dunkerton, Cedar Falls, and I-380 underneath now a new severe thunderstorm warning. So get ready for that. And, even looking at radar presentation, I would not be surprised if golf ball-sized hail is an underestimate, unfortunately. I mean, look at this actual radar presentation is insane. This is very bright reflectivity right in the downdraft on the, unfortunately, this thing is going to hit square on with Waterloo here. Square on. Nebraska, Omaha is okay right now. Severe weather is possible later today. Green Bay not going to be involved in the risk for today. Where's this is Waterloo, Iowa. Waterloo, Iowa, currently about to see golf ball-sized hail, but I really think that's an underestimate looking at the current, unfortunately, the current radar. I would not be surprised if there's some baseballs in there. What is going on here? Why are people arguing in chat, guys? I just got a notification for it. Oh gosh, yeah, stay safe. So that is dangerous hail. You don't want to be outside for this one. That is for sure, especially if you get a surprise larger hailstone. Madison right in the center of the risk for today. Talking about EF3 plus tornadoes, softball-sized hail. Please be weather aware. Multiple storms are firing off. This is within your zone. But switching back over to Madison, you have this bad boy. Oh, right here. Madison really putting you on alert here. If this cell right above you gets some formation and pushes to the east, that is going to be a huge problem. And it is in a very favorable environment. There could be a significant tornado there. Significant tornado support. Okay. Sorry I'm not answering as many questions as I can, guys. I'm trying to keep on the radar here. Obviously, new severe thunderstorm warning here in Elgin, Farmersburg, and Postville. Oklahoma. Let's drop down to Oklahoma quickly. Not much going on unless you're in the southern portion of Oklahoma and I-44. Severe thunderstorm warning in place. Wow, look at that. That storm really got upscaled just northwest of Wichita Falls. Golf ball-sized hail additionally on that storm. Jeez. A brand new severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued for Indiana and western Ohio. This is for these storms associated here. Main threat for this is high winds and large hail. Includes Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Richmond, Dayton, Defiance, Lima, I-75, I-70, I-65. It's a brand new severe thunderstorm watch now in place. So there you go. Okay, so get ready, guys. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active watch zones. No active tornado warnings, but man, we're going to have to jump around quite a bit. So I do apologize if we have a little bit of a whiplash on the radar. I'm going to be keeping a very close eye, though, and favoring the highest intensity storms, especially the one entering Waterloo, Iowa. If you're just joining in, Waterloo, Iowa, currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail from a very large supercell now moving into your area. How's Iowa looking? Not good right now in Waterloo. Waterloo's golf ball-sized hail. And this is just the beginning, so this is actually pretty mild for what we're expecting. All right, I'm gonna do a lot of spot questions now. Gotta keep the people happy. Portage, Wisconsin. Portage, Wisconsin is within our tornado watch, and you should be watching out for these cells that might develop here. You have that EF3 tornado risk, as well as a softball hail risk as well. So keep that in mind. Please don't spam chat. You will be muted. And we have someone on the ground here in Waterloo with the reports, so we're going to get some good reports. Do you ever do stork chasing? I don't even know what that would entail. Oh, storm chasing. I was like, stork chasing. I wouldn't be. That would be a little weird. Yes, storm chasing will be happening actually in T-minus 4 weeks. Less than 4 weeks now. Lacrosse can't catch a break yet, really. You see, Lacrosse is just south of you. We are having a baby supercell start. Speaking of storks. And notice, guys, we have lots of these storms are looking very suspicious. That's what we're dealing with today. Aurora, Illinois. Yes. Aurora. I just saw it. I thought I just saw it. Dang it, man. You know, I have forecasted for Aurora so many times. You think I would know where it is. Yes, Aurora, Illinois. Currently just outside of the tornado watch zone, but I'm going to expect severe weather for later this evening. We're talking about high winds and large hail as well as an isolated tornado risk. So please be safe. What about Southeast Oklahoma as it's going to get started? Southeast Oklahoma might see the tail end of the severe weather. Not really expecting much to get to you. However, Friday could be significant. Stay tuned for that one. A couple of threats that could impact your area. Appreciate the questions, guys. Again, Madison really watching out this storm right now here towards Dodgeville. It's really catching my eye. I don't have the option to temporarily mute unless you can. Okay. Then I can temporarily mute for right now, so you can let me take care of it. Once it gets crazy again, you can take the reins. Appreciate the help. West Bend, Wisconsin. West Bend. Sorry, I definitely got sidetracked there. Do apologize. You see this entire tornado watch zone here. I'll put that on the screen. And West Bend is within our tornado watch. Expect possible significant tornadoes and large hail. Again, city and state, guys. Tipton, Iowa. Next to Davenport. No, you are within a tornado watch. You have that same capability, a strong tornado and larger hail. You can see most of the convections, you're north and west right now, but you're right in that zone. Cashton, Wisconsin. For Cashton, stay weather aware. You are also within a tornado watch. Keeping an eye on a few cells that might be problematic just your west. I mean, look at these cells really pop up just in the past 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago. So here's 10 minutes ago. Here is currently. I mean, look at that storm right there. Boom. Huge storms. Huge upscale growth. That's what we're talking about, guys. Things are heating up right now. Louisiana not going to get hit by severe weather. Please don't spam chat. It's pretty chill right now. I know you don't have to spam chat to get your question in. Evansdale. Yeah, it's pretty quiet right now. So, like, I say quiet, but Waterloo's getting like baseball-sized hail on some of these areas. So we just don't have an active tornado warning for Evansdale. Oh yes, speaking of Waterloo, you are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for a golf ball-sized hail. But looking at the radar, I think it's a little bit higher. The app is Weatherfront. Link is in my bio. Do you think a tornado is going to happen in Waterloo? We'll take a look at the live radar. It's possible. You know, the problem is we don't really have a radar close to you guys. So current spin in the atmosphere is relatively lower, but we still have a hook on the storm. I can tell you it's very certain, though, you're about to get some large hail. Appreciate the help in chat, guys. Anything bad for Kentucky? No, not for today. Should be pretty chill. And look at that. We have our first severe thunderstorm warning here in just next to Wisconsin. This is for the western portions of Madison, Wisconsin, including Cross Plains, Mount Herb, Barnveld, Arena, Dodgeville, and the western portions of Madison, Wisconsin. Now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So there you go. There's another one, and this is what we're talking about. We're just starting off, but now we're having, okay, supercell here, supercell here, supercell here, and we're just going to continue to get chaos. Thank you, BB, for the donation, and thank you, Pammy, for the donation. Appreciate that. Mount pronunciations killing me. It wouldn't be a rainy day weather stream without mispronunciations. Who Reb? Okay, see, that's the funniest thing is when people tell me different ways to say the towns, and then you guys confuse me even more. These states, but yeah, I need Texas usually I get a little bit better at with names, but Wisconsin and like Minnesota, you guys have like the weirdest town names. Not gonna lie. Only one county in Minnesota is currently underneath the tornado watch. It's the most southeast county in Minnesota. Midwest names. Yeah. You guys are enjoying the stream. Hit that like button. We're almost at 25,000 likes. Let's see if we get some more fellows in here as we continue our upscale growth in severe weather. Obviously, a lot to track. And obviously, we're going to continue to track around the United States. We got a lot to watch. Beyond, what's going on in Iowa and currently Wisconsin, significant level, there's not a huge amount of significant storms, but I think we're continuing to upscale. So, like Madison and Waterloo, those are like the biggest storms currently. Right mover supercells developing. And when I say right movers, those are the ones I'm concerned about for significant tornadoes and significant hail. Springfield, Missouri. Honestly, I think you're right on the edge of the risk, so I'm not really expecting much to get to you. Yeah, I mean, we have ongoing storms, but the next 30 minutes, we're going to only see more and more storms get more and more intense. Michigan under threat? Yes, we are under threat in Michigan for severe weather. We're talking about mainly high winds and isolated tornado risk. Yes, Toledo, Ohio will be impacted by the tail end of the high winds. 70 to 80 mile per hour winds are possible. Gotta stay hydrated, guys. The electrolytes. Mason asking for DePerry. That is definitely not right. Who is messaging me? That what state was that? Cedar Rapids in the clear? No, just to the west of Cedar Rapids right now. There's some storms developing. Wisconsin. Sorry about that. I got it there for you, Mason. For Mason over there. In Green Bay, you're basically all clear. Might see a rogue storm, but not concerned out there. The pier. Oh gosh, we are struggling already. It's only an hour into the stream, guys. I'm gonna use the excuse I streamed for 6 hours yesterday, and there we go. Oh, so that's what I was getting a message for. Pittsburgh currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, specifically the northeast corner of Pittsburgh. You can see, wow, pretty upscale. 60 mile per hour winds, less than 1 inch hail. Maybe an isolated tree branch or down or two. That should pretty much wrap it up there. You are pretty fine. You have a slight risk tomorrow in Pittsburgh, though. So you're saying Tipton, Iowa could get really hot, like 70s, and well, it depends on if you get a storm or not. Obviously, it's kind of like we're at the casino right now, rolling the dice on where these supercells are happening. They're really hard to predict exactly where they're starting off on. Do have to say the RRFS, the model that runs, is looking pretty similar to what's happening right now. It predicted more of a westerly start, and which is starting to happen right now. Obviously, you see our most upscale supercells are here, but we do have a upscale supercell here in Madison. So, in plain and layman's terms, we might have our significant tornado threat on our hands here soon. That's why I'm really waiting for one of these supercells to clip onto the shear profile, and then we're going to get some big problems. Large hail is still ongoing. Anyone in Waterloo can report hail size. Western Waterloo should be seeing, Cedar Falls should be seeing at least some hail right now. Not this cell. I think it's still. Let's see if we're rotating it all in Waterloo. Hello. Broadly. Oh yeah, I still have that broad rotation. Greens and reds broadly near each other. That means we don't have that tight rotation that we need to get down to the surface. But we're keeping an eye on it for possible tornado development. But right now, Waterloo and Cedar Falls, Iowa, main concern is that large hail that's falling. Can you do Augusta, Kansas? Of course, Jackson, just please don't spam. As I continue to track this, obviously things are. Wow, there's so many places named Augusta. Augusta, Kansas, just east of Wichita, currently underneath an active tornado watch. We're really considering significant hail as your core threat here. With if a storm can stay discrete, that's when we might get concerned about a tornado threat. But keep those in mind. Isolated tornado threat, hail up to softball size there, unfortunately. Yes, start prepping. I mean, if you not have already, we actually have our first considerable storm here in the central northern portions of Indiana. Fulton and Royal Center have been observed with golf ball sized hail. Rest in peace, all those windshields that are going to be lost today, guys. We have the threat of softball sized hail for a lot of people, and there will be a lot of those. All right, what else we got? What else we got? Wait, what's the level for EF? Tornado in northern Illinois could be as high as EF3. Of course, this is a new wording, new verbiage from the Storm Prediction Center on naming the most likely. It's the most likely highest intensity level, and the current level is EF3. But that does not mean an EF4 or beyond can happen. It just kind of puts goalposts up per se. So I don't want to mislead anyone with that kind of wording there. All right, there we go. I'm just keeping an eye on everything. Looks like I'm going to have actually someone who's joining me on the chase He's going to be helping me with information. So we're going to bring in an extra person, not on the actual stream to talk, but we're going to have basically a news desk behind. So I have more information and photos and stuff ready to share with you guys as things become more upscale. Again, this is just a start. We are just beginning in what will be a very active next 4 hours, 5 hours. So things might be, we have a couple of large hailstorms and not any tornado warnings, but we still got a long way to go. And it really is just a matter of time before one of these supercells latch on to the sheer profile, especially in Iowa and Wisconsin right now, and then we'll be off to the races. Have to travel at 5 in Janesville. Will it be hit by then? Very hard to predict exact timing in this conditions because supercells are spawning in and out. I think it may. Oh yeah, I see you right there. You have a really large storm to your northwest. You have some storms that are starting to form to your west. I really can't say yes or no. I can say there is a chance. You can see we have now 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 severe thunderstorm warned storms. Most of them for large hail. We're waiting for one of them to push into there. Please don't spam, or please don't use all caps. Is there going to be tornado? A city and state helps me out best, guys. It's pretty calm chat, so you don't have to spam chat to get your question answered. Alrighty. What else we got? Plateville, Wisconsin. In Plateville, Wisconsin, underneath an active tornado watch. You can see most of the storms to your west, keeping an eye on those storms. Get ready for you're in the significant tornado and significant hail today. EF3 and softball size possible. Is Michigan supposed to get hit at the beginning? A little bit. No, it's going to be more of a later threat for Michigan. More of a later threat. High winds. Isolated tornado. No. Oh gosh, you guys are giving me tough ones. Wait, I'm trying to get that. Wait, I lost it. I want that humanish. 1 second. I'm like having a stroke typing in your town. Oh my gosh, I typed it in wrong again. Come on, there it is. Okay, for humanish, you are underneath an active tornado watch. Kind of same type of similarity here. You're kind of in this zone, and which we're watching to your west. We're watching to your west for any tornado producing supercell that might be happening here within the next 30 minutes. Then it's going to move to your east. So stay weather aware, tornadoes and large hail all possible. I can zoom out a bit here. You can see all of our active alerts. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 zones kind of up here. I'm not trying to mute people forever. Yeah, you don't have to mute people forever right now. I can take care of it, especially because we're chilling out. Waterloo just cleared up. Did we get any hail in Waterloo? It looks like you're still within it, so I'm kind of surprised it's clearing up, unless you're on the western edge of Waterloo right now. Does anyone have estimate for hail if they got hail in Waterloo? Freeport by Rockford, underneath a tornado watch. Could see that significant hail, significant tornado risk develop here. No storm within your range right now, but of course we're keeping a close eye on that. Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on it. Currently no active tornado warnings. Obviously, we are waiting for, there is a lot of supercells here. You can see all their cores. And obviously, we're about to have a collision here in this supercell. So let's see if it gets its act together. What's the probability of a watch for that Freeport by Rockford? I believe, you're already in a watch. You're already in a watch if you're in the tornado watch. That means the ingredients are in place. A reminder, ingredients are in place. Madison, Wisconsin, currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. If you're on the west side of Madison for a supercell that's developing, you have a 60-mile-per-hour winds and a quarter-sized hail threat moving into your corridor there. That's Madison, Wisconsin. Madison, Wisconsin. Make sure you guys drop a follow. We are less than 100 followers away from 74,000 followers. Especially if you come in and come out. I know right now things are We have a lot of storms that are producing like large hail and high winds, but we obviously will have a time in which we're going to have tornadoes. So feel free to go grab a snack while we'll be on the radar here. And once we obviously have a little bit more action. It's been 51 minutes since we've had our last tornado warning. So this is good news. We do not want a tornado outbreak, but unfortunately the environment is very friendly. I'm just thinking it's only a matter of time, unfortunately. What's the probability of a warning? I can't really speak upon that. You have a tornado watch in place. I can tell you the environment is very potent. So I just can tell you, please be aware and weather aware, ready to go within that region. Can't really give a good probability on that one. Dallas, Texas is going to be right on the edge of getting severe weather. Maybe an isolated storm late tonight, but I don't really think so. If something does happen, it would be wind or hail. Wind or hail. All right. Just doing another radar check. Let's go zone by zone here, taking a look at all of our places across the United States we are concerned for severe weather. First, starting off on the Mexico-United States border here in southern Texas, we got one severe thunderstorm warning moving to the northeast, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. It's a quarter-size hail. Kind of sweeping up north, the I-20 corridor. We got a couple of sub-severe storms. And then we have one severe storm here just west of Wichita Falls, Texas, in which is producing considerable threat tag on here. That is going to be golf ball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds moving northeast, kind of towards the Lawton, Oklahoma region. So we're crossing from Texas to the northeast. We'll get to Des Moines here in a second. Don't worry. Oklahoma City, I know you're placed in that tornado watch. It's kind of the calm before the storm. We're going to check how the dry line works out here. Look to your west here. That's where you want to keep an eye on storms forming, and then they're going to move to the east. So very early on in your threat level there. Don't get into a sense of security. Same similar situation here in Wichita. We're kind of waiting out to your west to see where the severe thunderstorm is going to form, and then we'll go from there. Very quiet for now. Moving up to Des Moines, you can see most of the convections north and to the east of you with, the probability of maybe something forming close by. Stay weather aware. You're underneath a tornado watch. Then to the northeast of Des Moines, all craziness is breaking out here across Waterloo. Nothing is tornadic right now. Nothing's tornadic. It's all just a hail party. We are just hail everywhere. Lots of these storms producing between quarter-size and golf ball-size hail right now. But we have a report from Zach. See, perfect. Zach, thank you for the report. Golf ball-size hail in Waterloo, which is the exact warning tag. So that's good. It's verifying, not good. That's fallen down on your cars and vehicles. Hopefully you have protected them if possible. Today we do have the risk of seeing up to softball-size hail. Switching over to Wisconsin, two problematic storms in Wisconsin, one just west of Madison. My concern is growing for a tornado threat and large hail threat on that one. And another one that's just southeast of La Crosse, Wisconsin, that are kind of propagating in a northeast easterly fashion. We got to keep a very close eye on these because they do have the probability for significant tornadoes and softball-sized hail. Just we've not seen that realized yet. In these types of environments, guys, we can go from a kind of laxadative storm that's kind of producing golf ball-sized hail, a little bit damaging hail, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds, and all of a sudden you turn it on and it's just, we get softball-sized hail and you get tornado on the ground. That's the thing we're dealing with here. That's why we have to be so careful when we're kind of traversing this risk. Okay, that doesn't end there, actually. We head over to Indiana, where we have a kind of handful of severe thunderstorms, especially towards Kokomo and Logansport. They're propagating eastward. The main risk on these are mainly high wind and maybe some isolated large hail. Again, we're doing town by town, sector by sector. Then we'll answer some town-specific questions here in just a second. A severe thunderstorm watch is in place for central and eastern Indiana, including Fort Wayne, and also the western counties of Ohio, also tagged inside those watch zone. Moving over to an unwatched zone here in southeast Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio. A couple of severe thunderstorms, mainly for the high winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing too concerning out there unless you're outdoors. And last but not least, up to my friends in New England. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for the next 4 hours until 10 p.m. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning ongoing here. This is going to be in the upstate New York, crossing into Vermont, actually. And I don't have a lot of towns here. Manchester Center, Jamaica, and Londonderry underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. All right, guys. Ooh, deep breath. Because as you can see, right now it's considered quiet. It's considered quiet. So you really get a little insight to what we are expecting today. And one of my friend's windows just broke in Waterloo. Oh, my gosh. Jeez. See, that's why I was worried about the hail core. And that is a report right from Waterloo. Hail core right there. We got a window broken report over there. If anyone would like to submit reports today and would like to submit reports, feel free to join the Discord within my bio there. You can submit it on there, and I actually have quick access to show that on screen. So if you want to do that, link is in my bio. Completely free community to join. Over 700 of you. I really need to shout out the Discord a little bit more of our large community. That's the easiest way for me to show images on stream if you want to report. All right, there we go. All right, what other questions we have? So we just did a kind of roundabout of everything going on. Of course, we're kind of waiting in the passenger seat of the weather here to wait for a possible active tornado risk or significant risk as well. As we have multiple storms spawning up here, watching Reed Timmer. Yep, he is definitely active right now. I can tell you that. Potent environment. Ohio right now, nothing ongoing that's severe tagged other than eastern Ohio, the far east county of Ohio. Western Ohio has a watch in place. Going to be isolated severe weather. Mainly concerned about high winds later today. The current clip that's looping is from 4:30 p.m. Local time to current time. That's EST time, I should say. All right, Kansas currently awaiting a storm to happen. You do have a tornado watch here. Watch Wichita just west and south of Emporia. I also have an update to share on yesterday. If you're on yesterday's stream and you watched surprise tornadoes come through south of Kansas City, unfortunately, we talked about how a tornado went right over a trailer park in Hillsdale, Kansas. Tragically, that entire trailer park was destroyed. It was just tragic damage. Full trailers were just thrown in the air, and you can see them thrown for hundreds of feet away from where they're parked. Other trailers are just ripped in half. And that's why trailers are just so dangerous in these events. If you ever lived in a trailer and you were in a tornado watch zone, I'd really recommend to not ride it out in a trailer. It is just not worth it. You cannot survive in a trailer. Where are you at? Currently studying abroad in Spain, so I'm all safe. Don't worry. What is going on? I don't know what is going on with that comment. Yeah, guys, please don't skip chat. Okay, Portage. What was that? Portage, Wisconsin. Again, this is pretty rare that we have a quiet. I think it's just quiet because obviously we don't have a tornado warning ongoing. We're just kind of waiting, per se. For Portage, you are within the tornado watch. You do have a severe thunderstorm just to your southwest. Keep an eye out. You're right here. The large storm is just to your southwest. Concerned about large hail and significant tornadoes today within your region. That's hail up to softball size and tornadoes up to EF3. Yeah, we'll see how. I mean, right now we don't have any tornadoes. So yesterday we had 4 hours straight of at least one tornado. This day is definitely more potent. It's just not showing for it right now. Not showing for it. Ames, Iowa. Hopefully that's right. Ames. Yes, you... Oh, you actually might be outside the watch. Oh, yeah, you are inside the watch zone. A couple of sub-severe storms are moving through your area. Be careful if any of them become upscale. You're within the watch zone if anything forms over there for... I did not catch your name, unfortunately. You flew off the screen. But yes, right here. Nothing of immediate concern, but stay weather aware. Active tornado watch remains in place. Man, these things are just absolute monster storms. They go from nothing to large-scale storms. We're getting... Basically, this zone is a hot spot right now. Please don't spam chat. You will be muted. What is the outlook for Northeast Missouri? Northeast Missouri, I don't believe, is in the risk for today. I think you're pretty clear. It's only in the northwest corner of Missouri. Missouri should be watching out for Friday, though. Friday. Okay. Please don't spam chat. I don't even know what that was trying to say. Okay, whatever. Madison, right in the bullseye. Right in the bullseye for severe weather. A severe storm is just to your west right now. The threats include large hail and significant wind. Significant tornadoes also possible. Caston, Wisconsin, also within this mess. Actually, whoa. Caston, underneath a severe thunderstorm warning here. A large hail possible there. 1-inch hail, possibly beyond that, depending how strong this storm gets. You see, your radar was very clear at the beginning of the hour, the top of the hour, but now look at it right now. The storm is coming towards you. You are right here. You're within that severe thunderstorm warning. Heston, let me check the cob. The cob. Corn the cob. Yes. Ashton, for your region, you're just outside of the... Oh, wait, you are actually inside the tornado watch. Could see that tornado risk build as these storms move there. Stay weather aware. DeKalb. I definitely am not saying that correctly. Wayland, Michigan. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning issued just east of Waterloo for a continued large storm here. Wayland is underneath a high wind threat for today. Could see 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Also isolated tornado threat. And here we go. This is catching my eye. Take a look at this storm just east of Waterloo. We have a tornado possible tag on it now. 60 mile per hour winds. And also take a look at that. We do have, what are we claiming that to be? 2-inch hail. Just under baseball-sized hail observed within our Waterloo, Iowa storm moving east at 35 miles per hour. And the tornado possible means we're watching it for a tornado. It's just not fully certain we're going to see one. Oregon, Wisconsin. Let me take a look. Okay, did I miss that? Okay, Oregon, Wisconsin, also within our tornado watch. A storm is very close to you, off to your west, producing some large hail as well. We're keeping an eye on significant tornadoes and significant large hail. Matthew says he's in Waterloo. What are you seeing right now, Matthew? Grand Rapids, Michigan. Should be ready for significant wind, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, and isolated tornado risk later tonight. So all these storms are going to kind of bunch up, and they're going to cross Lake Michigan and move into Michigan. Alrighty. We got that ready to go. Sorry, just moving some stuff in place. Okay, here we go. What's going to happen in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, north of Milwaukee? Yes, you're underneath a tornado watch. So these storms are propagating the east. You should be ready for all of the above, significant tornadoes and significant large hail. Lots of hail over in Waterloo right now, but I think it's going over me. Yes, the storm is about to pass Waterloo, moving eastward here. So it should end relatively soon. La Crosse, just southeast of you, a major storm moving to the southeast. You're just within this tornado watch zone. We're keeping an eye. If anything develops to your southwest, you should be concerned here because it might move towards you. Right now, I'm not too concerned about the storm to your southeast because it's just kind of scooting by you. What other questions we got? Tornado in downtown Chicago. I mean, it's possible. It is possible today. Metropolitan complexes are just susceptible to tornadoes as random fields, so keep that in mind. Milwaukee, also a really high concern today because it's obviously a very populated area with a significant tornado risk and a significant large hail risk. You have both the EF3 and the softball-sized hail risk in Milwaukee, so I'm concerned out there. Also have to say, whoa, upgrade here in just west of Madison. This is baseball-sized hail confirmed. Baseball-sized hail confirmed here in Mount, I said it wrong, but east of Barneveld, Black Earth, Cross Plains, Middleton, and Western Madison are now underneath a significant level 2.5-inch hail, which is baseball-sized hail, currently here in Cross Plains, Black Earth, and Middleton, just west of Madison in Wisconsin. So that is what we're dealing with, and that is still considered tame for today's threat. That's still considered tame. So baseball-sized hail falling from the sky. Could work our way up to softball size today, guys. You think there's a tornado going to drop down the Waterloo area? East of you. I think east of you. There's a tornado possible tag on this storm. Let's take a look at velocity. A little concerning. We're so far away from the radar, it's hard to say. That's a shame. Maybe right here. But we are very far away from radar, so it's going to be hard to confirm. Hopefully there's storm chasers on it, so we have kind of an early say. See a couple storms causing significant severe thunderstorm warnings. Doing a little bit more of a zoomed out look. Still just a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings outside of our core threat right now. Alright. Yeah, keeping an eye on all these storms. You can see a couple of sub-severe storms here just northeast of Des Moines. Kind of little seedlings on these storms. Got to report that Reed Timmer is on the Waterloo storm. So yeah, that's the one to watch then, obviously. All right. What in the world's going on? Sorry, I was just checking in. Sorry for the quick dropout. There we go. Okay, there we go back. New Hampshire, there's really not too much going on in New Hampshire. There's one severe thunderstorm warning here in Manchester Center, Jamaica, and Grafton. Kind of a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat on that one. Maybe a tree branch or down or two. Isolated power outage is possible. Okay. Yeah, man, it's honestly been pretty quiet. Hopefully we can keep this trend here. It's like watching a ticking time bomb in this environment here, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to refill the water. I'll be right back, guys. You're back. Oh my gosh, that's quick. Des Moines. Yes, Des Moines, Iowa. Just in the tornado watch. Most of the convection's happening in the northeast of you. Notice how many thick polygons we have. All of these are above golf ball size hail. This one, that one, this one, this one. So we have 4 storms producing greater golf ball size or greater hail right now. Portage. Did we just do Portage? I thought we did. Yes, Portage is within our tornado watch, and you have a storm to your southwest. Keep an eye on that one. You could see all the above: tornadoes, significant tornadoes, and significant large hail. Your core risk with a isolated high wind risk. Stay weather aware. No immediate threat. Should be Portage, Indiana. We got Portage, Wisconsin, and Portage, Indiana. Guys are trying to confuse me. I see. For Portage, Indiana, and switching down. Seems like you're just outside the current threat, but you're going to be seeing threat later today. And we just have a dual upgrade. Oh my gosh, guys. Dual upgrade on our severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a catastrophic upgrade for severe thunderstorm warning here. This is not good. We have, what is it? We have larger than baseball sized hail falling. Oh my gosh, look at this. So notice how we have changed into a orange polygon. We have greater than baseball-sized hail destructive tag on a severe thunderstorm warning moving into the northwest corner of Madison and moving north towards Rio. Portage, Wisconsin. So Portage, Wisconsin, I just talked to you. Now you're within a significant level tag, severe thunderstorm warning. Protect your vehicle. You could see catastrophic damage. We're talking about roofs completely destroyed. We're talking about cars totaled. That's the very large hail we're dealing with. So right now we have larger than baseball-sized hail moving in that region. It seems like Matthews also just reported. Do we have a touchdown? We have a tornado touchdown in Waterloo? Man, the radar's really bad on this side. I can't really tell, but if that's true, a Waterloo, you might east of you on the actual, I see it right here. East Waterloo might have a tornado on the ground. We may have a tornado warning jumping here. Before we get to that just in a second, North Washington, Iowa, now underneath a destructive tag severe thunderstorm. This is also baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail. That is a level 3 out of 3 severe thunderstorm warning. You should be seeking shelter. It is dangerous hail to be outside, as well as could make a lot of roofs just completely destroyed. I can't watch the other live streams. That's against copyright rules. Appreciate the updates, though. And so now things are heating up. We talked about how we are expecting things to heat up. Now we have 2 storms producing larger than baseball-sized hail. One in Wisconsin, one in Iowa, and now we have someone saying we have a tornado possibly touching down. So if you guys wouldn't mind liking the stream so we can get the algorithm back going, liking and hitting that follow button. Let's see, we need just, I guess we're getting really close to 74,000 followers. We need 77 more followers. So join up the Rainy Weather family. Let's see if we get the algorithm going back again. I think we might get another tornado warning, of course, if this person's saying the truth, which I think they are. We might have our first tornado warning in 1 hour here, so get ready. 1 hour, we might have our first tornado warning here in Iowa. Prepare to seek shelter. And if you're just joining in, this is a call out for central Wisconsin. If you live anywhere in Portage or North Madison, if you do not park your car underneath anything, you may lose your entire car. We're talking about totaling car sized hail. We're talking about greater than baseball size. Think of a baseball falling from the sky here, moving in and crushing roofs, cars, vegetation, anything that can be impacted by hailstones that are the size of baseballs falling at greater than 100 miles per hour. That is what we're currently dealing with. Thank you, Violet, for the donation. Appreciate that. Yeah, and make sure you guys hit that like button. Let's try to get the stream, the algorithm going again. I believe we're going to get a tornado warning here very soon if the tornado does touch down, of course. And if you're wondering what storm we're talking about here, we're very suspicious of the storm just east of Waterloo, Iowa. We're dealing with a significant level threat today. So if a tornado happens, it could be very, very dangerous. And not looking good here. So this is just the start, guys. This is just the start. I have to say, we already have 2 storms producing larger than baseball-sized hail. I mean, hail might be even more destructive than our tornadoes today because it's a little bit more widespread. You think hail the size of baseballs can just destroy your roof. So hopefully you have insurance on those roofs there. This is not a good setup. Dayton's going to see a kind of really far late night convective risk from a squall line. A squall line, not associated with any of these isolated storms. They're going to kind of form a squall line and push across the lakes eventually when they cross the lakes. So just joining in, we have that significant severe weather risk. This is Weatherfront. Weatherfront link in my bio. Waiting for that tornado warning. We have 2 storms producing greater than baseball-sized hail. Anyone in Northwest Madison, I guess any of these suburbs here, anyone reporting in from there, you do have baseball-sized hail, a severe thunderstorm warning with destructive tag. That's why we gave the extra warning to get off the roads. Santi, I'm here. I'm assuming you're not in Madison, but we do have that combination of all these events here. We have 2 storms producing baseball-sized hail, and we do have sirens going off. I was wondering where you're at. Where are the sirens going off? Twin tornadoes, Matthew? You saying twin tornadoes here in Waterloo? Man, I really wish we were not far away from the radar, and I actually am seeing it right here. This might need a tornado warning. I can see it pretty well on radar now. Matthew, is it down? You haven't missed much, Santi. Not much has been going on other than right when you came in. We got 2 baseball-sized hails. And look at this. We got a pretty lined-up hook. Independence, Iowa. You should be ready to be in your safe place really soon here. Okay. There's a massive tornado down in Texas? I don't think so. Please don't lie to me. Yeah, I don't really see anything like that, so please don't do that. I will mute you if you do that again. All right, what else do we got? Madison. Western Madison is currently underneath a significant severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail. And that's what we're talking about for Milwaukee. You know, I saw a question for Milwaukee as well. Baseball-sized hail, significant tornadoes. All these storms are kind of propagating their way to you. Just because you're in a metropolitan complex does not mean you're safe from our significant weather that is going to eventually make its way over you. So yes, we do have, I know. Someone says baseball, yes. These orange polygons right here are baseball size or larger hailstones that are currently falling. And that type of largeness of hail, they fall greater than 100 miles per hour from the sky. I can tell you Dallas is clear right now. Not isolated severe weather in Dallas later tonight. Guys, we are 8 followers away from 250 new followers of stream. Join up. I'm doing good right now. Parts, appreciate you asking. Look at this. Every single one of these severe thunderstorm warnings are considerable, and 2 of them are destructive. So every single one of these storms are producing at least golf ball-sized hail, and then 2 of them are producing baseball-sized hail. That is incredible. That is incredibly rare. It really shows the strength of the storms right now. I know they're not producing tornadoes, but they are producing giant hailstones across this entire corridor. Jeez, absolutely impressive storms. They are by far the most strong storms that are happening right now. I'm just going to take a quick look over down in Texas. Got a little bit more expansion on severe weather going on in Texas, so keeping an eye on that. And then keeping an eye on Oklahoma. We do have some firing of some weather going off in Oklahoma, so we'll keep an eye on that for continuing development. Wow, we are getting stuff going on, guys. And just to let you know, the hail, if a hailstone of baseball size comes through your town, it will look very bad. And that's what we're dealing with. The baseball sized hail moving through the northwest corner of Madison, Wisconsin, moving to the northeast. Cannot underestimate how damaging hail is. Usually on year-by-year storm damage, hail actually does more damage in financial terms, in dollar terms, compared to like tornadoes. It actually is extremely damaging. Think of crops, think of roofs, think of windows, think of sidings, think of cars totaled. Unfortunately, we're dealing with some very significant hail today, and every single one of these storms, just incredible. I can't say I've seen an environment this year in which a single region has seen so many large hailstorms, and every single one of these storms are producing that large hail. Yeah, a baseball coming through your crop at 100 miles per hour. Think of that. That is not too healthy for your baseball. Think of Paul Skeens. If any baseball fans are out there, pitching a baseball through your corn crop or whatever's planted out there in your region. That's not good. That is not good. The storms hit southeast Wisconsin. Yes, eventually. You're currently in that tornado watch. The same type of storms that are dropping that softball-sized hail. That's what we're dealing with. All right, so we had that person say there might be a tornado here in Jessup. Look, there are storm chasers watching it right here. We're keeping a close eye, of course. You can see the supercell still has some pretty clear air. Do have to watch out. We might have a nudging supercell to the north. That might really increase the odds of a tornado. It's been like right there before tornado genesis. That's when the tornado actually drops down. And I'm actually really shocked this thing does not have a tornado warning. Wow, look at that. We got the reds and greens right next to each other on the right side of your screen. That is... Anyone watching the Storm Chaser on it? That one might need a tornado warning. I haven't got anything yet. If anyone, of course, I guess I could pull up a stream too, but don't worry, guys. 27 days until we'll be out there, so we won't have to guess. If you didn't know, we're going storm chasing ourselves. So if you want to get that passenger seat ticket, hit that follow button right now. We will be obviously going there wherever the storms are happening. 27 days. I know it's a long time. We'll be here before you know it, though. It'll be Monday, May the 11th. We'll be going out on the road storm chasing for 5 to 10 weeks. 5 to 10 weeks. Should I worry about the weather in Detroit? Yes. You have 70 to 80 mile per hour winds coming through very late tonight. Charge those devices. Have emergency alerts on. Also an isolated tornado risk. Yeah, guys, if you were asking me what supercell looks the meanest right now, it's definitely the one towards Independence, Iowa, moving eastward, kind of paralleling Route 20 here. So keeping an eye on that one. And will Lake Michigan stop the storms at all? No, not really. So what the Lake Michigan might do is it might cut out the bottom of the storms a little bit. So it's cool. It's really cool at the surface here. But what the storms are going to do is they're just going to like jump over the lake, if that makes sense. They're going to still kind of go over here, but they're just going to reform their cloud base closer to the ground once they get on the other side. So it won't really have any effect. So no lake effect, I guess, if you want to say that. Is a Waterloo storm over? Yes, for now. There is another storm on the western side that's kind of moving to the area. So your threat is not over. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so in the report that I have from a storm chaser in the field here is the storm is quite elevated right now. Storm is quite elevated. So what that's going to do is going to make the tornado work really hard to get down to the surface. So what that means is if you look at the base of the storm, if you look up at the cloud, it's farther off the ground, and the further a storm is off the ground, the harder it has to work to bring that circulation in the cloud down to the surface. That's what we deal with here. And oops, we unmuted each other. There we go. Thank you. So because the storms are a bit elevated. Oh, never mind. See, I say that, and then our first tornado warning in an hour, guys. First tornado warning in an hour has just been issued for Jessup, Independence, Winthrop, I don't even know, Lamont and Masonville. Now underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. This is in Iowa. Guys, please like and share the stream so we get the word out. This is our first tornado warning in a while. We have storm chasers on this. This is radar indicated tornado, also producing some very large hail, baseball-sized hail associated with this storm. On top of this, Independence is a rather larger town, and this circulation, unfortunately, is going right towards Independence here. Right towards Independence here. This is east of Waterloo, Iowa. Waterloo does not need to be concerned about this storm as it's moving to the east. Consider yourself a pat on the back there for being a little bit lucky as the storm became more tornadic as it had a kind of northern merger. You see this storm kind of ran into it. That is increasing the spin. Also concerned, this storm, if it goes to this kind of the western side, this will also increase the spin of the storm. So keep that in mind. We have a combination of multiple things happening here in which we are now increasing the chances of a tornado, a possible significant tornado, Okay, we have a report from Matthew. This is now a wedge. Are we wedge or cone? Cone is quite different than wedge. Well, we at least have a cone tornado on the ground. Is that on the ground, Matthew? Can I get confirmation? Confirmation. Oh gosh, wait, my stream is lagging a bit here. Someone said no tornado yet. Makes you... What does really wife mean? What is going on with my computer? Okay. And TikTok just crashed. Great. Anyone on YouTube? Bruh. Okay, well, this is not good. Shoot. Okay, we're back. What in the world? Okay. Well, we're back. Tornado warning right now. Welcome back, guys. Sorry about that. I had a technical difficulty. Tornado warning is active. Let me activate the chat. There we go. Welcome to the stream. A new tornado warning. That is a tornado immediate threat is here for Iowa, Jessup, Independence, and Winthrop. It just had a crash on my TikTok, so that's great. Thank you, TikTok. Jessup, Independence, and Winthrop. We're going to try to get right back into an active tornado warning now issued. Please seek shelter immediately. Dang it, our likes went gone because of that stupid Thank you, Matthew, for coming back. Yeah, my TikTok just absolutely crapped out on itself. So I apologize that we were at 25,000 likes, I think, and we just lost them all, but it's okay. If you're just joining in, an active tornado warning is now in effect. That is an active tornado threat with an additional threat of just over golf ball sized hail heading east towards Independence, Winthrop, Masonville, and Lamont. This is an active threat. Seek shelter right now. Yeah, I don't know. The TikTok just crashed on me, so that's great. Also, a new considerable threat tag, a new large hailer, baseball size or larger, and look at this, an also large hook here, possibly another tornado forming Cashton, Ontario, and Hillsborough, Clifton as well, now underneath a significant tag, severe thunderstorm warning, that is baseball-sized hail moving into your region. Madison, now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as Waterloo in Wisconsin and Watertown and Lake Mills underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail. It's going to be quarter-sized hail. So combination of everything going on. We have a lot to keep track of. Do we have a new tornado warning? No, okay, that's just a continuation. Okay, they're continuing the tornado warning here in Independence. So if you're just joining in, a new tornado warning, a continued tornado warning here from a more and more concerning storm, because we are having some what's called a western nudger cell. So notice how we have our supercell here. I'm going to highlight it right here. This is our supercell. This is a secondary cell, in which is going to start pushing air into the kind of the rear flank of the supercell. What that is going to do, it's going to increase the strength, potentially temporarily, possibly causing this thing to wedge out. So we have a very wide at the top, getting a little skinnier at the bottom. This might be the extra kick right here to bring a wedge on the ground. So Independence, Route 20, Winthrop, and Masonville, please seek shelter right now. Active tornado warning ongoing. Thank you, Gabby, for the coffee. Appreciate that. Jessup is currently, still underneath the tornado warning. And this is our currently only tornado warned storm. Just keeping an eye on everything else, making sure there's nothing crazy going on as we continue to track this tornado. You know, this is really concerning, because if this tornado continues to track to the east here, which long track tornadoes are possible today, significant tornadoes are possible today, this is just going to track along a very populated corridor, eventually towards Dupaix, Dupaix in the east here, as we continue to watch it closely. When is it touched down? Right now, I believe it is it on the ground. On the ground, if anyone has a report. We have someone watching a storm chaser in chat as well. We're continuing to watch. I probably could pull this up too. Watching it. Again, I'm very concerned of it going not yet. We're trying really hard to touch down. Look at the spin on this thing. Very strong spin just west of Independence, Iowa. Very strong spin. When I talk about spin there, we have the greens and reds right next to each other here. Take a larger look at what's going on. So we have that tornado warning ongoing. We have two significant severe thunderstorm warnings going on, dropping baseball-sized hail across Wisconsin additionally. We continue to monitor the situation across our entire corridor for up to softball-sized hail and up to EF3-sized tornadoes. Any supercell that forms could be extremely dangerous. You need to stay very weather aware anywhere within this region. Someone said it's dissipating. I'm actually really surprised. Just wait for the storm to get to the south, or kind of the more westerly portion of the sector there, because then I'll be concerned. Be really concerned. Appreciate the follows, guys. We were at 250 new followers, but if you're enjoying the stream, I guess we can try to get back up there. Help us out. We're trying to reach 74,000 followers a stream. We're doing pretty well, but I'm currently checking some stuff. And of course, keeping an eye on the active tornado warning here in Iowa for Jessup, Independence. Route 20, eventually going to head towards Manchester, Earlville, and Dryersville. So all these areas along the the Route 20 corridor are the areas we're very concerned of this tornado continuing to spin. And also, the reason I'm really worried about this, so I see increase of spin coming here, and thank you all much for the follows. The reason I'm spooked out, because we have a storm that's the western side, in which will help its rotation organize quickly here and further here. So still watching closely. I now have a view on it. It seems like it's definitely, not on the ground right now. I can see there is a funnel still dropping down. There's a funnel on the dropping down here on the storm, but it's not touching the ground. So again, it seems like the storm is very elevated right now. It's struggling to make it all the way to the ground as we continue to watch that closely. Check by towards Caston. Yes, Caston is underneath a significant severe thunderstorm warning just south of you. Some very large hail. We have 3-inch hail. Wow, 3-inch hail observed. That's confirmed by law enforcement. That's going to be baseball-sized hail moving to the northeast towards Ontario. That's just a massive hail core inside that storm. And unfortunately, not even the full potential of today's severe weather threat. Yeah, so we're dealing with an elevated storm here. As these storms move into this region here, the elevation should become less of a struggle for these storms. Des Moines, Iowa. Basically, all the storms are to your east and north right now. East and north. No immediate threat, but keeping an eye on anything that forms your west. Yeah, if you look at the set of severe thunderstorms that are ongoing, this one is definitely the one that piques interest. This one really piques interest. I'm just keeping an eye on this. Yeah, keeping an eye on the ground. It seems like, so there's a bit of rain around it, so it's kind of hard to see exactly, but it seems like we might have damage here in Independence. So Independence, Iowa might have just took a hit from an active tornado warning here in Iowa. If you're just joining in, active tornado warning here in Iowa. I think looking at the radar, Jessup might have got hit. It's been kind of a messy storm to track. Of course, I'm concerned about the storm that's nudging it to the west. You see this storm right here. I'm very worried about that, increasing the circulation around the storm. Southern Ohio gaining crazy this week. Tomorrow is a severe weather threat, and then also, what is that, Friday? I think you're in a 15% zone. Not today. Independent sirens went off for a minute, but turned off. Still remain in your safe place. I mean, it's right over you. The actual circulation is right over Independence, Iowa. Tornado warning for central Illinois. No, there's not even a storm in central Illinois. Look at all this convection happening around here. Pretty messy environment ongoing. Oh, watch coming for central Illinois. Not too far more south than what's currently going on. Maybe a severe thunderstorm watch later on. Also keeping an eye on this storm. I think this is going to be pretty elevated, though, for a tornado. We have some circulation ongoing. You can see that circulation right there. That might get warned. I say it's pretty elevated. We take a look at the temperatures at the surface here. 73 at the surface. Relatively cool. That's going to make the base of the cloud much, much higher than what you would have. And you also can see it's relatively cool. I guess these are probably behind the rainfall, so a little bit biased. But as the storm moves into a more favorable environment for a lower cloud base, that's when concerns really going to start to build here for that proximity. I got you, Ryan, now. Sorry I didn't have you up. Okay. Yeah, this is really some significant weather. The good news is we've dropped out of any baseball-sized hail. We're now around golf ball-sized hail for many storms. Keeping an eye on this one. Yeah, keeping an eye. Oh, the Madison one. Yeah, also checking on the Madison one. Oh, wait, what? It says I have 0 viewers on TikTok. Uh-oh. Is anyone still there? That's really weird. Oh, what? Okay, that was really weird. Like, my actual application crashed, but that just ended my live. Okay, that was really weird. I do not know. The actual just live stopped. Yikes, getting some TikTok issues today. Don't really know why. Well, sorry about that, guys. I have no idea why the stream just ended. Okay, well, we'll try to stick with it. I literally have no idea why the stream just randomly ended. Starting to wrap. Okay, guys, Independence, please be in your safe place here. An active tornado warning. Oh my gosh, the actual rotation has really shot up. Whoa. Huge rotation going on. Yeah, I don't know why that just crashed. The application didn't crash this time. The live just ended. I have no idea why that did that. Okay, well this is really concerning. Because I'm talking about the storm on the western side of this storm, and look at the rotation on the right side of your screen. We're actually going to drop the lightning strikes because sometimes they can get a little in the way. Look at the reds and greens that are right next to each other. A very, very strong rotation couplet right there. Very concerning within that view there. As we continue to track this live tornado warning heading to the eastern side. Also keeping an eye on here. Got some rotation peeking out on this storm towards Mount Auburn. I think this thing might be dropping a tornado down soon. Keeping a close eye. We are currently in Iowa. We're in Independence, Iowa with a live tornado warning, guys. Live tornado. I can give a live report that the tornado is just a few hundred feet off the ground. The actual circulation is just a few hundred feet off the ground. I'll let you know the moment it touches down. Still remain in your safe place. I can. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Look at this. Look at this rotation really popping out right there. Those reds and greens right next to each other, guys. Michigan's doing okay right now. Illinois, not any active severe weather going on. You see most of it's in Iowa and Wisconsin currently. I do have an upgrade. I have an upgrade for you guys. Watertown, Waterloo, and Lake Mills, Wisconsin. Those towns in Wisconsin now have a destructive tag on them. There is baseball-sized hail following in your area. Seek shelter immediately. Get those cars underneath something. That is also dangerously closer to Milwaukee now. Milwaukee's right here. Let's see how close we are. You're 40 miles away from Milwaukee, so baseball-sized hail is falling 40 miles away from Milwaukee. That's all kind of propagating towards you. I can tell you, if baseball-sized hail falls in Milwaukee, that will probably be one of the most costliest disasters for weather this year. Just think of all of the roofs, the windows, the structures, the cars. Baseball-sized hail falling at 100 miles per hour. That is not good. That is not good news. We're talking about an insurance claim nightmare. It is really, really something here. As we continue to track an active tornado warning, and of course, our active severe some thunderstorm threats that are bringing alongside, some bad stuff here. Looks like we're getting possibly nudging again. So this is all going to keep spinning, keep increasing the spin. You can see those reds and greens right next to each other, counterclockwise spin. Still waiting. I mean, we're still pretty elevated. I'm keeping an eye on this stuff. It is not touched the ground yet. Not touched the ground. I'll let you know the moment it is on the ground. Keeping an eye on this stuff. Moving eastward. Manchester. Do we have anyone watching from Manchester in Iowa? Manchester, Iowa? Anyone watching? Okay. Oh, that's why they're not. Where is this? We're currently watching in Iowa. Current tornado warning for Independence, Winthrop, Masonville in Route 20 in Iowa, moving east at 35 miles per hour from a supercellular storm. Getting a little bit messy here. All right, let's take a quick peek. Quick peek at other locations. Just south of here at Ottumwa, Richland are now underneath the severe thunderstorm warning from this storm here in kind of the southeast corner of Iowa. Keep being weather aware here. Taking a look at our southern threat here in Oklahoma, not much going on other than the western portion, sub-severe storms here. And then southern portion, severe storm just south of Lawton, Oklahoma. And then moving down here, we have the severe weather in Texas, moving east. And we have confirmation. I don't see it on my end. Hold up 1 second. I don't see it, but we do have a report that tornado is on the ground here. Tornado is on the ground in Iowa, guys. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like button so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. This just is east of Independence, Iowa, moving east towards Winthrop. Please seek shelter. Confirmed tornado on the ground, at least by video, and Storm Chaser is happening right now. Please seek shelter right now. Active tornado warning for your area. Not really. This is like one of the worst places for a long track tornado to possibly form. It could just keep moving to the east. Keep moving to the east. It got some issues. Wow, I think we might need a tornado warning over here. This really caught my eye. This supercell here towards Mount Hope in Wisconsin. That one might need a tornado warning. And other ones, not too much. Wow, this one's really rotating. This might be... Yeah, look at that. That needs a tornado warning right there. You see that? This is in Mount Hope, Wisconsin. If you are in Hickory Grove, Blue River, Muskota, please be ready to seek shelter. You might get a tornado warning any moment. Okay, let me answer some questions. I know I'm sorry I've been just tracking the weather quickly here, but let me answer some questions. Yes, the app is Weatherfront. Link is in my bio. Madison's underneath a tornado watch, and right now you have a storm over you producing some hail. East of you, hail up to baseball-sized. More storms are on the way with a potential tornado threat continuing to push eastward as well. Yes, there is a tornado in Iowa right now. Confirmed tornado in Independence, Iowa, moving east towards Manchester, Winthrop, and Masonville. Please seek shelter immediately. Active tornado warning ongoing. Here's Madison. Here's a view in Madison. You can see, whoa, holy crap. Look at the hook in Madison. Looks like the hook is more impressive than the actual rotation making it to the ground. But be careful. Possible tornado forming here in Madison, moving east. So if you're like in this corridor of Madison, Wisconsin, be very ready to go to your safe place. See another large storm here producing some golf ball sized hail. Many storms are producing golf ball sized hail, with one storm east of Madison in Watertown, in Waterloo, and Lake Mills currently producing baseball sized hail. And that's all Wisconsin. City and state, guys, I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible. Of course, I'm trying to prioritize the main event here. Active tornado warnings and active significant severe weather ongoing. Here to answer your guys' questions. If you want your question answered as fast as possible, I recommend liking the stream at least a couple times so your comment is highlighted in chats, and then as well as dropping a follow. Join the Randy Weather family. We are one follower away from that 50 round number. Help us out. The main goal for this stream is to hit 74,000. 74,000. Thank you guys for doing that. Someone just did it. We need 50 more for 74,000. So hit that like button, guys. Tap, tap, tap. Let's get the word out there. Storms are starting to go up in Madison, Wisconsin. Just got upgraded to baseball-sized hail ongoing. Anyone in Madison right now? Anyone in Madison, Wisconsin? We have baseballs falling from the sky. And let me give you a kind of estimate where I think the baseballs are falling. Right in this zone. Baseballs are falling in the north side. Town of Westport. Kind of in literally downtown Madison, maybe just north of there. Probably an extreme storm there. Anyone reporting hail from Madison? Do you see a few people from Madison? Ohio going to see severe weather later. On the western side of Ohio, currently underneath the severe thunderstorm watch. Could see high winds is your main risk. So report on this active tornado warning here. We do have an active tornado threat here in Independence, Iowa. Wow, look at that, at least mid-level rotation. Very strong mid-level rotation. The current tornado is lifted. It is lifted up right now. But man, that thing is rotating a lot. We're waiting for that convection to fire down towards the ground again. Hail in Wisconsin. Do you mind what's estimate and size? Thank you, Kevin, for the donation. Appreciate that. Appreciate the likes, guys. Can try to get the word out to as many people as possible. And Cedar Rapids. Hey, Cedar Rapids, be careful. A severe thunderstorm warning is coming towards you. Currently issued at quarter-size hail. And, we got to watch out. We are waiting. So we got one tornadic storm right now, but many of these storms have the potential. Obviously, the discreteness is becoming a little bit less as their storms are kind of competing for space. That does decrease the tornado threat, at least once they all collide with each other, but it is not fully certain that will be the case. Oh, I do have a new, I have a new warning. Who's in Madison? A new tornado warning has just been issued for Madison, Wisconsin. Madison, Wisconsin, now in an active tornado warning. Right now, you need to seek shelter. Look at this tornado warning polygon here in Cottage Grove, Sun Prairie, Monona, and anywhere in Madison. Please seek shelter immediately. You can see the hook has developed. They've decided it is enough to issue that warning, so please seek shelter. Probably a funnel cloud that has been seen. An absolute huge storm. So, if you are in Madison, Wisconsin, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Do not wait for me to confirm yes and no. You need to be seeking shelter right now. It says Madison, Wisconsin is now currently underneath a tornado warning. Tornado warning. I did just see a lot of people drop off. I'm assuming everyone in Madison just got that alert and took shelter. Hopefully, because we have a current a radar indicated tornado warning, and we have an extension on our tornado warning for our large storm here in Iowa. So we have a new tornado warning here in Iowa for Masonville, for Dundee, for Greeley, for Manchester, for Earlville, for Delhi, and Dryersville. If you are within these regions in Iowa, seek shelter right now. I have radar indicated tornado. No sirens yet in Madison. You should be hearing them very, very soon. Got a confirmation. Sun Prairie, yes, and alerts and sirens are going off. Yeah, seek shelter. This is a mean-looking supercell right there. The hook is just northeast of downtown Madison. We look at the rotation, not anything insane, but we are kind of in the upper levels. And I'm assuming they probably saw a funnel cloud. I mean, the actual radar presentation on the left side, on the reflectivity, is quite impressive right there. And, this thing could drop down a tornado at any moment. So please seek shelter if you are within Madison. We got confirmation from Jacob. Sirens are now going off in Madison, Wisconsin. So please seek shelter right now. Please seek shelter right now. Just an additional risk to add on top of this entire storm complex is also producing baseball-sized hail. So quite the storm. We have a tornado risk. We also have a very damaging and destructive tornado with that hail on top of that. So we just have everything going on at the same time here in Madison, Wisconsin. This is what we are fearing. We basically have twin supercells. The one on the left is producing a tornado, and both of them are producing at least baseball-sized hail. But man, what an absolute mess starting to form here. This is what we are so worried about. We also have a significant storm up here, baseball-sized hail in Cresco, Preston, Harmony, and Lime Springs. And that's going to work its way into Minnesota. That's Minnesota. So things are heating up, guys. Make sure you drop a follow and hit that like button. We're trying to get as many people in the chat as possible. If you are in Madison, please seek shelter right now. By shelter, I mean go to your lowest level of your home. Avoid exterior walls and windows. Make sure you check on your friends and family. Make sure they are off the roads and indoors. You want to be in a sturdy structure. And I actually am seeing possible confirmation of a tornado on the ground with the actual rotation here. So this is what we are hopefully avoiding, but now we are looking pretty confident. Possible tornado on the ground right on the hook echo, just next to Route 51 and I-94. Cross of Route 51, I guess I-94 curves up, but Route 51 and Route 30 right here, Road 30. This is kind of the area I'm seeing a confirmed couplet. We're seeing across Hamlet and Walker Drive, and this is going to be moving east. So please, if you are in Wisconsin and in Madison, and you've got an alert, please seek shelter right now. This might be confirmed tornado on the ground here really soon based off radar indication. I also have to remind you, we have the environment in place in which this could become a violent tornado. So do not underestimate, because we have a small signature right now, this thing won't become large soon. So we have a lot of neighborhoods. Oh, this is making me nervous. A lot of neighborhoods in eastern Madison, Wisconsin that could be impacted by the next radar scan here, and possibly large tornado. That's why I really want people to get to their safe place right now. Really get to your safe place. All right, please don't spam chat, guys. Please don't spam chat. What do we got? Not in West Madison, nothing happened here. Yes, West Madison, all clear if you're towards Middleton. But anywhere East Madison, currently underneath a tornado warning with a possible, not a good look here. And you have the circulation redeveloping right over here, kind of within the hook line around Route 151. An absolute mean-looking supercell, also accompanied by baseball-sized hail. Not a good look. Not a good look. There may be a tornado in Milwaukee. You have this dangerous storm complex out to your west, producing baseball-sized hail and a tornado warning as well. In Madison, Wisconsin, you need to be weather aware. The same storm complex is moving east. Waterloo does not have an active tornado warning right now in Wisconsin, but you do have a significant destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be baseball-sized hail moving into your region. And I do also have to say, you do have a tornado just west of you, so you may get a tornado warning here relatively soon. Be ready to take shelter in Waterloo, Wisconsin. Waterloo, Wisconsin. Let's take a look at the tornado here towards Iowa now. This is becoming a big mess, so it's going to be hard to confirm this one, because it may be radar indicated. And whoa, this tornado looks like it's on the ground here. I know it's going to be really hard to see from a storm chaser perspective, because it's now rain-wrapped. So we might have a rain-wrapped tornado moving into Masonville, Iowa. Please remain in shelter, Masonville, Iowa. Additional places underneath a tornado warning here in Iowa is Dundee, Manchester, Earlville, Greeley, Dryersville, and New Vienna. Please seek shelter immediately. An active tornado warning is in place for the next 50 minutes, accompanied by baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail. What else we got? You can predict chances for tornadoes, but you can't say exactly where they're going to happen before they happen. Wow, things are really picking up. You know, I said we were doing pretty quiet. Well, now we have multiple storms producing larger than baseball-sized hail and 2 active tornado warnings. One in Wisconsin, just east of Madison, Wisconsin, and one in east central Iowa. Let me answer some questions here, guys. We got the live radar on screen here. We're tracking both these storms extremely closely. As we continue, we have an active tornado warning for Sun Prairie, Madison, Cottage Grove in Wisconsin. And this thing is looking mean. A mean rotation on this. Yeah, I'm very nervous. We might get a large tornado drop down here towards Cottage Grove in I-94. Madison tornado looks extremely bad at highly populated area. The tornado looks to be, yeah, Gary, I'm very nervous because it's in a very, very favorable environment for a significant tornado. That's why I'm watching it so closely. I don't think it's a significant tornado right now, but I want everyone to be in their safe place because it could become significant at any moment's notice. If you guys are watching the stream, if you wouldn't mind liking the stream so we can get the word out there, show the TikTok algorithm that we are worthy of getting more viewers so we can get more people in here. Continuing to have major concern for the Madison one as we continue to track this very, very closely. So we got major stuff here. Also, you have some rotation on the storm here, kind of towards the northern portion. So keep an eye on that, kind of northwest of Reedsburg. We'll keep an eye on that one for large hail. And Madison, Watertown, all these areas, guys. Wow, significant storms happening. We have Wisconsin and Iowa at the core of very significant storms ongoing. Southwest suburbs of Chicago might see some severe weather later on. What do we got? We got an update. We've got an update for... Oh, wow, we do. I guess this is still... We have an update polygon for our Madison tornado warning. It should be updating here any second. Again, significant tornado warning, guys. Make sure you drop a follow, hit that like button so we get the word out to as many people as possible. We're almost at 74,000 followers. Looks like we're continuing. Yeah, both tornado warnings have just got a continuation on them, so they just got reissued for their polygon. And here's a new polygon for the Madison tornado. Just east of Madison now, Cottage Grove and Sun Prairie. Please seek shelter. You can see rotations increasing on the Madison tornado right now. Got a report from Jacob. We got golf ball sized hail in Madison. That's probably not even the largest hail. Right now, the radar indication is 3-inch hail. That is baseball sized hail. Baseball sized hail falling from the sky in Wisconsin right now within the company tornado warning. This is all heading towards Waterloo, Watertown, Lake Mills in Wisconsin. Oh, Jacob, we are thinking about your parents. Hopefully they're nice and safe in their safe place. Currently both are radar indicated, but the Iowa tornado warning is all rain wrapped. And man, looking at the actual radar indication here, this thing might be on the ground. You see those bright blues? You see the bright blues right here? Let's turn to velocity, just pure velocity. Look at those dark blues. Let's take a look at gate-to-gate speed. 85 miles per hour, 23, a gate-to-gate speed of 100 miles per hour. Masonville possibly about to take a direct hit from a radar-indicated tornado heading eastward, basically paralleling Route 20 right now. Paralleling Route 20 in Iowa. Current radar-indicated tornado still continues for the next 45 minutes. And then heading towards metro areas of Minnesota, not Minnesota. So very intense situation ongoing. There's a dam breaking in Michigan. That's crazy. Well, right now I don't see any rain happening in Michigan, so that's crazy. I didn't know that. Please DM me details of that. I'd check out that after the severe weather event. Yeah, so, man, the main event that's happening right now is across the area. We are mostly concerned about that large hail and high winds and tornadoes, obviously. Tornadoes and the large hail was our core concern. That is being realized right now with multiple supercells. And I am not liking the look of this, guys. Putting Milwaukee on an early alert here. You have these two supercells that are kind of moving in the region of Milwaukee. They're producing baseball-sized hail and tornadoes. So, please be weather aware as these storms are approaching you. It is a significant storm. And we have baseball-sized hail in Wisconsin. We may have one of the worst and costliest disasters in that region's history. Looks like we're getting a new tornado warning. We're now up to 3 tornado warnings, guys. Buckle up. Here we go. Wow, that one's really strong here. Strong rotation indicated here. Let's look at storm relative right there. That is definitely on the ground here. Heading east. This actually is observed. This is an observed tornado on the ground heading towards Fenimore. This is the first observed tornado of the day. First tornado on the ground observed of the day, crossing Route 61 towards Montfort. That is going to be 5,000 people are currently underneath that new tornado warning here in southwest Wisconsin. Now underneath a new tornado warning. So we have 3 active tornado warnings, guys. A very, very dangerous setup. Madison, east of Madison, currently underneath a tornado warning. Sun Prairie remains underneath that tornado warning. And we have, obviously, the one here in Iowa. So 2 in Wisconsin, 1 confirmed, and then also another radar-indicated one heading towards DuPage in Iowa. All right, let me answer some questions. We got a lot going on. Cedar Rapids getting approached by a severe thunderstorm with 2-inch hail in it. So get ready for that lime-sized hail falling from that storm. Get ready for that large hail. La Crosse, keeping an eye on La Crosse for especially this storm up to your southwest. If it continues to drift to the northeast, you might see baseball-sized hail. Get ready for possible baseball-sized hail in La Crosse. So we have there it is. We have a confirmation, guys. Tornado observed here in Manchester. Confirmation tornado on the ground here in Manchester, Iowa. We have 2 tornadoes on the ground. We'll call it on the ground if it's very close. It's going to be mostly rain wrapped. It's going to be hard to see anyways. Please go in shelter right now. No time to lose. Is it going to hit Dupake? This has been really on a collision course with your region. I'd be weather aware, ready to go soon. So we have 2 tornadoes on the ground, guys. 2 tornadoes, 1 in Iowa, Manchester, Iowa, and 1 in Fenimore, Wisconsin. Let's move back to our other tornado warning that's radar indicated here east of Madison. Still having that rotation ongoing, heading towards College Grove, basically going to be paralleling LI-94 out of Madison, Wisconsin. Missouri, nothing going on right now in Missouri. Keeping an eye on all the other sectors as well. But, man, it is a Christmas tree of alerts right now in Iowa, parts of Minnesota, the southeast corner of Minnesota, in Wisconsin right now. It's all Wisconsin, all Iowa. Thank you, Mimic, for the follow. Welcome to the Randy Weather family, guys. We're so close to 74,000 followers. Make sure you drop a follow and leave a couple likes so we can get as many people in the stream as possible. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Grantage, for being top supporters. If you want to be shouted out next time, hit that like button as many times as possible. We have a confirmation by Matthew. A wedge on the ground. A wedge on the ground. Wow, this is not good. Wedge on the ground. Wow, that is not good. So we have a confirmed wedge on the ground, a significant tornado. Oh, gosh, yeah, I do not like that. Just taking a direct hit. Masonville, Iowa, just took a direct hit. A small town, not very many people. And we have a wedge tornado on the ground heading eastward, following Route 20, heading towards Manchester, Earlville, Dryersville, and New Vienna. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is... it's Dubbake. Thank you for the correction. Dubbake. So putting Dubbake on a major alert here. This tornado right here to your west is producing a wedge tornado that is heading directly to you. Time will tell if it can sustain itself because it's getting some collision. But man, we have a wedge tornado on the ground for the first time this stream. A possibly large and dangerous tornado on the ground. Secondarily, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground here in southwest Wisconsin. This is for Fenimore and Mount Font. Just trying, but still wrong. Oh gosh, sorry, Kendall. And lastly, here in Madison, Wisconsin, east of you, Cottage Grove and Sun Prairie has a radar-indicated tornado warning. Please remain in shelter. Additionally, within this entire zone here, baseball-sized hail falling. Baseball-sized hail falling. So we do have a confirmed wedge on the ground. A tornado on the ground. Confirmed wedge on the ground. Please seek shelter immediately. This is an extremely dangerous storm. And I'm taking a look at it. Oh my gosh, right now. This is insane. This is an extremely dangerous storm. The actual storm also will have straight line winds associated with it. So you have a large wedge on the ground here heading kind of parallel with Route 20 in Iowa. And then you also have straight line winds probably gusting to 70 to 90 miles per hour. So you have a large and dangerous tornado on the ground in Iowa. Please do not spam chat. You will be muted. Thank you, Kendall, for the donation. A very serious situation unfolding across Iowa and Wisconsin right now. Continue to track these storms extremely closely. We have a rain-wrapped tornado, huge wedge, continues to follow I-20. Extremely concerned for downstream towns. Let's take a gander of Manchester right now, which is possibly getting that direct hit from the wedge. Manchester seems to be a small town, I'd guess, between 1,000 and 3,000 citizens. I'm trying to see if we have a trailer park within the town limits. Got a lot of single-family homes. Yeah, it seems like a lot of single-family homes that obviously are possibly taking a direct hit from a tornado, possible wedge tornado right now in Iowa. Just surveying. Yeah, I don't have... I'm sure there's probably a trailer park somewhere. Usually there is somewhere in these somewhere portion of the town. Well, anyway, we got a new radar scan. Yeah, well, it's still scary to see a wedge tornado. Obviously, would be very, very bad, even with a well-structured place. We take a look at this is heading towards Manchester, and you can see the circulation is just towards Masonville. So heading towards Manchester. Hopefully everyone is in their safe place here. Please remain in shelter. A confirmed large and dangerous tornado is on the ground in Iowa. Moving back towards our Madison active tornado warning here. This is east of Madison now. Tornado warning remains in place for Sun Prairie and Cottage Grove, as well as the additional threat as for baseball-sized hail for Deerfield, for Waterloo, for Watertown, for Lebanon, and anywhere else within this orange polygon region. This is heading into Milwaukee and the other suburbs around there. Okay, let me answer some questions. There we go. We got the full wrap-up. We're going to put the radar on the screen so you can see all 3 warnings together. Will tornado on the ground move into Madison? No, this is moving east, but there's more storms moving into Madison that are tornado warned. They are tornado warned. So a very dangerous situation shaping up right now, guys. Michigan's not fine. It has a significant severe wind risk later tonight. Dubuque? Is it Dubuque? Or Dubuque? Dubuque? Marley, that's the place we're talking about. We are worried about this tornado continuing to move to the east. So a confirmed tornado moving to the east. Dubuque. Is that better? Dubuque? Now I'm getting told different ways to say it, guys. Gosh. Okay, we have this get downgraded. All right, looks like we have another one. Dubruck. Yes, you said it right. Dubruck? I'm getting told different ways to say it. Well, anyways, this town right here is downstream of this confirmed tornado on the ground and was a wedge at least a couple minutes ago. Okay, continuing. I'm sorry, Ryan, I didn't see your stuff. Tornado imminent. Tornado crossing, Winthrop. Yeah, Manchester, we got a large tornado with a rain wrapped attached to it as well. And we do have a new tornado warning. This one's also concerning attached to the warm front. And we have a major tornado warning here. Dubuque. Is it Dubuque? But anyways, guys, we have a major tornado. This might be a large and dangerous tornado. Another one heading towards Elroy, I-90-94, Lindina, Malston. And wow, that is a very, very scary relative velocity on this. Another tornado warning ongoing. And we do have confirmed damage. Thank you, Ryan, for that. Confirmed damage associated with this storm. Oh gosh, that is not good. So we already have, this is brand new warning. Union Center, seek shelter immediately. This is Wisconsin. Tornado estimate width is 1.1 miles wide. Tornado estimate width is 1.1 miles wide, heading northeast-east. Let's see the storm motion at 35 miles per hour. Please seek shelter immediately. This is a brand new tornado warning in Wisconsin here, kind of north of our core action that's been happening. Another large, possibly dangerous tornado heading to the east. Not a ton in the way here, but I-90-94 split here. That is extremely concerning. Extremely concerning. I can tell you right now, Illinois is okay, but man, look at, we have confirmed damage. The thing I'm looking at here, which is popping up on the screen here, you see those, most of those reds and purples, those mean that the things next to each other are the same size. You see this blue dot? That means there are things in the air that are not like the water droplets. Not like the water droplets. So we have a confirmed tornado. I'm going to call this confirmed because you can see the CC drop. And judging by the drop in CC, we might have a large and dangerous tornado on the ground. So I cannot stress enough, you should be seeking shelter immediately with a brand new, it's just scanned there, with a brand new tornado warning. So please seek shelter. This is a life or death. And you can see a very strong rotation on this thing. This thing really tapped in, completely rain-wrapped tornado. Do not try to visually confirm this in Wisconsin. And this is what we're dealing with today, guys. You have to do not underestimate these storms. We go from nothing to possibly a large and dangerous tornado all at the same time in just mere moments. So now we are up to 4 active tornado warnings. Let's go over all of them. First, starting off with our tornado warning. That's the only one that's radar indicated, not confirmed. East of Madison, still got some broad rotation here, just northeast of Cottage Grove. We'll see if there's an extension of a tornado warning. I'm assuming if they don't get enough rotation, they might drop it. So moving to the west here, another tornado warning. This one is confirmed in Wisconsin here. This is for Fenimore and Montfront. Montfront, now confirmed tornado on the ground, moving eastward at 35 miles per hour. Moving towards Manchester, Iowa. Looking at the rotation, looks like it's dropped away. But just 3 minutes ago, it was a confirmed large and dangerous tornado. So this was on the ground earlier. Just be careful. It might recycle, and most likely it will be rain wrapped. It will be impossible to see before it hits you. Do not try to visually confirm this. This is coming towards Dryersville, Earlsville, and Colesburg in eastern Iowa. That's the only confirmed one in Iowa. And moving up to the most concerning tornado so far right now, this absolute beast, which has confirmed debris and has confirmed hit Union Center, possibly significant damage in Union Center, is moving east at 35 miles per hour. Please seek shelter for the citizens in way of this one. This is a significant storm. And whoa, a huge upgrade. This is a PDS tornado warning, the first one in about probably a month since we've had this. This is a huge upgrade. So this means a large and dangerous tornado is confirmed and has hit a building or a town and is extremely dangerous. This means if you do not take action within this warning zone, this brand new tornado warning zone in Wisconsin, you will have a likely chance of being hurt or killed. This is a life or death situation. A confirmed large and dangerous tornado that is completely rain wrapped. It just was warned mere moments ago. Is heading towards some larger towns. Wow, we have a large town in the way of here. Extremely concerning. We have a couple pockets of towns here. I cannot stress enough. If you know anyone within this region in Wisconsin, please alert them immediately. This is an extremely rare PDS tornado warning. This is extremely rare tornado warning. Contact family, friends. If you know anyone here, tell them to take shelter immediately and also alert them to not visually confirm the tornado. Look at where the tornado is located. Right there, I'll circle it for you. Let's go to radar. It's completely surrounded by rain. A large and dangerous tornado currently on the ground in Wisconsin is completely surrounded by rain. That's why we have a giant pink polygon around it. A PDS, that is a particularly dangerous situation that requires immediate action. Without action, your life might be lost if you do not take action here. I'm looking at the towns located in Wisconsin. Please take shelter immediately and putting this in motion here. This is for Mauston, Lindina, Woonwalk, and it's going to continue to move east. If you know anyone driving on I-90-94, please tell them to seek shelter immediately. This is an extremely dangerous storm. This is a particularly dangerous event. Guys, please, the main reason I would ask this, but please like the stream and share the stream so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. This is the first PDS tornado warning we've had in quite a while here this season, and we need people to take this extremely seriously. So hopefully we can get the algorithm working with us to alert the people of Wisconsin. We have a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground right now that's completely rain-wrapped, heading into some towns here. You can see this is the updated location here just northeast of Union Center, heading towards, unfortunately, some other places. Hopefully this can wind down soon. Let's check in on our other tornado warnings. It seems like the one in Madison is going to be canceled here soon. It's exiting the region there. It's exiting the region, but we still have baseball-sized hail associated with this. And guess what? That baseball-sized hail is marching its way into Milwaukee. So Milwaukee, putting you on extra alert there. Tornado threat and baseball-sized plus hail threat continues for your region. We'll see. I think that tornado warning is going to get canceled in Wisconsin, in Madison. But we do have a giant, guys, a giant. This is a brand new giant, particularly dangerous situation. That means a large and dangerous tornado is currently confirmed on the ground and creating life-threatening conditions. Moving over to our third tornado warning here in Wisconsin. This is a Fenimore confirmed tornado on the ground, observed, continuing to move to the east at 35 miles per hour. 35 miles per hour. Looks like we also are going to get a new tornado warning here just a second in Iowa. Looks like we're going to get a new tornado warning here, and it is right here, southeast Iowa. We have our first tornado warning in southeast Iowa. Jeremy, are you in Mauston right now in Wisconsin? You need to be in shelter, please. Telling you about a large and dangerous tornado. We do have a radar-indicated tornado here in Iowa for Richland, Brighton, and Washington. Richland, Brighton, and Washington, Iowa. Please seek shelter right now. A radar-indicated tornado from a right-moving supercell. You can see split, continuing to move to the east. So tornado warning there, and also a tornado warning continues for what was a confirmed tornado is now down to a radar-indicated tornado, heading towards Earlsville, Delhi, Dryersville, Worthington, and New Vienna in Iowa. This continues to push to the east at 35 miles per hour. towards Dubuque. It's kind of downstream of there, putting you on alert there. All right, let's move back. If you have just joined in, this is a brand new emergency alert, a PDS, which stands for Particularly Dangerous Situation, where we have a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground. Very, very scarily, it just hit a town called Union Center. Let's take a look at the town. It looks like a very small town. Oh gosh. A very small town, population not that large. Looks like it has even a golf course with a direct hit from possibly a large and dangerous tornado. This is why it is currently upgraded to a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. This is in Wisconsin. The storm continues to move the east. Cannot tell you enough. You need to be in shelter for this one. It is life or death for this situation with a tornado warning, valid until 6 p.m. local time. An observed large and dangerous tornado on the ground continues to move to the east. What app am I using? It's Weatherfront, link in my bio. Thank you, Elmo, for the donation. Appreciate that. So very concerning time. When you see these types of warnings, guys, it is the highest amount of action. It's just beneath tornado emergencies. So a tornado emergency is usually reserved for high population centers with a significant tornado risk. PDS ones are reserved for this kind of situation, which we don't have a huge population center, but we have a huge confirmed tornado on the ground. So that's kind of the highest risk we can have for this exact location. We continue to track closely where we actually have possibly 2 tornadoes, actually. I'm looking at this. We might have 2 tornadoes. All right, you might want to look at that too. We might have 2 areas of a tornado maybe splitting out into twins associated with the storm. I can kind of see the Fujiwara effect, in which I actually see some more spin to the northeast too. Wow, and just a very scary situation. If you're just joining in, there is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground here in Wisconsin. And I do have an update here for our tornado here. And what is this? Manchester. We have this is now reconfirmed. So this tornado is back on the ground. We have spotted reconfirmed tornado on the ground here in Earlville, in Dryersville, in Iowa, in New Vienna. Seek shelter. Stay in your shelter. You should be in shelter. Be ready. Dubuque. Please be ready to seek shelter. That storm is coming towards you. And again, we do have a tornado warning in southeast Iowa, including Richland and Washington, as well as Brighton. What type of tornado? I believe this one was wedge earlier. This one was wedge. This one is also a large and dangerous tornado. Hard to say without I don't have visual confirmation, but I can tell you it's large on the ground. What about Madison? Madison is right now clear. You're clear from the storm to your east, but man, you have another storm that's producing a tornado to your west. Do not let your guard down in Madison, Wisconsin. All right, and keep the questions coming, guys. I'm gonna keep the radars moving around. I'm gonna answer some more questions. Michigan. I don't think there's anything going on in Michigan. Yeah, it's all kind of in eastern. Let's see, quick larger check. We do have significant severe weather going on in western Oklahoma. That one looked like it's becoming more of a wind threat. 60 mile per hour winds, quarter golf ball size tail. Keep an eye on this storm here. That is suspicious in Oklahoma. We might have our first tornado warning in Oklahoma here soon. All right, well, we'll go back here. Oh, gosh, things are just spamming here. We got a lot of tornado warnings to keep track of. And we do have an extension of this tornado warning. Oh, no. What is this one? Okay, they're still confirming. This is still an observed tornado on the ground. And, man, look at that. Spin is coming back up. Not a good look. I'm surprised. How is this thing still producing a tornado? This is insane. This is crazy, guys. Crazy. A confirmed tornado on the ground. Okay, we've been downgraded from PDS tornado warning to observed tornado warning. This is still a dangerous tornado. Do not get out of shelter. There's still a confirmed tornado. They just have decreased it from a PDS to, for some reason, they made it into a just observed for Lindina, Boston, and Lemonweir. Lemonweir now underneath a tornado warning. Confirmed tornado on the ground. I got a question for Western Milwaukee, I think. Waukesha, right here. Waukesha. It took me a second to figure it out. Just to your northwest, we have baseball-sized hail producers moving into your region, and as well as a significant tornado threat. Be weather aware, hiding those alerts there. Yes, we do have. Also, we have an extension on this tornado warning for Highland, Montfort, Cobb. Now underneath a tornado warning. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning here in Wisconsin. Please seek shelter immediately. All right, let's go kind of around the place. We got four tornado-producing storms. I think this one's going to be canceled here soon. We have a confirmed, used to be confirmed tornado here in southwest Wisconsin. We have confirmed tornado here crossing, it's following I-20 towards Dubuque. And we also have a large wedge tornado that was confirmed earlier here in Mauston in Wisconsin. There is the full thing here. Okay, here we go. What else we got? Yes, we have a wedge tornado confirmed on the ground. Again, I'm not doing spot questions unless I know you are in the active tornado warning zone. I do apologize. I don't think San Antonio is going to get hit with anything crazy today. Again, we have a lot of tornado warnings, multiple. We have 3 confirmed tornadoes on the ground as of this moment. We just had a PDS tornado warning here. The wedge tornado is in Mauston, Wisconsin, and we did have a wedge earlier in Iowa. That is now down to observed, but looking at it, it could be wedge. It's hard to say because it's rain wrapped right now towards Earl, Iowa. So we have just absolute chaos breaking out with multiple strong tornadoes, also hail into baseball size, and this is all kind of approaching some very populated areas as well. So again, sorry if I'm not answering spot questions as best as I can. We're sticking on the most important stuff, which is the radar for active tornado warnings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings across our watch zone. Down in southeast Iowa, 2 in Iowa, and 3 in Wisconsin. These are all kind of generally moving to the east here, by the way. So northern Illinois start to get high alert here. Milwaukee, the Michigan coast, the western Michigan coast. Did Madison get off the tornado warning? Yes, Madison is now off the tornado warning. However, do not let your guard down. You'll already have an observed tornado that's kind of west of you moving to the east. Yeah, we got a lot of kind of training thunderstorms. Some of them really tapping into the spin of the atmosphere here. All right. Let's check in. Let's go from south to north to check in with all of our tornado warnings. First, starting off with the one in the southeast Iowa. This one, rotation's looking a little lower on it. Richland and Brighton still underneath an active tornado warning. Remain in shelter. That's Iowa. Moving up to the north, we have still a really rapidly rotating supercell here, basically surrounding Delhi and Iowa, moving east at 35 miles per hour, heading towards Earlsville and Dryersville and Worthington. Be ready to seek shelter at a moment's notice. This will be a rain-wrapped tornado threat. Moving up to the north, we have a... this one actually looks like it needs tornado warning, I'm not going to lie. Right here, just north of Lancaster, we might see another tornado warning here very soon. Current tornado warning here for Montfort, Highland, Cobb, all right here in Wisconsin. I'm waiting for the tornado warning here just east of Madison to be canceled. The storm's completely out of the polygon, so this one's basically done. But however, stay weather aware in Madison, Wisconsin. You still have that active threat from a storm to the west. Looking to our PDS tornado that was happening earlier in Mauston and Lindina. Good news is it looks like the rotation is becoming a little bit more broad. So it still can produce a tornado, remain in your safe place, but the good news is I don't see significant tag right now. That might get decreased as this continues. Okay, there was the kind of recap on all the active storms. What else we got? What do we got? What are the questions we have? Annie Mosa? Again, city and state, guys. Let me answer some SWAT questions. City and state, so I can help you out. Also, join the Rainy Day with the family. We only need 15 more followers, guys. 15 more followers to hit that 74,000 goal. We're so close. Let me know where you're watching from right now. As we continue to check these storms, I told you things might get out of hand here, and They have gone pretty crazy with possibly a handful of significant tornadoes. Yeah, it's an hour back to now. That's the time frame on the radar loop. Thank you, Blondie. Yeah, be careful. We're gonna have nightfall here soon. Nocturnal tornado threat. Louisiana, not any threat. What's the red square, Madison? So that one was a tornado warning. That should be canceled at any moment, though. That should be canceled at any moment because it's pretty expired at this point. Okay, we do have an extension on this tornado warning, guys. An extension for 11,000 people in Wisconsin. This tornado warning includes Dodgeville and Ridgeway, as well as Barnville. This is going to pop up on the radar any second here. Sorry, it's just a tad behind, a couple seconds behind right here. Let's try to draw it right there. It's an extension on this tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado. Okay, all good, Ryan. I just want to mention, guys, we have 4 active tornado warnings, except they're continuing to move into a very active environment. And man, you know what is really making me nervous right now? Really making me nervous? This breakthrough supercell is approaching Milwaukee right now. Milwaukee is being approached by a very large storm. And just a reminder, metropolitan complexes have no dissuasion from large hail and tornadoes, including large tornadoes. So if you are in Milwaukee, this is an early announcement in which you need to be ready to take shelter from a possible tornado. The western suburbs of Milwaukee, including Waukesha, have just been issued a severe thunderstorm warning for, what do we give that? 2.5. Tennis ball-sized hail. If baseball-sized hail, tennis ball-sized hail enter Milwaukee, this might be one of the costliest disasters this year because of all of the damage hail can produce, not even with a tornado. So this is a very serious deal. A significant hail threat hitting a major metropolitan complex could be one of the worst, most costliest disasters. Think of all the insurance claims and the cars totaled and the roofs and the windows, some skyscrapers. These are things I'm getting really concerned about as this is heading into Waukesha. Waukesha? Is that better? Sorry, I'm trying to get it. Waukesha? Oh, look at that. It's completely different from what that person said. But anyways, we'll track it closely. And that is not good. I just said that, and that is not good. We just have the largest tornado warning being issued. This thing just got tornado warned. Seek shelter right now. Seek shelter, the town I can't say, Waukesha. Seek shelter right now. An active tornado warning for 300,000 people. 300,000 people are now underneath a tornado warning, and this could be a significant tornado. Please seek shelter immediately. This is for, oh my gosh, Oconomowoc. Oh gosh, you guys are killing me here. Merton, Delafield, I-94, Brookfield, Butler, Concord. Seek shelter immediately. You have an active tornado warning for over 300,000 of you. 300,000 of you are now underneath an active tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. This is a radar-indicated tornado, and this thing is all on its own, and I really do not like this. We have a western nudger supercell. This thing has completely clear air to the south. This could be a significant tornado. A significant tornado could be moving into the Milwaukee western suburb region very soon. So please take shelter right now. Milwaukee is downstream of this tornado. Here is downtown Milwaukee right there, highlighted in purple. The tornado warning is in red, and putting this in motion, you can see this absolute monster storm. I cannot stress this enough. If you are within Milwaukee, you should be moving towards your safe place. You should have a safe place in mind. Do we have any questions for people in this tornado warning? Over 300,000 of you. Of course, downstream we have Milwaukee. Anyone in Milwaukee, anyone in these areas. Please seek shelter right now. That includes Concord, the I-95 corridor, Brookfield, Butler, Winomoni Falls. Got so many different ways how to pronounce this, but this town here, please seek shelter right now, guys. Cannot stress this enough. Milwaukee should be ready to get in their safe place. So here it's downtown Milwaukee. If you're anywhere west of, let me get a road, west of I-41, you should be in their safe place. You should be going to your safe place right now. Logan, if you just got see, you need to be in your safe place. I see your alert there. You please be in your safe place. This is a serious situation in which we have the rotation right over Oconomowoc. I'm sorry if I'm just destroying that name. I do apologize. But it is moving eastward. I cannot stress this enough. This has a major tornado capability on it. Please seek shelter right now. Okay, appreciate the corrections, guys. Appreciate the corrections. With my terrible pronunciations, if you are within the red polygon, anyone in chat received the warning on their phone? Again, if you wouldn't mind liking the stream and joining the Reindeer Weather family so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. Over 300,000 people now underneath an active tornado warning. Don't worry, I'll be visiting the States later on. Okay, we got a lot of yeses in chat. Again, if you are a yes, please take action first before watching the stream. Please take action first. I cannot stress this enough. Let's check in on our other tornado warnings. We have an extension on our tornado warning here for Dodgeville, Barnveld, and Bluegrass. Active tornado warning heading towards Madison. So oh my gosh, we might have a scenario in which we have Milwaukee and Madison with dual tornado warnings. That is not out of the question here. Those are kind of the main concerns right now. We have a tornado possible, 1.5-inch hail and 70 miles per hour heading towards Dubuque here. So keep that in mind. Isolated tornado risk also additional on that tag. This is extremely concerning. I actually am going to update the title on TikTok to Tornado Approaching Milwaukee, because we need to alert the people of Milwaukee as quickly as hopefully I have characters for this as quickly as possible. I have extreme concern. I want to alert as many people in Milwaukee and the surrounding western suburbs as possible. So a quick reminder, because obviously we have 300,000 of you underneath this threat. Underneath this active tornado warning. So what you need to do and take action is, if you are in a house or somewhere else, you need to seek shelter. You need to seek shelter first in a sturdy building. One with a basement is best. If you don't have a basement, that's okay. You need to seek shelter away from exterior walls. Exterior walls are extreme concern. You avoid windows and go to the basement, go to the lowest level of your home. This is a serious situation in which we have a pretty large supercell here. That means a single-celled storm. And why I'm so concerned about that fact is because these storms are the types of storms that produce very large tornadoes, very dangerous tornadoes. I also wanted to dispel any myths. If you think you live in a populated area and you think there's some sort of different protection that's given to populated areas, the buildings maybe stop the tornado circulation, that is a complete myth. Complete myth. Large tornadoes can happen in metropolitan complexes. They can. You need to be ready for this. The storm is moving quickly, too. It has also a couple of nudging cells moving into the eastern flank, which might also help it spin, and also has a cell to its west, which also might help it spin. There's combinations of all these things happening, guys. We have sirens going off in the region. Already hear it. So if you hear sirens, don't wait to hear sirens. If you've got an alert, or if you realize you're within one of these towns on your map here right now, please go to shelter. Do not wait for confirmation. You actually may be able to see this one, but I cannot recommend watching it or trying to visually confirm it because of how dangerous this storm could be. So please seek shelter immediately. Active tornado warning ongoing. What questions do we have? Liz, you live in... Yes, if you're in that area, I'd say seek shelter. I mean, the northern portion is underneath that warning, but you should seek shelter. You might have a pretty good view of it to your northwest, but please seek shelter. The storm is raging and coming to the east. I have a tornado over 2 miles near me. Oh gosh, that's scary. Let's check in on the other ones, guys. Let's check in on the other ones. We actually do have a new tornado warning in Iowa, so we'll come right back. Don't worry. First, the southern one, this is a tornado warning that's about to expire, heading towards Wayland and Crawford in Iowa, moving up to the north. A tornado warning, this is brand new, east of Cedar Rapids. This includes Anamosa, Morley, Olin, Wyoming, and Onslow. Seek shelter there in Iowa. A secondary tornado warning here in Wisconsin includes Dodgeville, Bluegrass, and Barnveld. Another tornado warning here on this storm includes Wisconsin Dells, Lewiston, Briggsville, and Endeavor. Seek shelter in those regions. And my highest concern right now, this tornado warning just for the towns west of Milwaukee, stretching all the way through the I-94 corridor. Seek shelter immediately. A tornado warning means there is an immediate tornado risk for you and your family within the town. What questions can I help answer as? It seems like many chatters are in their safe place right now. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Hopefully from your safe place. We need 5 more followers, guys. 5 more followers to hit that goal. Let's try to get some likes in chat so we can get as many people here as possible. The only reason I'm asking for likes is so we can get as many people here for this possibly very dangerous storm. And actually, I think we have a tornado on the ground. Taking a look at here. Tornado on the ground. Let's go neighborhood by neighborhood. We're just north of Route 16. Kind of right over Kochi Lake. Moving, let's see where we're kind of moving here. Kind of eastbound towards North Lake. So kind of in this, it can go north and south. And the true direction will go east, but it can go a little bit to the north, a little bit to the south. So if you're within the warning area, please do not be confused or misled by the direction of the rotation. That is a very strong rotation couplet, probably on the ground here. Let's check on our correlation coefficient. Oh, gosh. We might have confirmation of damage. It's really hard to say. It's a little bit of disruption. Anyways, please go to your safe place. Any hail? Yes, hail currently more on the northern side of the storm. Hail is golf ball sized. Up to actually the northern side, it's tennis ball sized hail, as well as the active tornado warning for many 300,000 people currently underneath an active tornado warning. Still remain in your safe place. This is approaching Milwaukee. If this does get reissued, Milwaukee, the downtown area of Milwaukee, will be up next. So get ready to seek shelter within the Milwaukee region. Is there still a tornado warning towards Manchester? No, it's east of Manchester. Please don't spam chat. I can tell you there's no immediate tornado warning here in Illinois yet, but there's multiple tornado warning storms heading into northern Illinois. So a significant event ongoing here, moving into many, many populated areas. Very scary radar look. We have reports from people in chat who are hearing sirens. So please remain in your safe place. This is a type of storm where you be very careful of. It can drop down, but this type of storm could drop a significant tornado down. That is why we are so worried for this storm. Got a question for Dryersville. Dryersville is right on that tornado warning zone. At least you have the risk for currently golf ball size hail, 70 mile per hour winds coming through the region. Tornado possible associated with the storm going across your area. Again, as long as you're in your safe place, you will be okay from this tornado. But you need to take action as we continue to watch this one push into west of Milwaukee. Let me expand the radar so we can get all of the warnings on the frame here. Seems like we just might have gotten a new tornado warning. 1 second. Okay, the continuing tornado. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, we do have kind of this block here. So this thing has been filled out. Tornado warning ongoing here. Over here in Wisconsin. And man, we're huge concern here. Huge concern as Milwaukee. Yeah, and yes, Madison is actually just west. West of Madison is another tornado warning. You can see the edge of the polygon on the left side of your screen here, right there. Is that red going into Dubuque? So you can see the actual storm warned The warning has been dropped, but Dubuque is warned for golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. All right, let's do a recap on all of our active tornado warnings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 active tornado warnings here. I believe they're all located within this region. Yeah, no other tornado warnings are in place. They're all within this corridor here. First, starting off with our most southern one, this is about to get dropped, so unless it gets reissued, which I don't think it is. Yeah, we're okay there, so this is probably going to get canceled here, but we still have golf ball-sized hail for Crawfordsville, Ainsworth, and Wayland moving eastward. Have a tornado warning here in Iowa towards Enamosa, Wyoming, and Olin. This tornado warning towards Dryersville is about to get canceled. A continuation of a tornado warning here for Dodgeville and Barnveld, as well as Ridgeway. Moving up north, we have a tornado warning for town of Del Prairie, Briggsville, Endeavor, Wisconsin Dells, and Lewistown. And lastly, our largest concern tornado warning currently ongoing is just west of Milwaukee for over 300,000 people ongoing. All right, I'm going to refill my water. Leo, give me 10 seconds. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, we are back. We are back. Dan, you're in that region. You need to be in your safe place right now. Main circulation has passed the east of you, but please wait for that tornado warning to be canceled before you exit. How's everyone doing here? How's everyone doing? Radar, any free recommendations? Weatherfront. Weatherfront is free, and you can also get a free month of premium with the link in my bio. So check both of them out. The actual just free app is really good. No ads. New mesoscale discussion? Hold up. For EF4 plus tornadoes? 1 second. No, outlooks discussions. Oh my gosh, that is correct. That is correct. An EF4 watch has been placed on Milwaukee. An EF4 tornado watch has just been placed on Milwaukee from associated with both of these cells. This one and this one. So that is the level of concern right now. That is extremely rare. Extremely rare. An EF4 watch by the Storm Prediction Center for associated with this cell. I mean, you just do not see that. You do not see that happen. Incredibly rare. So if you are in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, please be ready to go. This is an extremely rare, an extremely dangerous situation. That was issued 5 minutes ago, an EF4 watch with a softball-sized hail watch for Milwaukee. That is extremely concerning. Extremely concerning. I think the storm is moving into a very favorable environment in extreme tornado genesis, and actually I see twin tornadoes. Heartland and just north of I-94 here, north of Summit, there are possibly twin tornadoes. This is a dire situation. Unbelievable. An EF4 watch, extremely rare by the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to also post an emergency video, so we're going to keep this running, but we're going to post an emergency video really quick here. Please spread the word. An EF4 tornado watch has just been placed over Milwaukee associated with these storms. This is an extremely rare situation. EF4 tornado watch placed for Milwaukee. Get ready to seek shelter for a large and violent tornado. I mean, you just do not see that type of mesoscale discussion. An extremely concerning situation. A very, very concerning situation. An EF4 violent tornado possibility for Milwaukee and north, including Shorewood, Butler, anywhere outside. So there's a tornado warning ongoing, but then you have that concurrent EF4 risk It just very scary stuff. So bear with me, guys. I'm going to continue to have the radar on for that. Obviously, that supercell is extremely dangerous. They are waiting for it to drop down, possibly a large and violent. Please don't. We got it. Please don't spam anymore. Please. There we go. Okay. And 1 second, guys. We are going to make an emergency alert. This is an emergency TikTok. We're going to post emergency video. Because this is incredibly important, not only for the live stream, but I need to also post for anyone who's scrolling. This is an emergency alert. The Storm Prediction Center has just said an EF4 tornado or greater is possible within Milwaukee and the suburbs to the north and west. This large supercell, as of 6:14 local time, is moving into your region. Please take incredible care to be near a safe shelter. There's also an active warning as of the recording of this video for these regions. This is a significant threat. A significant tornado could happen here. A violent and large tornado could make huge impact to one of the most populated areas in the United States. Please share and like with as many people as possible to get the word out right now. This is a dangerous situation, and this discussion is valid until 7 p.m. local time. This is in Eastern Standard Time, so 7 p.m. for this EF4 tornado watch. And this is not even the final one. There is more storms behind this, guys. There's chat. We are live right now. Join either on TikTok and YouTube, and please stay safe. Okay, thank you guys for helping me out for just a second. I know there's a lot going on, but bear with me. We have an extremely serious situation going on. Let me just write a quick caption, and then we're going to get right back to the live radar coverage. You can see the radar loop here. Again, that's why if you have any loved ones, any family, any friends in Milwaukee, please alert them that this extremely rare Storm Prediction Center discussion has just been issued. You can see it for yourself. An EF4 mesoscale discussion for Milwaukee and the northern and western suburbs for this incredibly strong supercell that's entering the region. I'm just going to take a quick second. I do apologize. Quick second to write an emergency update. Tornado possible within Milwaukee and the surrounding region. Take this incredibly seriously. A large and violent tornado could cause extreme damage and possibly deadly conditions. Remain close to your shelter and seek shelter if you are in a warning. This is incredibly serious. I appreciate you guys bearing with me just a second. I do really appreciate it. Again, I'm just getting an emergency update out as quickly. This is the problem with, well, it's fine being a one-person team, but this is what I have to do. Just so we can get not only the people who are here, which I really appreciate the support here, but I also want all the followers we have, over 100,000 of you guys across the platforms, to be alert of this, because this is extremely concerning. Okay, there we go. Continuing to track this live tornado warning entering in the western suburbs of Milwaukee. If you know anyone, there's a current active tornado warning and also downtown tornado watch for an EF4 tornado. That is a large and violent tornado for Milwaukee in Wisconsin. An extremely dangerous situation. We also have a brand new tornado warning that hasn't been covered yet for Westfield, Germania, Princeton, and Neshkoro. Please seek shelter within that region in Wisconsin. A brand new tornado warning. And we're going to keep all eyes on deck for a large and dangerous tornado possibility here in Wisconsin, approaching right here probably, honestly. Here's a tornado on the ground just next to Merton. And this thing could become large and violent and dangerous. So please, if you have any family, any friends, any neighbors within Milwaukee or any of this region, please alert them of this very, very rare mesoscale discussion. These are only issued in historical presence of events, in which we might have one here. Just not a terrifying look, an absolute terrifying look. We have a supercell all on its own with a western influence. Storms are moving 35 miles per hour to the east generally. Keeping the rotation, okay, I just have to post a few other platforms. 1 second, guys, 1 second. Okay, you've seen people call their family members. Again, that is very much. Let me see if I can answer some more questions here, guys. Please call your loved ones and alert them of this extremely dangerous risk. Make sure they get home as soon as possible, especially in Milwaukee. You do not have a lot of time here This storm is moving quick. This storm is moving quick. What else do we got? But please don't use all caps. I appreciate the extra alert though. I really appreciate that because I did not see the discussion until you said that. I can't thank you enough. But just don't use full caps so I can read chat a little bit easier. Appreciate it. Again, we're almost done with the full update out. I appreciate you waiting here. Let's zoom out of our large radar. Oh, I do have an new update for Dubuque. Dubuque is now underneath a tornado warning. Oh gosh, it's not like we had enough stuff to take track of. Right there, new circulation for Dubuque. Please seek shelter if you are in Dubuque, Iowa. Please seek shelter right now. A new tornado warning. New tornado warning. I know we had a lot of viewers from there in there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 active tornado warnings, 7 active tornado warnings across Wisconsin and Iowa. Please seek shelter immediately. A large and violent tornado remains possible for Milwaukee as we continue to track an active tornado warning heading kind of in the Lisbon area towards Butler and Brookfield, as well as Sussex and Lannon. So kind of this region right here is like the immediate downstream path of this current, the possibility of a large and violent tornado. Sussex, Wisconsin should be in your shelter right now. Emma, you're in your shelter right now. Can I confirm? You are mere moments away from possibly the tornado happening right next to you, so please be in your shelter. Please be in your shelter, away from windows. Away from windows and exterior walls. I have the radar on screen here. You can see where the hook is, right where the hook is, where is the biggest concern for that large and violent tornado possible. I do believe at least a small tornado is on the ground with the possibility a violent tornado. Emma is in shelter. Thank you so much for confirming that. Just making me feel better. And if you're just joining in, guys, if you wouldn't mind liking and sharing the stream with as many people as possible, a brand new SBC discussion, extremely rare, is now calling for a possible EF4 tornado to go through downtown Milwaukee as well as the surrounding suburbs. Extremely dangerous situation ongoing. I cannot stress enough how dangerous this is. These are only used in specific historical cases in which you have a large and dangerous storm approaching a metropolitan complex. You can see the supercell all on its own. We are keeping very close eyes on it. The only good news I have right now is I don't see any violent kind of signatures, but I can tell you the thing is rotating very quickly. Maybe a small tornado on the ground that's still very dangerous, so remain in your safe place, very dangerous. Of course, if we see that rotation grow in size, it will not be good. There is nowhere for this tornado to go where there's not population. Very dangerous discussion ongoing. We have numerous tornado warnings as well as for Dubuque and other surrounding communities in Wisconsin. We'll hop to those in just 1 second. We're almost done with the update. Update is out on there. Update is out there. Just posted the update here on TikTok and updates on YouTube as well. Okay, we are all square there. Now let's go. Where's a small touchdown? Let's see where our touchdown is. We'll look at the tornado warning here just in the west suburb. Oh, no. Okay, we are getting a more significant, more significant radar scan of possibly a large tornado developing. Current radar estimates of 2-mile wide wall cloud. This is extremely frightening. Extremely frightening. This is very frightening. If you are in Lisbon, if you're in Lannon, if you're in Sussex, if you're in Willow Creek, I-41, anywhere within the warning, please seek shelter immediately. This is a plea to seek shelter. This is basically the radar scan right before possibly a violent tornado drops down, and I cannot say enough. This needs immediate action. We might see our first tornado emergency in at least a month. First tornado emergency might need to be issued. Before that gets issued, let's go quickly to our other tornado warnings. These are other radar indicated tornado warnings, 2 in Iowa. 1 for Anomosa, 1 for Wyoming, 1 for Onslow, then up to the north here for Dubuque, underneath the tornado warning there. For Osbury, for Bernard, for Epworth, for Farley, please seek shelter there. Moving up into Wisconsin, Dodgeville, Barnfield, Ridgeway, underneath the tornado warning up there. 2 more up to the north here. Endeavor, Briggsville, underneath the tornado warning I-39, Germania, Neshkoro, and Princeton, also underneath a tornado warning. Now to our main event. Oh my gosh, this is not good, guys. This is not good. A huge potential. If you're just joining in, we have the potential. A extremely rare and historic SBC Outlook has just updated. This is the potential for an EF4 tornado, a large and violent tornado, to strike Milwaukee and the surrounding northern communities. You need to take shelter immediately if you are within a warning polygon, and latest radar scans have shown a very concerning, extremely strong rotation just east of Merton, Wisconsin, moving east towards the northern portions of Milwaukee. Wouldn't be surprised to see an upgrade here, especially if we see damage. We could see a violent and large tornado here very soon. Very soon. Please get to shelter immediately. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Okay, so I'm just alerting my help desk to get back to the stream here. Okay, we've got Dubuque. Max, you need to be in shelter. There's a current tornado warning right now. Yes, please take shelter, guys. If you receive a tornado warning, you need to seek shelter within your home. Here is your circulation right there. We're going to keep that on the screen. There's large screen, and we have not much time left, especially for northern Milwaukee. I think northern Milwaukee is my highest concern. Taking some measurements here, why are we not getting it? 17, about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Very concerning, very concerning. Oh, there we go. Tornado on the ground. This is going to get upgraded for sure. For sure, tornado on the ground. Unbelievable. Right over Sussex. Just over Sussex, probably. Oh, my gosh. Emma, please hold on tight. We are thinking of you. We have a chatter who's right in this town. 0.7 mile wide tornado on the ground. This needs to be upgraded immediately. A horrible look, guys. Please share the stream. We need this. We need people to know this. Oh my gosh, this is heading right into the northern suburbs of Milwaukee. I would not be surprised to see the tornado emergency issued here with an EF4 plus tornado. We probably could be talking about one of the worst tornadoes in the United States and maybe even over years. And there it is. There's an observed tornado upgrade. We might see a further upgrade on that. I'm actually surprised it's just an observed. If we have an observed tornado, Sussex, a direct hit just to your north. Obviously, a ton of neighborhoods right there. We need to, please, emergency take shelter. Everyone, right now. Lannon and I-41, communities to the east of here. Anywhere within the polygon, a large and dangerous tornado is on the ground confirmed. Moving east at 35 miles per hour. You do not have time to drive around and move around here. If you get a warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is getting amplified by a southern cell. It's amplifying its spin. And we see a very large and dangerous tornado affecting an outside suburb of Milwaukee right now. Extremely, extremely concerning situation. I'm glad we got that emergency update on the TikTok and the platforms there. We were able to get that out about 5 minutes before the tornado touched down. And we are now watching possibly one of the largest and most violent tornadoes of the day go through one of the most populated areas of the entire zone. We might see an upgrade here. I'm waiting for word on the upgrade if there is going to be one. We have a couple other radar indicated tornadoes. We're going to watch those very closely as well. Dubuque still underneath the radar indicated tornado warning. And we got damage reports. So damage reports have been seen on Twitter. Try not to say it twice. Appreciate you the reports though. Big tornado in Milwaukee. Yes, the suburbs of Milwaukee right now. Big tornado on the ground here just south of Lisbon, Milwaukee. This is an extremely dangerous situation, guys. Please share and like the stream so we can get people out there. As long as people are in their safe place. Is there a Brewers game going on right now? Can someone confirm the Brewers are actually out? I know the storm might go north in the Milwaukee district. I actually don't know where the arena is or the field is. Does anyone know where the actual field is located? North, south, so I can check there. Where's the field? What's the actual stadium name? I just want to cross-reference. Obviously watching this extremely closely. South of downtown. Okay, American Family Field. Let me cross-reference. Okay, I appreciate the call-outs there. Extremely stressful situation ongoing here. This is right in the kind of center here. That actually might get tagged in the warning, but I think the main circulation will probably go to the north of there. But it's dangerously close. It is dangerously close to the Brewers game. So keep that in mind. Even without the tornado, the tornado could go north, could go south. Look how it's... Okay, so we had a tornado on the ground here. Look at that really big jump. Tornado on the ground here, just north of Sussex. Rotation is wrapped out just a bit, but look how broad our large-scale rotation is. So with anywhere within this region, the entire base of the cloud is rotating, and that is really concerning. So every radar scan is huge. Every radar scan is huge because we have a large and dangerous tornado on the ground, very, very close. So you're just joining in, guys. We have a very rare and historical mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center, warning of an EF4 tornado possibility for Milwaukee and the northern communities. This is an extremely dangerous situation where we have a powerful supercell. We had confirmation on the ground, and there still is time for it to recycle. So it might have... Oh my gosh, my TikTok just crashed. Oh my gosh, what in the world? Why are we doing that? Oh, what is that timing? Gosh. I have to shout out YouTube because that is terrible. Why? Why TikTok? Sorry for that, guys. TikTok crashed on me again. I have to restart my TikTok, but that is terrible. Well, I'm sorry, TikTok crashed. Anyways, the tornado is still ongoing here, and what I was saying was a recycling is possible, especially as we head into the northern portion of Milwaukee and the downtown portion of Milwaukee. Extremely frightening as well. So sorry, guys. The stream crashed again. I think it might be the TikTok application. Might have to restart it, but I don't have time for that right now. So sorry for that. We're going to continue to track closely, of course, each radar scan. Incredibly disturbing here. Quick look around. So that's an observed tornado here heading towards Milwaukee. We have numerous tornado warnings ongoing as well. So starting at the south, a continuation of a tornado warning here for a few towns in Iowa: Andrew, Mankota, Preston, Bellevue, and Lamotte. All underneath a tornado warning there. Moving up to the north, Dubuque, also underneath tornado warning. Remain in your safe place. It includes Pestoa, Bernard. Moving up to the north here. Western Madison is now underneath another tornado. Western Madison, Wisconsin. Do apologize for the crash, guys. Also, if you are on TikTok and want a more solid stream, because apparently TikTok's been crashing, I am also live on YouTube right now. So it's the same handle. And we'll have to continue to watch closely. So now we have a new tornado warning for West Madison. This includes towns of Black Earth, Cross Plains, and towns of Springfield, as well as Middleton. Please seek shelter immediately. This is also heading towards Madison. Both these tornado-warned storms are heading towards Madison, Wisconsin again, so stay weather aware. We also have a mess of a tornado warning complex here within kind of north of that complex here for Montello, Marquette, Kingston, Princeton, Germania, Neshcoro. Please seek shelter within that region as well. And there it is. We have officially a tornado warning for Milwaukee. All of Milwaukee needs to seek shelter immediately. Please like and share the stream. This includes anywhere, I'm just going to say kind of a boundary, anywhere west or anywhere north of West Lincoln Avenue, anywhere north of this line, and anywhere south of, let's say, Cedarburg, because we're going to go a little bit further north in this one. You have to prepare for a large and violent tornado that may be coming. You have a tornado warning now for all of downtown Milwaukee. Let me see how many people this is for. We have a tornado on the ground there, I see. And not showing up. Where the heck is it? Tornado warning is for 650,000 people. 650,000 people are now underneath an active tornado warning. This has been a confirmed tornado, currently not confirmed. Could be violent, though. Could be large and violent. Please be ready to go. here. If you know anyone or if you're currently in Milwaukee, please seek shelter immediately. Here is the radar indicated tornado. Here is the motion moving 35 miles per hour eastward. It's going to drive itself right into the lake, but it still has time to resurge. And this is a large and dangerous threat, guys. This could be a large and violent tornado, so please be ready. Nothing going on in Illinois right now. We'll come back to it. As a couple tornado warning storms, we're going to watch this one as it heads through Milwaukee. Obviously, Milwaukee, the largest population center currently underneath this warning right now. Loading up on caffeine. As we continue to watch this, watching very closely. Absolute huge supercell. Got tornado sirens. Anyone in Milwaukee hearing tornado sirens? And we have a report, tornado sirens in Milwaukee. This is a serious threat, guys. A serious threat. We're talking about possibly a large and dangerous tornado potential with this thing. So that's why I do not want you guys taking this like, oh, tornado, like I'm in a city, it's okay. No, please take shelter immediately. Immediately. I confirmed on the west side, wasn't on tornado on the ground, currently waiting for more updates. A new tornado warning is in place. Stay safe. Seek shelter right now. I'm seeing a lot of our viewers from Milwaukee hop off. That's good. I want you guys to get to a safe place. And if you're hearing sirens or have received an emergency alert, please seek shelter immediately. This is a dangerous situation. Dangerous situation ongoing. Okay, continuing to keep an eye on all these other tornado warnings as well as this one. We've got craziness going on right now. Absolute craziness. Okay. What other questions can I help answer? I know if you're just joining in, you might be confused because all hell is breaking loose. But we're going to guide you through it each step of the way here. First, take a deep breath. And now let's go over the active tornado warnings. Yes, if you are in Milwaukee and you have received a tornado warning, I need you to take action desperately. This is a significant tornado warning in which the storm is very large and can produce a large and dangerous tornado. So that's why you need you to take this seriously, especially towards Butler. I'm starting to see some resurgence in spin. That if you're anywhere within a tornado warning, I need you to take shelter immediately. That goes as far north as Brown Deer and Bayside. So between the communities of West Allis, West Milwaukee, all the way up through Brown Deer, you need to be in your safe place. That means go away from windows. Go as low as you can. Basement is best, but if you don't have a basement, you need to go as low as possible in your building you're in. Please take immediate action. This storm is moving 35 miles per hour to the east into downtown northern Milwaukee, okay? Now, let's talk about the other tornadoes. We do have an observed tornado in north central Wisconsin, including the communities of Endeavor, Packwaukee, Mantello, Marquette, Kingston, and Princeton. If you're within any of those communities or within this red polygon, please seek shelter for an observed tornado. Moving down to the south into Madison, there is a radar indicated tornado heading towards Middleton, West Madison, but this is heading towards Madison. Town of Springfield, Black Earth, please remain in shelter. If you're in Dodgeville, Ridgeway, or Barnveld, please remain in shelter as well. Still active tornado warning. Going down more to the south here, we have an active tornado warning for Dubuque, and also moving more south into. Now, these also classify as an EF4 zone, by the way. Also classify as an EF4 zone. For Andrew, for Marquette, for Bellevue, and for Wyoming. Please seek shelter in that region. Lastly, we have one more confirmed, radar indicated tornado for Grandview, Wapello, Columbus Junction, in the southeast corner of Iowa. That has all of our tornado warnings. Let's go back to our Milwaukee one. What do we have? Anyone in a warning right now? Let me know where you're watching from. Rockford got a pretty strong storm complex heading towards you. Here you are. Here's a storm complex. You're currently in the mesoscale discussion that has the EF4 discussion. So EF4 tornadoes are possible within your region. Very concerning look as we continue to watch the tornado-producing storm move into downtown Milwaukee. Green Bay should be okay. Maybe I saw a question about Appleton. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Appleton. Mainly considering a tornado possible and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So watching it incredibly closely, guys. Sirens in Milwaukee, please take action if anyone's in Milwaukee, guys. Please take action. Cannot stress that enough. What else do we got? Michigan, not a concern right now. These storms are going to cross over the Lake Michigan, and move into your region. And look at this absolute supercell here, guys. Could be resurging relatively soon. I really hope it does not bring a rotation down to the ground. We're right in that zone in which we're looking. A tornado warning remains in effect for Milwaukee. I believe the stadium is probably in that warning zone. Does anyone have a view on the MLB game in Milwaukee? I'm curious what their process is for evacuating a stadium. Yeah, it is in the tornado warning. Let's see if I can cross-reference. Right here. Where in the world? Is it indoors? Or am I blind? Oh, it's right here. No. Wait, what? It's right here? No. Well, anyway. Oh, there it is. No, that's not it either. Why am I blind? I definitely is in front of me. Oh, here it is. Oh, gosh. Yeah, right there, guys. So we do have the Brewers game. That is an outdoor stadium in a tornado warning. Right? And you'll be able to find out if they're evacuating the stadium. It has a roof. Well, a stadium is extremely dangerous, even with a roof. Think of a roof not being a really good option here. Good news is the circulation is to the north, but I'm curious of what their protocol is. Really hoping that circulation does stay to the north. They are in a warning right now, a current tornado warning, with a very, very large storm to the north of them, scooting by at 35 miles per hour. Yeah, I understand they can close a roof. Wait, they're not. So there's no action being done at the Brewers game. Is that correct? They're still playing. There's no way. 1 second. I need to confirm this because this is insane. If they're in a tornado warning and they're still playing, that's... The Pirates are losing. That kind of sucks. 1 moment. I have MLB app, so I'm going to try to pop it on. Well, I'm going to put the larger radar on while I'm on a side quest. We do have our first tornado warning for the northwest corner of Illinois, by the way. All right, here, Guilford, Elizabeth Rice, Scales, Mound. And I cannot believe that. I'm still... Okay, there's Brewers. Watch. Can I see? Oh, yeah, they're playing right now. They're playing a game with an active tornado warning. What is going on? Okay, what? I know the tornado, the actual circulation is to the north. I understand that, but that is still... that is them right now, guys. That is literally putting thousands of people's lives at risk. I don't know who gives them consultations for the tornado. They could have... I'll give them credit if, it's either ignorance or it might give them credit if they have an actual consulting meteorology company. Then, they might be issuing hey, the tornado is going to be north of you and you're okay to continue. So I'm not going to judge right now, but I do think it's a little wild that they're continuing a Major League Baseball game with a tornado warning in place. And they're still playing. They're right now in a tornado warning, by the way. They're in a tornado warning. That is madness to me. I won't criticize them until I know a little bit more, but either way, with a tornado warning in place, that is craziness. I can't really believe that, actually. I'm going to make a quick post about that because I think it's a little crazy. It's because you're responsible for those people. The western cell, the cell to the west here also could produce a tornado, and it's a lot more south. So that's why it's so, it's borderline. Thank you, a Ghost Lover, for the donation. It is really confusing. Well, if you guys are just joining in, we have a tornado warning for Milwaukee, and guess what? They're just playing. They're just playing like nothing's happening. The Brewers are. That's just a little crazy to me. I'm not gonna lie. It just seems like a great combination to have the worst tornado disaster ever. Okay. Well, anyways, let's put the large radar on. We have one tornado warning for the northwest corner of. We're gonna drop outlooks so we can get a little bit more clear here discussions. And yeah. Either way, we have 2.5-inch hail moving into Milwaukee, even without the craziness of the active tornado warning. And I really don't understand what is going on right now. That is bonkers to me. That's bonkers. I'm trying to make a quick post. I'm usually pretty quick at this. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 active tornado warnings ongoing across Wisconsin. Illinois now included in the first tornado warning, as well as Iowa. We are watching very closely across the board right now. I'm beside myself because we have a Major League Baseball game being played. Still, meanwhile, there is a current active tornado warning. I mean, I cannot get over this. I'm making a post right now about it because it's insane. There's no way the stadium with the roof is rated for a tornado. There's that. They definitely have storm shelters. I'm almost certain. Someone did report they have storm shelters. But being in the open air stadium, there's just no way that's safe, especially when the National Weather Service mesoscale discussion says the possibility of EF4 tornadoes. I'm probably going to get some backlash from this opinion, but as someone who favors public safety, I can take it. I have thick skin. I already see some people who disagree with my opinion, but it is a serious threat. And in this case, I think we will be okay. It's still in a tornado warning. But let's say the storm was south by 5 miles, and we actually had that tornado that touched down in Sussex, in which we actually might be having a tornado touchdown here by White Bay. You could be putting thousands of people at risk from a very dangerous situation. That's all I'm saying. All right. Let's continue to check here. Madison, you're just on the borderline of a significant severe thunderstorm to your west. There's still a tornado warning to your west. I'll let you know if that tornado warning gets issued for you and continued. What do we got for... What are the other areas you guys have questions for? Keeping any questions for any downtown Milwaukee, anywhere between West Allis and Brown Deer is still underneath a tornado warning. Remain in shelter, unlike the Brewers are doing, in which I'm posting a photo of it right now because I'm petty. It's like the time where I criticized a parade for ongoing in Texas during a tornado warning, and I got I actually got death threats for that, guys. I got death threats for just having a slight criticism of having a parade during a tornado warning. That's how crazy some people are, and I actually wouldn't be shocked if I got death threats for this. Not on TikTok. I have to say TikTok's usually a little bit tamer. But on Facebook, I got death threats for that. Has a tornado touched down in the Milwaukee area? Yes. A tornado has touched down, confirmed by Sussex. Sussex was our area in which right now we're also keeping a very close eye on by White Bay Fish. I'm concerned about a possible touchdown there, and also by Brown Deer. A tornado warning still remains in effect for Milwaukee. All right, let's get this post out. Because this is crazy. All right, there we go. And I'll my full attention here just in a second, guys. I do apologize for... Obviously, I want to get this out as soon as possible. The Brewers are actively playing a game during an active tornado warning. Okay. All right, there we go. Beautiful. I already know the comments are gonna be so bad on this. Okay, what do we got? They're not playing. They stopped playing. But Jackie, I literally just checked 3 minutes ago and they were playing. Oh, they stopped. Okay, well, okay. My criticism they must have heard me criticizing them, so I'm glad. They were still playing about 5 minutes into the warning, so I'm not giving them credit. That is when you the average tornado warning gives you about 7 minutes to react. If it takes you 5 to 10 minutes to react, and you are a giant stadium, that is on you. You still deserve criticism. And also, they just admitted that they needed to take shelters, so I'll take the stuff there. Okay. So that kind of just proved my point of they should have been taking shelter, because literally nothing has changed from 5 minutes ago to now. In addition to this warning here, another tornado looks like it's going to be missing the stadium, which is really good news. I didn't want that at all. However, there is still large hail coming. We're talking about golf ball size hail. And wait, they're still playing? Does anyone have confirmation of what the game is happening right now? Milwaukee. I just want to see the current update. So we're getting so sidetracked right now. I do apologize. Sometimes you go crazy like this. Okay. Yes, they're playing. Okay, then who said they stopped playing? Confirmed, still playing. They pause? Thank you for the live coverage of Artemis 2, of course. Okay, let's do a roundup on the tornado warnings. Let's go again. Current tornado warning in southeast Iowa, ongoing. Columbus Junction, Grandview, and Wapello, moving eastward 35 miles per hour. Heading up to the north here, we have a tornado warning continuing in Iowa for Andrew, Maquoketa, and Preston. First tornado warning for Illinois, right here in the northwest corner of Illinois for Galena, Guilford, Rice, and Scales Mound. Okay, someone else just said they stopped. Someone else just reported they're taking shelter. Well, I have literally a live feed right here. Just let me pop it right back up. And then tornado warning is just west of Madison. We'll see if they extend this one. I'm not too sure. Either way, Madison's underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a tornado possible. And we have gone downgraded here for tornado warning here in Montello. Actually, no, this is still observed in Kingston and Princeton. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. That was such a late response. The actual tornado threat is kind of to the east of them now. So we might get a water spout here. The actual circulation is exiting. That is not the end of the threat, though. There is large hail behind the storm here in Milwaukee. Still active tornado warning ongoing for Milwaukee. And this is crazy. I'm also posting this on Twitter because of what is going on. Okay, there we go. We are updated now. We are updated. This is stressful. Okay. Large view. Let's go large view. Let's go national view. What is going on severe weather-wise? We have severe weather coming through New England right now, guys. Whoa. Couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Mainly, let's see, high winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds, so nothing too crazy. Heading towards Boston, through Massachusetts, through New York. A couple of storms in south-central Pennsylvania. Then in northwest Ohio, we have a couple of problematic storms here producing isolated large hail. Looks like 1-inch hail, so quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And lastly, down to our other zone, we haven't really talked about too much. Mainly been high winds here and a couple of isolated large hail threats. Really doubt the tornado threat's going to materialize here. Not much going on for Oklahoma as well. There's a couple of storms that are causing some issues. All right, that is what's going on here. You can see all the active warnings ongoing across the region here and across Milwaukee. Okay, cool. Thanks, Ryan. And just a recap on the Milwaukee tornado warning. There was confirmed touchdown just near Sussex, kind of northwest of Milwaukee, the suburb of Milwaukee there. And then we might have had another touchdown to the north of Milwaukee as well. So multiple areas that will need to be surveyed for a possible touchdown. Obviously tracking all this stuff, but I'm still beside myself that there was a tornado warning for the Brewers game, the MLB game, and there was zero reaction to that. Let me take a look real quick. Yeah, I'm just checking an update. Yes, there was a tornado that has touched down in Milwaukee. The actual circulation from the first storm is now exiting. So Milwaukee, the actual tornado warning shall expire here soon. And yes, I can confirm the Milwaukee game is ongoing. They have not stopped. They have not stopped at all. I'm looking at it right now. Even though the tornado warning is still in place, I mean, the actual warning is probably going to be canceled here soon. But that's craziness to me. That is craziness to me, guys. All right, let me answer some questions here just a second. Yeah, it's not stopped. I'm just trying to get a radar clip of it. There we go. Is Joplin, Missouri good? I think so for today. You're right on the edge of a tornado warning. Maybe very late tonight you might see an isolated severe storm. Tornado warning, tornado threat over here is just not going to happen. You see, look at all this kind of mixed convection. That is going to limit the tornado threat there. Michigan will be getting hit. So look at all this stuff that's firing off. Look at all this stuff. Tons of convection. Right there is going to jump the lake and then cause a high wind threat. It's basically going to accelerate, tap into what's called the lower level jet. That accelerates during the evening hours and kind of dive down and possibly cause some damaging winds. 70 to 80 miles per hour within the region. So there you go. That's what we got. So this threat, the severe weather threat continues. The tornado threat should eventually taper off. We have to get all the way through northern Illinois first. Right in this corridor, this is kind of the most available place we have left for severe weather development, at least in my opinion. All right, that's... we'll see if my Twitter post might ruffle some feathers because, I guess X, whatever. People always have angry stuff to say there. I'm side-eyeing my windows right now. Yeah, please, hopefully your windows don't break. Hopefully it won't be that bad in Ohio. I know people are still without power in northwest Ohio, and we could avoid some stuff here. So we haven't had a new tornado warning here in 2 minutes. We're doing pretty good. It's been an absolute chaotic live stream today, so hopefully you guys have been hanging in there. If you have been enjoying it, hit that follow button. It's honestly, it was crazy at the beginning of the stream with viewers, but we've been a little bit chilling, but it's been fun. Appreciate you guys who've been sticking with me for the majority of the stream here. Milwaukee is about to have a large hailstorm, guys. Look at this bad boy. Psh. Expect some golf ball sized hail to move through Milwaukee here. Tornado warnings should expire here really soon. I would not rule out an isolated tornado in this mess. And actually, as I say that, right towards Brookfield, we might have an isolated tornado risk right there. You see some possible spin-ups with all this collision stuff as well. When do the golf balls come? Yeah, be careful, Milwaukee. You might see some golf balls falling from the sky. Baseball players about to start playing with the hail. Oh, yeah, if we have baseball-sized hail over the baseball arena, that would be pretty funny. Of course, that would cause billions of dollars of damage if we have baseball-sized hail go through Milwaukee. I'm not even exaggerating there. It would cause so much damage. Please don't spam chat. What happened with the Sussex tornado? It touched down and then lifted up. I'm waiting for any information on damage reports. So the mesoscale discussion was for an EF4 risk. Of course, the EF scale is assessed upon damage survey, so it's impossible to say without the survey. We'll have to wait. In Milwaukee, can we leave our shelter? Yes. Tornado warning has now officially been canceled. Just want to say, probably don't go too far away because there is rotation, unfortunately, here just southeast of Brookfield, Milwaukee. Kind of west in that suburb there, and a little town. So I cannot recommend leaving yet, like all away from your actual shelter. And additionally, guys, we're going to have golf ball sized hail move in here. 2.5 inch hail cross. Yes, I have heard of the wildfires in Florida, and also the southeast is just getting obliterated by a drought right now. Very bad drought going on. Rapid onset drought ongoing as well. Okay, there's continuing that one. We do have an observed tornado. Oh, wait. Okay, we'll see if that gets updated. Madison about to get entered from the west here with a combination of storms, but a core risk right now, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and tornado possible. Can I go upstairs? Yes, for now, but of course, be ready to go in Milwaukee for possible. And if you want to be extra safe, just because I see some rotation here towards southeast of Brookfield, that's really the only place I'm a little concerned of. Then I'd stay put for just 10 more minutes once the storm, the actual line exits. If you want to be extra safe here in Milwaukee. Try sending the video. My internet went out and it won't send. Oh gosh, what did you capture exactly? Chicago area tonight. Yes, Chicago's within the same type of area. These storms, so you see the storms north of you and wondering where your storms are at. Most of your storms are kind of towards the west, and they'll swoop in kind of in this direction here over the next few hours. You have a tornado on the ground in Iowa. Oh, I do see that brand new update. A brand new update tornado on the ground here in Iowa, and I see it. See it right there. Andrew, Springbrook, and Bellevue. Please seek shelter immediately. This is an observed tornado with 1.5-inch hail. Please seek shelter immediately. Does Pittsburgh get anything beyond what's already happened? Maybe a little bit of isolated severe weather, maybe rumble of thunder. Honestly, tomorrow there's a slight risk for Pittsburgh, so be weather aware for tomorrow. So we dropped our tornado warning for Milwaukee. So if you're in Milwaukee, you're good there. We do have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground here. One northern Wisconsin still ongoing. This actually probably is going to be canceled here soon, so we probably won't cover this one. And secondarily, one that is right on the Iowa and Illinois border in the northwest corner of Illinois. This is for Bellevue, Andrew, Makita, and Lamont. And then we also have a tornado warning here that's radar indicated: Scales Mound, Jelena, and Rice. Green Bay, all good for today. I don't think these storms are going to reach you. Maybe some light to moderate rain and a rumble of thunder, but beyond that, it's not going to happen. So yes, Milwaukee does have a severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail, so just beneath golf, or actually that is golf ball sized, moving to your area. Sometimes I get the numbers mixed up. So golf ball sized hail moving into Milwaukee. The tornado, let me change title, so we're good. Okay, there we go. Thank you for reminding me that. Tornado's active. That's nice and simple. Appleton is in the watch zone. You have a couple storms that are a little suspicious. I know you have sub-severe thunderstorms coming through. We still be ready to take shelter if you get a warning. Rest of the risk for Rockford right now. Rockford got 2 tornado-producing storms to your west. They're rapidly approaching. I'd say 70-mile-per-hour winds, especially as this thing becomes more of a squall line, less of a significant tornado threat. But get ready for that hail and high wind threat, because this is going to start catching the lower level jet because the sun is setting. We're going to have the winds right off of the surface accelerate. It's pretty complicated to explain, but just know right after sunset, winds right off the surface accelerate because the heating stops and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. This will help our storms increase in speed wind-wise at the surface. So we might see 70 to 80 mile per hour winds start to form as this line pushes in this region. So less of a significant tornado threat, more of a high wind threat. Keep that in mind as we continue here. Also, you have the embedded tornado threat. We're going to see like QLCS tornadoes across there. Okay. What in the world's going on? Michigan hit the night. Yes, it will be hitting at night in Michigan. That's going to be mainly a high wind threat. This kind of full thing is going to form called a wind bag. It's going to cross and it's going to absolutely cause some possibly significant wind damage. You have a significant level 1 out of 3. That is for 70 to 80 mile per hour winds through Michigan. How's the North Chicago looking tonight? I may have a truck driver family member there. High winds are my core concern with that isolated tornado threat. Like I said, this thing is going to make a giant line, which it's already kind of doing, and then it's going to propagate more and more and more faster kind of in this direction overnight, right there. So we're going to tap into that lower level jet. We do have a confirmed tornado now moving into Illinois. Confirmed tornado on the ground. That is going to be for Hanover, Pleasant Valley, Mount Carroll, and Savannah. You're now in a confirmed tornado warning. Please seek shelter right now. Ohio currently has severe weather ongoing. You can look at here. Most of these are for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's actually this threat for happening right now in this corridor. It's going to be pretty limited now. It's going to kind of weaken off here. There's also another threat from these storms that are going to propagate all the way into kind of northwest Ohio. It's going to be very late tonight, even if it's tomorrow morning. Is Rockford going to get hit? Yes, expecting it. I mean, you can see the storms are basically approaching right here. All right, got the post out. Appreciate the support, guys. Wow, we are now, I guess, approaching 75,000 followers. We hit 74,000, and we were kind of in heat of the moment there, so we kind of missed that one. Join the Rainy Day Weather family. Join up. Hit that follow button. We will be storm chasing here in 27 days. Well, instead of being in my room, we will be on the road, helping you guys out with the radar, as well as giving you eyes to see in my passenger seat the tornadoes, the large hail, the largest and most intense storms on Earth coming soon. Yes, there's not a tornado in Madison right now. You just have the winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through. It says tornado possible. I'll let you know if a tornado warning does get issued within that region. Most of the tornadoes are happening right here, and then also a new tornado warning. I guess this has been happening, right? No, I think this is new. This is a new tornado warning for Mineral Point, Waldwick, Hollandale, Blanchardville, and Fayette, Wisconsin, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Bro, I'm in Brown Deer. Am I going to get hit? Brown Deer was in north. Was it over here? I feel like it was. Now I'm like confused. Wasn't Brown Deer in Minnesota? Guys, please don't spam. If you have received a tornado warning, please seek shelter unless it's been canceled. There is a tornado on the ground right now in Iowa about to cross over into Illinois right here. This warning has the observation tag, confirmed tornado. Angel Force. So tornado warning has been canceled for Milwaukee. However, you still remain in a golf ball sized hail threat. So yes, golf ball sized hail. I'm blind. It's well, I don't know. My stream keeps dying. I guess I can check YouTube real quick. If you didn't know, my stream has crashed 3 times a day. So feel free to jump onto YouTube for a more stable stream. There's 8 people over here. How's it going on YouTube? 8 people on YouTube, and we've had thousands of people on TikTok. That's kind of how it goes. Hopefully you're doing all right. Oops, my bad. I clicked off that. I don't know how long we've been live. Wait, that was on YouTube. How long we've been live? 8:30, 2 a.m. No, it's 9. I don't even know. It's been like 5 hours, 4 hours. So we've been live for about 11 hours over the past, I guess, 2 days. Thank you I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I'm getting the streamer brain going. I'm going to try to hold on, though, a little bit longer. It's really not that late. It's only 2 a.m. Yesterday, we were up to, like, 4:30 a.m. Late. But we held on. So it's kind of a good news, bad news. Well, ongoing, we still have a large tornado threat here with our already ongoing watch zone. So we still have a long way to go here. We are etching away from it. I don't want to say anything because I hate the jinx, but it's really been pretty inactive in this zone. This is our other enhanced zone in which, we were waiting to see if we were going to see any discrete cells. But honestly, look at all this like weak convection, which is definitely going to sap the energy out of the atmosphere before anything huge gets started, hopefully. But I'm trying not to jinx that. We got this fun pairing of thunderstorms hitting Ohio, and then lastly we have a kind of high wind threat on this very thin squall line crossing in New England. Overall, I think this threat here has verified. It probably could have used a moderate risk, honestly. Probably could have used that moderate risk, but it's okay. And the large hail risk was huge. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of hail damage eventually. And then the other risk zones seem like they have at least held up to their own, other than the Oklahoma one. It seems a little bit less active. All right, we're going to take a quick second. We're going to come back to tornado warning in just one moment. I just want to mention quickly here. So I guess they have not updated the SBC outlook for today, so we should see an update soon. Here's tomorrow's risk. We do have a 5% tornado risk in central Oklahoma, albeit. Tornado risk, same places again, bro. They cannot get a break. Here's your wind. Here's your large hail. Thursday is kind of boring. They got a little green snake. I don't know much about that. I don't think that's going to happen too bad. Friday, we actually have our first, I don't usually use this word, full tornado outbreak possible. This one has some pretty big mechanics on it. Stay tuned for that. And guess what? It's the same areas again that are going to get the tornadoes. Oh my gosh, crazy. A little bit more in Missouri, a little bit more to the east, but still. Here's your Saturday risk. Hey, friends in Ohio Valley. There you go. There's another one. So we are going to be so busy. No sleep for me. Hooray. That's what our plan looks like for the next few days here. Okay, cool. How's everyone doing? We all alive here, hanging out? That's what's we're looking for tomorrow. It looks like there's a slight chance for that high wind risk. Maybe a couple of damaging windstorms. All right, gotta stay hydrated. Woo. Here we go. Okay, let's take a deep breath. Let's go back into the risk zone here. You can see we were really turning into a squall line rather than those discrete cells. So we're really going to start picking up that high wind risk here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a storm produce 70 to 80 mile per hour winds with it in. We have the 70 mile per hour winds here associated also with our tornado warning in the northwest corner of Illinois. But beyond that, there's not a huge amount going on. Wind-wise. However, tornado-wise, we still have a handful of tornado warnings with a confirmed tornado on the ground here for Savannah, Mount Carroll, and Pleasant Valley in Illinois, and also over here towards Scales Mound, right there. Tornado warning means seek shelter. That's correct. Rockford getting tornadoes. Yes, very much possible. Here's Rockford. Here are the tornado warnings. Look at them. They're pointed right at you. So if they continue, either Rockford, I think, is either going to see 70 to 80 mile per hour winds or also a tornado. I'm currently on Weatherfront right now, if you're wondering what radar I'm on. Milwaukee, a link is in my bio. Milwaukee's getting slammed right now. Anyone in Milwaukee with a report? Anyone in Milwaukee seeing hail? Milwaukee is currently underneath a flash flood warning and a golf ball-sized hail in your region, especially northern Milwaukee. Hey, evilly cat. I'll see you later. Do you not see hail at all? I don't see hail. Are you guys in like central or northern Milwaukee? I'm curious because most of the deep reflectivity is to the north. Let's do a large radar view. You can see this thing's. What's going to happen here is probably convection going to fire within this gap, and this is going to turn into like a full line, kind of pushing in this format. I'm in Clinton between. Let me take a look. If you're by Rockford, you are underneath the tornado watch. You should be ready to go here soon. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Are you in Clinton? That was confusing. Yes, you're Clinton. Oh, man, you're right on the edge here. So here you go. You got to keep an eye on any storm that develops to the south here. There's a little gap. You see how the storm is developing. Tornado warning is to your north. Be alert for any storm that kind of wraps its way down to the south. You are in a tornado watch currently. I'm in Milwaukee. There was tornado damage in Sussex, northwest of Milwaukee. Currently no active tornado warning in Milwaukee. Just a severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball-sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and flash flooding also. Appreciate the follow, October. Welcome to the rainy day weather family. Things have gone crazy here. It's starting to settle down a little bit as I say that we have, a handful of tornado warnings ongoing, but this is at least the most controlled it's been in the past, 2 hours. So the first 2 hours of the stream were pretty tame. But yeah. And then things got a little crazy. Obviously, when the Storm Prediction Center does a disco and says potential EF4 tornadoes, that gets things hyped up here. So the winds will push the storm further away from Illinois or Wisconsin or closer. So, the wind's propagation, we're going to see the line of storms just kind of start moving to the east and south. But yes, the Wisconsin will, once these storms over here kind of evade the region, that'll be wrapping up the threat. Worried about Appleton? Yeah, we'll keep an eye on you. You're just outside of the actual tornado watch. Looks like you have marginal convection around you. So sub-severe, just a lot of lightning, a lot of loud booms. You still do have an isolated tornado risk from anything that spins up. I can even take a look at the velocity here. Yeah, I really don't see anything that really is concerning me. I can let you know if a warning gets issued, but your risk should be wrapping up relatively soon. Madison, Wisconsin, currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds, about to say 60-inch hail, and 1.5-inch hail. That's going to be about just over quarter-sized. Maybe lime size, smaller limes. Pontiac, Illinois. Let me answer some more questions here. I do appreciate the support. Make sure you guys hit that follow button. We'll be live for more severe weather events later on. For Pontiac, you pretty far south here actually. You are more of a high wind risk for later on, as the storms kind of swoop down. So high winds maybe the next. It's gonna probably go pretty fast. Maybe next 1 to 3 hours, 1 to 2 hours. Marquezine, Wisconsin. Marquezine. Oh gosh. Where is that? North of Madison. Yeah, there shouldn't be sirens going on there. There's nothing that's tornado warned. Madison currently underneath the severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour winds and lots of lightning, and also flash flood warning. Got a bright yellow sky, sun in prairie. Nice. Yeah, so we have 3 tornado warnings, guys. We're down to 3. The first one the only one in Wisconsin, Mineral Point, Fayette, and Blanchardville. That one should be canceled soon. That storm's moving pretty far east of it. And then our only observed one here. This is for kind of split Iowa and Illinois. For Andrew, Bellevue, Pleasant Valley, Mount Carroll, and Savannah. And then we have a radar indicated one here for Scales Mound. That also one's pretty getting old. So we haven't had a new one issued in a while. Kenosha, let me take a look. Give me a little bit more of a pause here. Kenosha is still within the active tornado watch. We still have that threat of these squall lines coming through, possibly. So high winds, possible isolated tornado embedded within the line, as well as that tornado threat, as well as the hail threat. The tornado gone in Iowa yet? Almost. There's still an active tornado warning here. Let's see if I can locate it. Maybe right here, just on the Iowa-Illinois border. It's kind of a mess here. We actually might have another one right here, too. A few spots that are concerning. City and state, guys. Continue city and state. Helps me out. How much longer is the tornado threat for? Well, unfortunately, we're going to transition more from less of a supercell threat, more of a QLCS threat. So you can see here's the full tornado zone for today. Notice how this zone stretches all the way to Michigan, Indiana. That's because our storms are all presently right here. They're kind of on the edge of our significant tornado risk, but they're going to become a squall line that's kind of just going to go like this for the rest of the evening. So it's going to be a nocturnal, isolated tornado threat along the QLCS. That's why also we have the significant level winds up to the north, right there. And also, you still maintain some hail threat as these storms exit that region as well. So that's the kind of mechanics behind where they're forecast and where the storms are going to become now. Green Bay, not really concerned about anything. Rochelle, Illinois. Rochelle, Illinois, currently south of Rockford. Yeah, I should be ready for possible severe weather. Here you are. Severe weather is right here. It is approaching you. Isolated tornado threat. You're underneath the tornado warning. Tornado watch. Gosh. That means the ingredients are there for tornadoes. I'm mainly concerned about winds 70 to 80 miles per hour as these things really start to go on. Vinny, did this live up to the hype? I really do think so. We had a couple wedges on the ground. We may have had an entire town really hit badly, especially north central Wisconsin. I think we've had numerous tornadoes. We've also had numerous hailstones larger than baseballs. The risk zone not being a moderate, I think an enhanced zone definitely verified. I think this probably could have used a moderate, honestly. Wife says quarter-size hail in Brown Deer area, south side, but nothing rain. Okay, thank you for reporting. So quarter-size hail reported in Milwaukee by Chatter. Appreciate the report. Hopefully everyone's staying safe out there. Okay. Just keeping an eye on all the emergency updates as well. Yeah. Quite a crazy day so far, and unfortunately, we still have a long way to go for these storms. Do you have a time for when Rockford would get hit? Probably the next hour, probably the maximum. I'm expecting these storms to accelerate as well. They're going to have some winds in the lower level jet to kick in and push them quickly. My backyard about to flood. Oh, gosh. Yeah, there is a flash flood warning up in Milwaukee as well. I see puddles already. Oh, gosh. I can take a look at the SBC for storm reports. One moment. This might be fun to look at quickly. So far, let's say the 15th. So far, there have been 5 confirmed tornadoes, including a confirmed tornado in Milwaukee, 32 wind report damage, and 71 hail reports. There you go. So I'm sure there's plenty more tornadoes that are just obviously have not been surveyed yet, so you kind of have to wait. I think that number will probably tick up close to 20 to 30 at the end of the day. Depending on the QLCS tornadoes could really launch us up in tornado kind of count there. Is Madison area clear from tornadoes for the rest of the night? Once this storm gets passed by, I'm a little suspicious of some convection on the back end, but I really think the core threat has dropped. Is Evansville more thunderstorm warning, or should I be worried about tornado? Let me see specifically. I can try to assume the state here. Is that going to be... Well, there's an Evansville, Indiana, Evansville, Wisconsin, so I'm going to need clarification on which one. Wisconsin. Okay, cool. Wisconsin. Ooh, yes. Yeah, you are about... there is definitely a tornado threat associated with this inside, embedded within the storm. Like, definitely could say one of these could spin up a tornado, QLCS, embedded tornado. At the very least, you're going to have 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail incoming into the area. It's right there. Being on that kind of corridor, let me check rotation quickly. In a few spots, it might be problematic. Hopefully not, but it's still, unfortunately, a possible tornado could happen. I'll let you know if a warning gets issued. Or, of course, you'll receive the emergency alert. South Milwaukee, currently not underneath any actual warnings, still receiving some pretty heavy downpour, as well as some lightning. This weird feature. There's all this storm fuels riding up this kind of outflow boundary and being lifted. You see all the, I guess I'll put it in motion there. How the storms are kind of... How's it going, Gabby? Oh gosh, things have calmed down here. You scroll down to Ohio, of course. Kind of entered a little bit of a calmer period. There's current storms in Ohio, a couple of severe thunderstorms. Mainly what's going on here is like an isolated hail threat, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah. Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Let me see. Fond du Lac. Now I'm hungry. Oh, yeah. You can take a look here. Just west of you, severe thunderstorm warning. Gotta keep an eye on this cell here. Yeah, not really rotating, but the large hail threat, maybe up to golf ball sized hail, still possible if that storm progresses to the east. Appreciate the follow, Peanut. Welcome to the Rainy Day Weather family. I know we've been on marathon mode, so we're all kind of fading. I can see that. I'm going to try to walk you guys through a little bit more of this threat, and then I honestly might call it, because I'm trying to keep up resting. I do think a QLCS threat is definitely possible for the next like 5 hours. So unfortunately, still gonna have that threat go on. Good news is we have finally been degraded to only radar indicated tornadoes, so no more confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Yes, we have a few other helping hands in the chat. So the chat has been pretty crazy the past couple days. Especially, currently this is the first time in which I'm streaming vertically for TikTok, but horizontally on YouTube. We are doing a dual stream. I figured out how to kind of work everything together. We're trying a bunch of stuff. And this also, we'll be testing this as well before we go storm chasing, because obviously TikTok's way more optimized for vertical streaming. I just think it really likes it a lot more. So we might be doing the vertical mode for TikTok, with like the option to be like, hey, like if you want to see the horizontal way and have more of that kind of feeling, you can join on the YouTube, something like that. I think that's probably where the middle ground will be for setting everything up. Be safe, yes, of course. Got a very, very good team behind me. We'll be taking it on. Yeah, a intern behind the scenes as well. Full operation, ready to go pretty soon here. Possible funnel reported out of Forston, Illinois. Oh gosh, let me take a look. Let me match it up. Oh, I had it. There it is. Nope. Yeah, there it is. That is just west of Rockford. I guess it may be the southwest. Oh, I actually see it. We might need another. This is tornado warned right here next to Pleasant Valley, so that could need an extension here. An active tornado warning still ongoing, and entering Illinois. Might be a good call there, and be where we see. That's what I'm saying. Especially on the southern side of this kind of squall line that's formed, we still could have that. That threat for tornadoes. We're really getting upscale here, in which we're getting a large squall line. Madison, just a flash flood warning and 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Appreciate the follows. We'll see if we can hit. I'm sure we can hit 75,000 followers before the chase. Who knows how many people will be here? That's why I'm trying to get the moderation army ready, because I already know the live streams for chasing will be probably insane. So that's where we're getting that ready to go. I'm pretty sure yesterday's stream was at least in the top 3 for the year, so it's been pretty crazy. I'm going to stream both on TikTok and YouTube for the chase. How's it going, dude, in YouTube? Yeah. So the majority of people stream on YouTube because they get paid per view, and I do not get paid per view on TikTok, but I rather tap into the audience in TikTok because obviously there's a huge audience. And I want to provide as many warnings for as many people as possible, no matter the product. When is the chase? The chase begins May the 11th and tentatively goes to July the 22nd with a couple of off days between. We're doing 4 separate tours. Those tours are going to be classified between 2 and 3 weeks, weather dependent. Yeah, TikTok has quit. I know it's been weird because like I've had TikTok crash before, like the actual application, but like literally just ended the stream without any alert. So that was a little weird. Not exactly what happened. Not exactly sure. Who knows? I do have like 18,000 applications running right now, so that might be. Hopefully, it's not an issue because I'm currently running my laptop. We're going to be using the Chase. It's a gaming laptop that's 32 gigabytes of RAM, so I'd hope it can hold up. It's going to be put to the test here in 4 weeks. We'll make it work. Glitching on my end. Well, also my Wi-Fi here is not good. So if it's been glitching, TikTok has been bugging the last couple of days. Okay, I'm glad to hear it's probably not me. You see, just over the past few radar scans, we've really just become a pretty good squall line here. Very linear. Now, get ready for this because it was concave. See this concave? We're using our shapes now. It's now straight. It's probably becoming convex here soon, in which when we become convex, we're going to have a very efficient storm and producing some significant winds. So that is why there is a significant wind risk. The actual significant wind risk is probably a little bit further north, right across this region, which we can see 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Been deleting your comments and stuff. That's kind of crazy. TikTok has been bugging ever since they sold it. Not gonna lie, there's been pains running a TikTok account sometimes. Can you check Brookfield? Where is Brookfield? Why do I feel like I've definitely seen Brookfield? It's definitely like in front of me, isn't it? Well, we'll see how much longer I go on. I think things are still going to happen, which Brookfield and Milwaukee. That's why I remembered seeing it. Brookfield currently underneath a flash flood warning. No active severe other threats. Man, we might get a ton of rain. So hopefully you don't work in a floodplain, which probably not, I assume. On your way back home from work, if you're traveling anytime soon, be careful of flooded roadways. Do not drive through flooded roadways. Unless we're having the worst time. Jeez. I work security. Yes. Hopefully no one's invading or moving into wherever you're protecting where it's flooding out. So gonna need a boat to get around Milwaukee here in a second. Is Iowa safe? Iowa's almost in the clear. You got one tornado warning on the eastern side and got a straggler here in Waterloo. What in the world are you doing, bud? Didn't you hear Iowa is closed for the night? I guess we'll keep an eye on that thing, but there really is not a lot of energy behind this storm because it's a storm. It's used a lot of the energy, so I think that's going to disappear here soon. So your sphere of threat should dissipate here soon. What is my Twitter? Well, I only have I have a rainy day weather Twitter, but I have 18 followers on rainy day weather Twitter. It's actually kind of pitiful. I'm not going to lie. It's just I just don't really use it, and honestly, Twitter is like annoying. My personal Twitter, which I honestly use a little bit more, I've been trying to build like a personal profile, is Ethan Myers WX. It's also followed by rainy day weather Twitter, so if that's easier to find, you can find it that way. I thought the post I made might have been able to go viral, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Which I don't. The post I made about. We'll see what happens. I might wake up to like 1,000 crazinesses on Twitter. You never know. Radar name. This is Weatherfront. You can check it out on the link in my bio. Use that link for 1 month free. I see some people finding my Twitter. That was quick. Yeah, I honestly mainly use Twitter just to track weather. So that's kind of funny. I got booted from TikTok and asked again, how long do I have before Woodstock, Illinois? Yeah, you look at this like squall line forming. There's gonna be a mean shelf cloud associated with this bad boy. What in the world? No, I don't want to download Woodstock. Woodstock, you probably have about an hour because this squall line's going to come through. Get ready for 70 to 80 mile per hour winds to come through. This thing means business. Well, I retweeted it. Now it's going to go viral. I appreciate that, Tristan. All of your 67 followers that are going to see the post. That's going to really blow it up. So funny. Is there a tornado in Milwaukee? Not anymore. There was, but it's now just flooding. Milwaukee's becoming Atlantis currently. Wind speeds, yeah, we're kind of similar situation there. I mean, we're talking about some serious winds. 70 to 80 mile per hour, I think, is what we're gonna see. Start picking up. We're starting to see some of these storms to jolt out forward. They're gonna pick up on that lower level jet. We're starting to see some convection fill in the gaps here as well. So we might see so we've had, that pockets of severe weather, but if we see that wind really gather, we might see a lot of power outages associated with this line of storms throughout the rest of the night. So definitely charge those devices. Don't want to be left without any charge so you can't scroll any more TikTok. That'd be a shame. One moment, just... Okay, there we go. 14%, oh gosh. They're all interested in gaming. They sadly don't care about it. Okay. It's okay. I don't need to go viral on my personal Twitter. It's okay. I also have a personal TikTok, but I'm not going to leak that one. I actually plan to use my personal TikTok as more of a behind the scenes of how does this kid with a dream start his own weather business and run a storm chase. I think that'd be kind of cool. I was planning on doing more of that when I get back. Obviously during the storm chase. Just got a new Samsung and I think it might ruin the battery. I always think that on my I FaceTime a lot on my devices. I know my battery on my iPad is really bad. I don't know why, but the Notes app for the iPad just absolutely destroys the battery. I also took notes for my math classes, and that was differential equations, so the notes were huge. My iPad would be on fire by the end of the classes. So, tornado has expired in Milwaukee. All good now. Other than flooding, Chicago should be bracing for impact from this windbag of an event that's coming. 70 to 80 miles per hour with an isolated tornado threat as these kind of QLCS line band comes in. How's college? I really enjoy college. I'm currently studying abroad, so it's quite different than my usual college experience, but I usually go to Penn State. Will be back next semester for my last year. Gosh, so sad. It's scary. But I really enjoy it. It's been a hard work, I have to say, though. If you don't know, meteorology is a lot of math, and it's a grind. But luckily I have a good support system, and I have my work-life balance, so that's good. This is quite the interesting kind of scenario developing here. I mean, I have to say the Herd did a really good job at modeling this out. I was surprised how long it took for our tornado risk to tap in, but then everything tapped in at the same time, and it looks like we're going to finish off with a pretty well modeled squall line to finish off the night. We wake up in 3.5 hours already and 4 hours of sleep. Oh gosh, get some sleep. Ohio does have an isolated tornado risk, especially in the northwest corner. It's from the squall line that's going to be coming, actually. So the squall line is actually the reason for that tornado risk. The good news is we have not had a new tornado warning here in, I guess, 4 minutes. Sorry, looking at my... I guess, no, 9 minutes. It's been 9 minutes since we've had it. The only one that is currently ongoing is this one here in northwest Illinois. Let's take a look. Yeah, actually probably still going on towards Kent. They might get a new issuance here. Little breakdown before Ohio. It might hold on because the lower level jet's going to kick in. So The northwest corner of Ohio definitely could see some wind there. Seems moist. Yeah, there's a lot of wind and rain. Will Lake Erie protect us this time? We'll see. We'll see. This one's got a lot of power behind it. Got a lot of oomph, a lot of inertia. My AC just turned on. It's kind of cold in here. Not gonna lie. Okay. Great. All right, we should do a they should have updated the SBC Outlook by now, I assume. Maybe. No? Really? Why? I wanted to give one last outlook before I dip. You think a tornado will form between Rockford and Bellot? It's really hard to say exactly if a tornado is going to form or not. With this type of event in which we have a QLCS, so a giant line of thunderstorms, that's kind of what I mean here. They're very random, they're very short-lived, and they're usually a bit weaker, but they're still dangerous. So in the case of a tornado warning, you should be seeking shelter, but you should be rest assured that a very large tornado is becoming unlikely with time here. And they're more of a kind of a tight, smaller tornado, but still dangerous. So seek shelter, but that's kind of the storm mode we're moving into. What do you think about Sussex, Wisconsin? Could there be another tornado? I think not likely there. I think flash flooding is honestly your core concern. But that was concerning. Sussex. Of course, I'm keeping an eye on my feeds here if there's any damage. Yeah. Wait, what is this? Is this a new Mesoscale discussion? Oh gosh. Okay, there's what? I guess they think a possible severe thunderstorm threat might develop down in the south here. Let me throw that on. I'm assuming there's not an update because the storm is moving northeast from Oklahoma. Well, they usually have an update on the outlooks. It looks like a severe thunderstorm watch is about to be issued for Michigan. You can see that one right there. EF2, which is our QLCS tornadoes, 65 to 85 miles per hour. Or 80 miles per hour. I was right on the money there. 70 to 80 miles per hour was my prediction as your core risks. And then looks like they're watching the situation over here. They might need to watch. I guess they're kind of concerned of this all linking up with each other. There's been a pretty big gap here. It's been quiet, even though there is a risk zone here. So you can keep an eye out for possible lingering thunderstorms on the back end of all this. Not going to go through Wisconsin and northern Illinois. This is kind of your core threat that's going on right now. All right. Can you repeat what you said about Rockford? Yes, Rockford. I'm concerned about this high wind event. You can see, let me see straight better radar. Look at this bow echo forming. This is coming right towards you. An isolated tornado is possible. Mainly concerned about 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. You can see the current storm is warned at 70 miles per hour wind speed. Mid-Ohio seeing a tornado, all possible isolated tornado. Very low risk out there in central, and that'll be very late. Thank you, Gator, for the donation. Appreciate that. Around what time will the storms reach Detroit? Oh gosh, pretty late tonight. Probably the next 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours, maybe even later than that. And as I say that, it looks like we're getting an extension of that tornado warning. So as I just said, Rockford, be wary. There is now a tornado just west of you associated with the storm I just talked about. Lena, Pearl City, Freeport, Cedarville, Dakota, and Ridditt underneath a new tornado warning. Please seek shelter. Whoa, okay, there is a hidden monster in here. Right there. Let's go to relative. Yeah, wow, we actually might have a pretty bad event here. Right? This is probably going to be the last tornado I cover. I'm going to drop the outlooks or discussions, just say. And you can see a pretty decent amount of rotation associated with this storm. Pretty messy now. Just the last radar scan was a little more impressive. Right next to Pearl City, right there. Why is it already 3 a.m. over here? Yeah, it is. It gets late. So now, Rockford, you should be wary about this tornado warning just west of you. So if the actual storm continues its motion, it'll come right to you. Wow, you can really actually see. You can see the actual hook. Wait, you see it right there. Except it's embedded. It's embedded in the storm. So keep that in mind. So there you go. So sometimes, especially the southern side of these squall lines, they still can tap into the more wind shear because they have more free air to the south. So you have the air going to the south. You have kind of the upper levels supporting it more this direction, and then you have a lower level jet going in this direction. So it's kind of just an absolute mess ongoing. So a new tornado warning, guys. A new tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning here in northern Illinois, including Freeport, Cedarville, Pearl City. That's 37,000 people. So a lot of people within this tornado warning here in northern Illinois. All right. Well, that's concerning. That's an embedded tornado as well. Please do not try to see it. It will be within the rain-wrapped tornado. It's pretty dangerous. Looks like Ohio's risk is about to be done. Looks like the New England risk is about to be done. Oklahoma is still deciding what it wants to do with the severe weather day. It looks very, very floppy today. EF4 tornado happened. An EF4 outlook was issued, so the actual analysis will have to be done. The actual survey. The SPC did come out. I posted about that. You probably came from that, and said, hey, like an EF4 tornado could happen, and that's why we made that emergency alert. And posted it. So that alert has now expired, and we will see. But yes, we had a lot of tornadoes all at the same time, and it was craziness. But keeping an eye on this Pearl City. We still have a chance for a significant tornado here. I mean, especially on the southern side of this. I mean, I wouldn't outrule a large and dangerous tornado here. Yeah, city and states, guys. City and states help me out the best. Counties are really hard for me to figure out. Unfortunately, my map is just stupid like that. And one thing I want to develop is like a way in which if someone like says something in TikTok chat or YouTube chat, then it's immediately banked, and then like on my map over to my left, I have like a pin in it, in which I can see like all the pins and where you guys are asking from, so I can be like, okay, like all these people, these chatters here, like here's your location, here's what you need to know, because like having a location asked and then like one I don't know takes time. So stuff like that. That's like future development stuff that I'm gonna work on. What's the chances of a tornado in Rochelle, I should say, probably. Rochelle. There's kind of a similar situation. What's going on here down the southwest of you? Wait, what? Oh, wait, I went too far. It really depends on how far south this line extends. I think you're underneath the tornado watch here for the next 2 hours. Tornado possible in the even southern extent. More concern on that high wind, but yeah, still be ready to go for possible shelter seeking. Do you read YouTube or TikTok? That is a lot easier. YouTube has 8 people, so I definitely read the YouTube chat. But there's been like a total of 20 messages during the 6 hours of streaming. So I read more TikTok. Darn, did I miss you talking about Madison? Madison is all done other than the current flash flood warning. So you can chill out there. You can see this convection racing to the south of you. Most for me. Yeah, that's very true. I'm trying to grow the YouTube as well because obviously YouTube has a lot of beneficial stuff having that audience as well. So that's what we'll also be live streaming the actual storm chase on YouTube as well. Is there a tornado in Illinois or Wisconsin there right now? So right now, no tornado in Wisconsin. However, there is a radar indicated tornado in Illinois. That's for Pearl City. There we go. Lena, Cedarville, Freeport, Reddit, and Dakota, as well as Route 20. Here's Route 20. This is heading east. We're starting to accelerate here, so east at 40 miles per hour. We got like a weird severe thunderstorm warning on the back end of this storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. It's kind of rare to see a severe thunderstorm warning in like a pear shape. Of course, stay safe. Pearl City, there is one, yes. Seek shelter if you were there. Let's take a look at the rotation again. Oh god, that is not good. That is really concerning. I want to see ground truth on this. Pearl City, we might have a large and dangerous tornado here to end the stream. I don't see anything on correlation coefficient, at least right now. Let me take a look. Yeah. Looks okay right now. I don't see damage, but the wall cloud could be really rotating. The base of the storm could be really rotating here. Yeah, right here. Just northwest, or excuse me, northeast of Pearl City. Harvard, that's going to be Harvard, what state? Harvard, Illinois, I assume. Harvard, Illinois, should be ready for these storms kind of approaching from the northwest. That's going to be including 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and isolated tornado threats. Let's just continue the tornado warning. Please check Milwaukee. Milwaukee is no longer underneath any severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. However, there is a flash flood warning activated for your region. Do not drive through flooded roadways. Do not drive through flooded roadways. Never know if the stuff is just washed out from there. I mean, you can see the couplet right here, guys, on radar, just west of Freeport, Illinois. Definitely being your safe place. This is a serious event. And, you know, we still have... Oh, wow, that's surprising. I have a brand new update here. It's coming out any moment. Michigan. Anyone who's currently watching from Michigan. Yes, there was a confirmed tornado in Sussex. Anyone watching from Michigan? How far west did it go? Oh, wow. Oh, we also... Well, I'll let it pop out because this is a little bit more complex. We have a tornado watch on the way for northern Indiana, northern Ohio, and Michigan. It should pop up on our screen any moment here. We'll be covering here in just a second. Yeah, we have not good drivers. That ain't good for that one. There is a tornado watch coming out. Tornado watch, a couple tornadoes possible. Scattered hail, size up to 2 inches, and scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour for 9 million people. Once our radar decides to load, please. We got a mission here. Okay, Hannah. Get ready. Once I get that update here, I'll get the watch on your screen. So this is going to go until 4 a.m. Oh, gosh. It's going to be a rough night for guys. 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's going to pop up anytime, hopefully. We'll come back to that in just a second once it pops. Continue to monitor the situation here. An active tornado warning here in Freeport, Ridditt, Dakota, and Cedarville. Moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated tornado. Wait, check Ohio. Yeah, of course. Tornado watch. If you didn't see it. Yes. We're about to, once it loads on the screen. We got us an absolute mess here in, I don't know what this storm is doing here in central Ohio. This is just north of Columbus. Looks like 60 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail. Okay, I'm still waiting for this watch to load. Please load, please. Western Springs, of course. And Western Springs should be ready for some severe wind to come through the region. I wouldn't be surprised to see an extension of the tornado watch down to here. This giant squall line you see, the kind of top of the screen, is going to push through the Chicago region here, produce 70, 80 mile per hour winds, and also that tornado threat. You know, as I say that, you can see these warnings get upgraded to 70 mile per hour winds here. Obviously, we have the tornado warning here, but we also have that associated with 70 miles per hour as well. So that's kind of your threat there. Kalamazoo, Michigan, is about to go underneath the tornado watch, which once my radar loads. You can see a new update on the tornado watch first. I guess we're going to get rid of this one on the western side. Iowa, no longer underneath the tornado watch. All clear there. And anywhere west of Reedsburg is now all clear from tornado threat. They're canceling that tornado watch as well. We can see the whole radar on YouTube. Yes, you can see the whole radar on YouTube. That's correct. That's the benefit of going on to YouTube. 21 now. I appreciate the extra comment on YouTube. that is quite funny. YouTube is kind of goofy. I'm not gonna lie. I post the same content on YouTube. I've done some longer forecasts, and actually am planning on doing exclusive long form forecasts on YouTube. But like actually getting subscribers on YouTube is really grueling. It is my smallest platform behind everything else by far. Chicago, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the high winds that are going to come into the region, 70 to 80 miles per hour. Did you see the Union Center tornado earlier? Yeah, that one was the one and only tornado PDS, particularly dangerous situation we had today, and that was scary. I have not had reports, though, yet from any damage. Have you seen reports? Why is the tornado watch not loading? 1 second, guys. Let me get mad and... there we go. Beautiful. Okay, tornado watch has just been issued for Michigan, guys. I'm sorry if you wanted to sleep. This tornado watch is valid until 4 a.m. local time. Includes a moderate risk for tornadoes, a low risk of EF2 plus tornadoes, 60 mile per hour winds. I'm actually surprised by the wind classification here. I assume this would be a little bit higher. Anyways, moderate risk for 60 mile per hour winds, moderate risk for large hail. So kind of moderate risk for everything. And moderate, it's not like that's not equal to like a moderate risk per se by like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is kind of moderate risk of just percentage chances. This includes Big Rapids, Mount Pleasant, Sandusky, Flint, Lansing, Detroit, Jackson, Coldwater, South Bend, Kalamazoo, Benton, Grand Rapids, anywhere in between in this kind of red zone here. A brand new tornado watch. Unfortunately, you have to be weather aware overnight. Also includes northern and west counties. I thought I included parts of Ohio, but it actually does not. I thought it, what? Maybe not. Well, okay. And whatnot. This is Weatherfront. Use the link in my bio you can access the same products and also use the link to get 1 free month of premium on me. Okay. There you go. That is kind of what we're dealing with. It's going to be mainly a QLCS threat. Not what we've had over the past like 6 hours, where we've had isolated storms, isolated cells. It's gonna be one main whoosh with those smaller but still powerful tornado spin-ups within them. When is it coming to Android? They're hoping to develop it by, I think it was 8 months. They told me. It's actually 2 developers who graduated from Penn State. They're pretty chill. I just like the product, so it helps me. As future radar, satellite warnings, whatnot. Yes, tornadoes. A handful of tornadoes have touched down in Wisconsin. We actually can take a look at that as I start to probably wrap up the stream here soon. I'm gonna wait for Rockford. We're gonna wait for the storm to get through Rockford, and then that's gonna be it for me. Okay, so yesterday when we were on stream, we had 20 tornadoes. So just a kind of recap on yesterday's stream, if anyone was curious. Today, there has been 7 confirmed tornadoes. It looks like there's 6 in Wisconsin. Maybe a little bit less. Well, the black total reports kind of scoops up some more. Look, there's so many. There's multiple cursors on screen. That's fun. I don't know how that's happening. Android users suffer. I'm an Apple user, so sorry, Android users. Would not be surprised to see this number really rise. 75 hail reports. Jeez. With 2 significant hail reports. Those are hails above golf ball sized. That's kind of crazy. There you go. That's kind of a recap on, at least so far. Obviously, that number will trickle up as surveys and confirmations are done. What are Grand Rapids looking like? For tornadoes. You have just been added to a tornado watch. So a few tornadoes are possible. Mainly concerned for winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour approaching you. You can see right where that storm is. Right on the lake. Let me use a better color. Right on the lake right here. It's approaching you. And there's also some storms coming on you right now. Those are sub-severe. Not producing any severe weather as of right now. Those property claims will be rolling in. Yes, they will be. Yeah, the radars for this like Europe. I cannot find a radar app for Madrid. I actually don't even know if they have public radars. I cannot find one. Like a storm happened in Madrid, and it was really weird because I've had like a good radar since I was like 12. So like I've always been able to figure out like, okay, well I can see the storm, but I could also get like the full 3D view of the storm. It was like I felt like I was a child again. It was I guess it was last week in which the storm happened in Madrid. It was literally lightning. I had no like actual good radar. I was just like, how do people do this? In which they just don't know what's happening. I don't know. That's such a like nerdy thing, but there you go. Rockford now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail, and a tornado possible tag. And actually, you might just have been added to a tornado warning. No, they're just going to continue this one. They're not going to reissue it. All right, we're gonna walk this storm home, and that's gonna be it for me. Appreciate the support, guys, over the past 2 days. I have no idea what our combination of people we've reached because the stream has crashed 3 times today. But anyways, it's probably big, so I appreciate it. Do you do this every day? All during severe weather? Yes. As long as I'm free, but even if I'm traveling, I'm on my phone. For example, I was just on spring break 2 weeks ago, and I was on my phone holding it to my iPad, and that for some reason did really well as well. So, yes, it's kind of a full-time gig. I'm a student, but I definitely invested a lot of time into rainy weather. Also have those daily updates. If you can't make the live streams, have the updates for big United States weather events. Yeah, this is going to be pretty... We might get some pretty big power outages here in northern Illinois. I mean, 70 mile per hour winds. It's going to cause a lot of problems. I appreciate the kind words, Claire. It's going to be interesting storm chasing in... once we get to late June, we get those really big setups in, like, the Dakotas. That's where we had our EF5 last year, in which you have just, like, 8 billion joules of CAPE, and you just get, like, derechos that swipe across this region. Those are, like, crazy. And one happened when I was storm chasing with my team, my research team last year, but we were actually on our way home from a tour number 1. We were out later, but I was a little sad we missed that, but it's okay. Hopefully we can see something like that. Those are crazy, though. And the thing about those types of events, they don't usually kick in, those derecho events, until the evening, not right after sunset, because then the lower level jet kicks in. You get the really high amount of winds. Right above the surface, and which mix down at the surface. I have to say, though, I living in Western Pennsylvania, I've had some storms, but the storms out in the central United States, the amount of lightning, just a pure amount of lightning was crazy. It's kind of crazy because we were launching weather balloons, and we had a launch in front of thunderstorms, and all I remember was it takes about 15 minutes to set up the entire payload and whatnot when we did it, and we have storms racing towards us at 70 miles per hour, and then they have so many lightning strikes just all around us. It's just constant lightning. It's actually insane. Yeah, the lightning is crazy there. That was honestly one of the craziest things, but also how well you can see the storms. Your neighbor in Northeast Ohio, nice. Uniting over local geography. At least the Pittsburgh sports are doing well. Actually, I didn't see that. The Pirates win today. I've been quite a Pirates fan, obviously, as a struggling Pirates fan for half my life. Look at the lightning on my page. I'll have to take a peek. Oh, the Pirates are trying to come back. Maybe I'll watch the rest of the game before going to bed. They're mid-7th, and they're only down by 1. Okay, that's fun. Okay. Let's do a large radar check. I think we're almost towards Rockfield getting hit by the 70-mile-per-hour winds. I'm just curious, last little thing before we watch that. Let's do power outages. Thank you for getting me this 20. I like you guys going over to my YouTube and just commenting 22 comments now. Power outages, US. You guys crack me up sometimes. Yeah, look at that. Bingo. Wisconsin at 30,000 people without power. 30,000 homes, I should say. And look at that. Lining up exactly where our kind of high wind is developing right in this region. Wouldn't be surprised to see that continue to uptick. We have 1,000 people in Illinois only yet. Maybe they'll update later. Massachusetts up to 10,000. Interesting. Well, there you go. So there's some ground truth to our high winds. Had a rain delay. Oh yeah, I guess the thunderstorm did go through Pittsburgh. I forgot about that. I was wondering why it was still going on. It was so late. It's like, I'll take it. I'll be able to watch the end of the game. Okay, there we go. I just got a message from one of my friends. He goes to school in Chicago. He's like, yeah, I'm swimming in the lake. Let me know when the storms are coming in. I'm like, well, first of all, it's like nighttime there, and second of all, you're swimming in Lake Michigan right now. Isn't it like 50 degrees in the water? Maybe not even that warm. 40 degrees. Gosh, it'll be cold. Yes, of course, Maddie. Let me check it out for you. Of course, storm anxiety, a very common thing here. That's why, honestly, a huge portion of why I do these types of live streams is like you're not able to get your questions answered. And Maddie, you are pretty much all in the clear there. The only thing I'd be concerned of is flash flooding. Of course, if you live in a floodplain, keep that in mind. Don't drive through flooded roadways. But once this kind of storm complex gets out in there in the next 30 minutes, you should be all done. Yeah, maybe a few lingering rain showers here and lightning as well, but core threats kind of yourself now. My Yankees are okay. I don't want to hear complaints from a Yankees fan. You have no idea the struggle. All right, we've gone 15 minutes without a warning. I'm waiting for an update on this one. If they're going to reissue it, that would be pretty big. Let's look at velocity as it's heading into Rockford. I got some broad velocity. Could see a spin up here in Rockford. I wouldn't roll it for sure. Facts. The tornado warning for Rockford yet? Not yet. That's why we I kind of just suggest. I guess I read your mind there. Oh, now we have 23 comments now on the YouTube live stream. That's amazing. We may get to 24. Okay, we'll see if we get to 24. What's YouTube? It's rainy day weather as well. It's the same handle. It will feature more long-form content once I go storm chasing because doing long-form content right now with everything else I do is a little bit of a time strap on everything. But obviously, as a full-time gig, which is crazy, this summer I'll be able to definitely do it. Pirates haven't been halfway decent since the 90s. Yeah, so we haven't been to the playoffs since 2012, and I was, because I was 8. I was 8 years old last time the Pirates went to the playoffs. That's kind of when I decided I wanted to be a meteorologist, so look at that. Maybe I was the problem, even though I'm not changing my goals. I keep hoping it will just miss my area as it moves to the northeast. You cover some Europe things. I've been trying to get my kind of basis on European weather because it's quite different. I'm very fortunate with the United States. There's so much public information in the National Weather Service and all this easily accessible information in which you can forecast with for the United States. But European weather can be tricky with that type of stuff. Thank you, Joe Marty, for the donation. I appreciate that. All right, thank you, Morgan, too. I think I missed those. Sorry about that. Connected key. Is it going to get some Storms. Yeah, I think high winds are going to make it all the way down to you possibly. Next, like 1 to 2 hours, as these storms keep going, is Walworth, Wisconsin going to see anything other than a thunderstorm? We take a peek. Walworth, currently, right on the southern border. Oh, you're kind of over here. There you are, currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds. 1 inch hail. I do have to say, your counties, your northwest, that have just experienced your thunderstorms have lost power. So get ready for possible power losses there from 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Also, I say that because there is a bow echo aimed right at you. Right there is the bow echo. Let me use a better color. And that means the storm is bowing out. There are winds pushing at the seams coming into your region. Stay safe. In Europe, weather sadly doesn't get any attention. You guys get some, the United States has some pretty crazy weather, so it's hard to compete. But there's been some significant weather events across Europe, especially over the past few years. I know in Spain, the Valencia, the floods were terrible. Just absolute terrible event. Look at this thing, guys. They are issuing warnings way ahead of the storms, and that's because these storms are moving so fast. They want to get heads up to these people. If you're in a vulnerable spot, 70 mile per hour winds, a tornado possible tag. Now this is issued for Harvard, east of Rockford, Poplar Grove, Crystal Lake, and McHenry. So we're kind of approaching eventually the Chicago area. Are you sure about the tornado for Milwaukee? The title not update? There was a tornado confirmed in Milwaukee and Sussex. So that has now expired. If you're coming in from my page that I made an update, oh yeah, I guess I made the post. I guess it's still getting views. That makes sense. That has now been updated. That has now expired. Oh wait, no, I think they're just continuing. I was going to say, I think there's a tornado update. Yeah, this is a continuation of the tornado warning. In North Germany, some good lake effects last season's 2 to 3 feet in 18 hours. That's crazy. Jeez. As things progress, kind of longer term, I hope to be in the position in which when I graduate, which is kind of crazy in 1 year, I'll be able to have the resources to kind of fly out to whatever or drive out to whether big stories are happening in the United States or possibly the world to report on. Because I just think being in the location is so important when you're talking about some of these events, to be on location, talk to the residents in person, and kind of give the eyes on the ground the view. And that's a really big goal of mine. And 10 seconds later, the thunder started. But there's a ton of lightning here. Let's take a look at that. Let me see, when it takes a little while to load, I feel like there's a lot of lightning. The GLM strikes do not want to show a ton. Sometimes they can be a little bit misleading. Well, if anyone is there, let me know if you have the lightning going on. Just went from hot to cold in 15 minutes. Yep, the storms are eating away at the fuel. Take a look at the temperature difference here. Behind the front, it's 60s. Here's the front line. In front of the front, it's about 80 degrees. So about a 20-degree difference between the southern side and the northern side of the front. That temperature difference is helping fuel these storms. Got a little crazy lightning in Rockford. Thank you for the report. And look at this like S shape we're having with the squall line. Quite interesting. I'm trying to think of a reason for that one. Not really. Other than the storm positioning before they became a little snake line. It's like it kind of goes like this, like all the way up and like that. It's kind of it looks like a function. I'm trying to think of what function that is. It's like a x cubed function, something like that. Friday's gonna be scary. Yeah, I mean I'm nervous about Friday. We've had a couple of events that have fortunately downtrended. Of course, it's been frustrating with forecast verification. That's why I was not. People were saying this one. Well, I've got a lot of comments actually. I have to say that nothing was going to happen for today, and I never want to wish for something to happen bad, but I'm going to go back to them and be like, like, we do have a way to predict some of these things. And yes, it's not perfect. But you can't just say every event's not going to happen, because then you're going to mislead people. And then we have literally so far 7 confirmed tornadoes. So can't do that. Friday is a day in which, if things line up, we could have a pretty bad day again. And that's why I'm being pretty tentative these forecasts, because of course there's been pretty big burning going on with missing the forecast. But the ingredients are there. That's why you might have noticed I've not been doing a ton of long-term forecasts on the page. I've been kind of waiting to get to day 1, day 2 range, unless we do kind of a large over scale and then report on them. Because unless you have longer plans, and learning about day 3 is not really helpful. 30-degree temp drop through the night. Oh gosh, it's gonna be chilly. Just a shout out to the eastern United States. Tomorrow, there's going to be many places that reach 90 and some places that reach 95 about a month earlier than their average, and some places like 2 months earlier. It's kind of crazy. What's the outlook for tomorrow? Yeah, we can take a look at that. I also think we're going to wrap up the stream here soon. So we actually might, because I want to get to sleep, because we have today. And here's the rest of the risk zone. Actually, this is the updated risk zone for the rest of today. Let me zoom out. You still have I really think that tour risk is out of date, but you can see you still have an enhanced risk, kind of in the Chicago region. You still have a 10% tornado risk, I guess, in that zone. So Chicago still will be weather aware. That includes Chicago with that 10% tornado risk as these storms continue to push that way. Yes, we're still continuing possible tornado risk in Oklahoma. I really don't know if that's going to happen. Anyways, we had that significant wind risk and a peak here. Right there. And large hail risk still ongoing. Dropping all the SIG 2 risks have been dropped. So EF3 tornadoes are no longer likely. More EF2. And winds up to 60 to 70 mile per hour possible with those touch zones. I'll be in DC 91. Yeah, exactly. Here is tomorrow's risk. Tomorrow's risk, very similar positioning, a little bit on the weaker side, at least for now. We might have a day 1 trend uptrend, depending on where we see. But, of course, stay tuned for a forecast on that tomorrow. In the morning, hail risk down in Oklahoma. Core tornado risk down in Oklahoma again. Slight risk is more of a high wind risk. Thursday, not really much going on, not going to lie. We got a marginal risk out here. We'll see if anything happens, not a ton. Friday, though. Friday is a significant day. We already have an enhanced risk, which is the risk we had today, already assigned for Kansas City, Oklahoma City. Kind of a classical outbreak setup here, in which if the pieces fall together, this could be a huge day. This could be one of the most significant days this year. From a kind of far out look. Now, things have to fall in place. So stay weather aware. I definitely have to say, keep an eye on this if you live in these sectors here. St. Louis included. I know St. Louis has been borderline. Springfield, Wichita, Kansas City, Des Moines, Davenport, Milwaukee, again, Chicago, Omaha, and Minneapolis, all within that zone. Keep that in mind. Here is Saturday. We got our friends in the Ohio Valley going to get into some severe weather. More details, especially on that a little bit later. There you go. There's kind of the outlook. I do think we just got another tornado warning. I think I'll cover that, and then I'll show you that, and then we probably will end here. Oh. Dang. Shoot. This one is a kind of a surprise. And shoot, we'd have a tornado warning in Ohio. What is going on? Okay. Dang it. A tornado warning has just been issued again for 207,000 people. This time for the south portion of Milwaukee. This is a QLCS tornado. Yes, a live stream very, very likely on Friday. Let's take a look at velocity. We're right next to the radar, so we have a beautiful view of it. I honestly don't see it. Maybe a little bit, right? Oh, there it is. Wow, that was very tiny tornado for a giant warning for 200,000 people. Anyways, get to your safe place. We have Eagle. We have Vernon. We have New Berlin. We have, oh gosh, why did it have to go there? Southern Brookfield and Waukesha. I know I got destroyed for saying this earlier, but anyways. A new tornado warning, unfortunately, has been issued. This is a QLCS tornado warning. This thing's going to move quickly. It's also going to be more on the weaker side. So seek shelter in that range. Oh, my gosh. And Rockford now underneath a tornado warning. I should not have said anything. Rockford now underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter right now. This also includes northern Rockford up to Rockton. And continues to move eastward at 40 miles per hour. Also included 70 mile per hour winds. Oh gosh, can we not catch a break? Waukesha. See, that's what I said first time, and then everyone said that was wrong. And then lastly, of all places, we have a tornado warning in Ohio. In Johnstown, in Granville, and Newark. Ohio needs to seek shelter right now. Active tornado warning. Taking a look at the velocity. Wow, I really don't see this one, not gonna lie. Yep, I honestly have no idea what this is warned. That is interesting. Well, say go to shelter anyways, they might be seeing something better than me. And there you go. We went from 0 tornado warnings to 3 in literally 1 radar scan. Why? Well, Rockford, you need time to go to your safe place, please. Time to go to your safe place. You know, anywhere along this line here is kind of tornado possible. So we have the winds coming towards the radar like that. I could use a little better color. Winds coming towards the radar. Winds going away from the radar. Anywhere along this boundary line, because there's no gray pixels between these reds and greens. Anywhere here could form a tornado. That's why we're concerned. That's why a warning has been issued for your region. Oh, hey. I was trying to get off, and Tornado said no. Tornadoes said no. All right, what do we got? Well, it'll be interesting to see if the Milwaukee Brewers stop their game if a tornado's heading right towards the stadium this time. Because this one, if it continues, it would be heading right towards the stadium as well. The Brewer, yeah. Okay, I'm getting some late Discord messages. Oops. The fun party continues, guys. Fun party continues. I do have the Discord pulled up on my my Stream Deck here. Okay, cool. New Twitter post incoming. It might have to be coming in at this point. Unfortunately, it does not look like my Twitter post went viral. Let's see if the Facebook moms are commenting on my post. Oh, there's one comment. Oh, wait, no, it's just an emoji. Okay, well, never mind. Looks like that one's not going to ruffle up as many feathers that I thought. But then again, Facebook posts, they tend to have an 18-hour lag time on them actually working. So, yes, I do have a Discord server. It is linked in my bio. Feel free to join that. I announce when I go live, so you get a little notification, as well as a community of 700 people who just hang out. Honestly, there's 500 of them from the tsunami stream. They're all kind of waiting for if a tsunami happens, and they want to get alerted, so that happens. And then we also cover, when we're going live as well. Generally, the Rockford tornado warned storm's heading eastward. There is a southeast propagation on it, though. Sirens in Rockford, yes, take shelter right now. If you just joined, the new tornado warning has just been issued for Rockford. And another tornado warning here for Mukwanago. Mukwanago has been issued for western Milwaukee. Oh gosh, I'm losing my mind. I think it's over. Welcome to the Discord. I see a bunch of people joining. Let's go. Hopefully everyone's staying safe for the tail end of the stream here. Again, we'll be wrapping this up relatively. Oh my gosh, another tornado warning. Stop saying that. A new tornado warning has been issued for Delavan, Walworth, I-43, and Lyons, Elkhorn, Lake Geneva, Lake Ivanhoe, East Troy, and Lauderdale. Now underneath an active tornado warning. This might be an honestly common trend. This is a QLCS tornado warning yet again. Of course, now we are right along here. Basically, quick hitting tornadoes are happening very across the entire line, so they're just going to issue tornado warning for the entire line and be like, that's what happens. They are dangerous though. The tornadoes are still dangerous, so you still should take them seriously. The problem is they're usually a bit smaller. They're very hard to track, and they also drop down and lift up in just like 6 minutes. So they are very quickly and very quick. Also, there are common times in which an issue is warranted, and then by the time I actually can see them pretty well here. So let me circle all the places I think there might be a tornado warning based off the radar. Sometimes the warning lasts like 8 times the actual length of the tornado. So tornado probably here, right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. Definitely right here. And right here in Rockford. And that's what we're dealing with. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 places where there may be an active tornado, and that's what we're dealing with right now. And that's kind of the unfortunate reality with the QLCS movement. You also can see why it's also a huge problem in which, look at these storms forming. We'll get rid of the tornado zones. These storms forming, look how their storm vector is to the north. Storm vector is to the north, but then you have storm vector moving eastward. The collision causes a tornado, and that's where you have problems. So, with that all in mind, we still have a tornado warning continuing in Ohio, by the way. Just a reminder, we have not had a tornado warning in Oklahoma, but we now have had a tornado warning in Ohio. Honestly, this one to the north might be more warranted right here. Is there not a tornado warning set for Janesville, but yes, further on? Probably rotation tightened up a bit as we watch this QLCS line. This is going to be a very similar look once we get into Michigan as well, so just a heads up for my friends there. Anyone on tornado warning? Yeah, probably going to see some small spin-ups for the rest of the night. That's correct. Still dangerous, though, so take action if you do get in a warning. I'm thinking about sleeping because it's 3:30. I might. Yeah, because we're going into QLCS mode. I don't want to leave you guys out, but yeah, there's definitely a couple tornadoes on the ground here. I mean, this is pretty concerning here, but they're quick. At least we're not gonna have a sig tour, I think. Sirens going off. Yeah, we got a lot of people, guys. A lot of people going underneath the tornado warning. These are now issuing tornado warnings for the QLCS line. This includes west of Milwaukee, again. The I-43 corridor, down through Rockford. Anyone else in a current tornado warning? All of Rockford minus anywhere south of 15th Avenue. If you're south of 15th Avenue, you are outside of it. Like in Sandy Hollow Road, but anywhere else north is underneath the current active tornado warning. I don't have to wake up early. I don't have to wake up at like 10 o'clock. I have class at noon, but I wake up at 10 to do the weather, so shocker. And then, I guess I don't have late class, so I can get to sleep. Yeah. That is what's currently going on here. Yes, we've had more tornado warnings in Ohio than we've had Oklahoma, which is kind of funny. And you have to wake up at 6 a.m. so you're fine. I think, oh gosh, get some sleep. Get some sleep. I don't want you to die from sleep exhaustion. Yeah, I mean, a couple of these are pretty serious here, these QLCS tornadoes. So, we've actually had a lot of, we've had a pretty quiet season in Louisiana, but we've had a handful of tornadoes there because of the one QLCS events. They can just print out like weaker tornadoes, EF1, EF0 tornadoes that still do damage, but they're usually small and short-lived. Any tornadoes for northern Indiana? Possible. This is kind of the same threat. It's going to be swooping through northern Indiana, South Bend, Michigan City, now underneath a tornado watch until 4 a.m. So Hope you didn't like sleeping. Either way, just don't sleep naked, and make sure you have a way to make sure you have a way to receive warnings overnight. You have school tomorrow? Well, yeah, it still probably will happen. Unfortunately, you probably still have school. All right, continuing the warning in Rockford. Springfield, Missouri, okay. Yeah, you might see an isolated storm make it to you. I kind of paused there because Friday you need to be weather aware. We're talking about a serious threat for Missouri. Probably should be the biggest of the year. So please be weather aware. This little shout out to you. I have school in 3 hours, oh jeez. You guys are making me sleepy. Just think of this. Oh my gosh. Can we strike him out, please? Okay. Newark, Ohio. Oh gosh, Newark is in a tornado warning right now, Bear. Please seek shelter right now. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see a ton of rotation right now, but I think you should be in your safe place until that tornado warning is canceled. 11 minutes left on it. So make sure you are in the lowest level of your house, away from windows and exterior walls. I know, quite the surprise. Please seek shelter. What's going on Friday? We got a large severe weather risk for Friday, guys, and it's a high-end one, even a higher risk than possibly today. Here's the risk zone. You can see Kansas City smack dab inside of that one. We have a level enhanced already issued for Friday. That's the same level risk we had for today, just for reference. So yes, Friday will be a big day, potentially, if things keep heading the way they are. Of course. So, none of these tornado warnings are going to be ever confirmed because they're just like impossible to see unless someone gets extremely lucky because they drop down so quickly. Man, this is probably a tornado on the ground, guys. I mean, look at that. Reds and greens right next to each other, touching just south of East Troy. Might need an extension on that tornado warning. What in the world is going on? We've turned into a QLCS party. My favorite type of weather to track. So much fun. Yeah, report sirens in Walworth, Wisconsin. Seek shelter, protect yourself out there. Tulsa, Oklahoma. You live tomorrow, depending on the severe weather threat. So far, it's a slight risk, so it's kind of a question mark. If we get uptrend, then maybe. We'll see. There'll be updates though on the page either way. I'll let you know. Tulsa is currently underneath or just outside of a tornado watch, I should say. It's kind of a mess right now. I think they're going to get general thunderstorms, but a severe thunderstorm is just not looking too likely. What storms are in northern Indiana? Oh, they're coming. They're coming all right. So you're in northern Indiana. You're underneath a tornado watch. This bad boy that's turning into a QLCS tornado printer is moving into your region overnight. You have a watch until 4 a.m. local time. So that's fun. Ann Arbor, Michigan is currently underneath a tornado watch. Same type of situation that I'm talking about that's coming in. And look at this. This is coming in with the vengeance here. That is squall line. So get ready for that one. It's going to be crushing kind of all across this region, all across central and southern Michigan. Yes, I believe it did make landfall at Sinlanku, if you're referencing that. The typhoon, I think it made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane equivalent. I say that, but that was from the JTWC, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. However, the National Weather Service of Guam noted it as a 155 mile per hour storm, which is still just under Cat 5, but it's a little stronger, so that was kind of crazy. The Arizona State University forecast, which I actually didn't even know they had a meteorology program, forecasted for a above average Atlantic season, by the way. And we do have a new tornado warning. I'll have my official Atlantic hurricane season forecast out May 1st. May 1st. We have a new tornado warning for just south of Milwaukee. We got Waterford, Burlington, Union Grove, Racine, Raymond, Eagle Lake, and I-4194, Wind Lake, also underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter right now. Get away from those exterior walls, guys. We got a QLCS party coming on. And this one by Honey Creek is the one that making me think it's probably a pretty good risk. So, oh my gosh, tornado printer. Okay. Because I think, unfortunately, this tornado QLCS tornado party is going to continue for like the entire night, I think I will probably call it there, guys. So we will do a recap here of everything. The New England risk is really over. Ohio's kind of just having a fun time by themselves right now. Except Ohio's actually core risk for tonight. It's going to come from the storm complex eventually late tonight. High winds are your core threat with an isolated tornado risk with the embedded tornadoes within this. Oklahoma, this is really flopped. I really don't see much happening more here. Of course, stay weather aware until those are canceled. Then this one. This is kind of the problematic child for the rest of your evening. This is going to turn into a giant squall line, which is basically has done. QLCS tornadoes. Those are quick-hitting tornadoes that are embedded within the line are very much possible. And could be likely for the entire evening. Yes, I think Mesomat was in chat earlier. And yeah, he's very chill. Yes, that is correct, Kayla. We do have a warning now, so please take shelter. Saipan, the typhoon's past it now. It did make direct landfall with them. It was correct, unfortunately, with that forecast, direct landfall. I do have an update here. We have an observed tornado. I keep jinxing myself. I gotta stop talking. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground here in this warning polygon here across Delavan, Walworth, and Burlington, as well as Elkhorn, Lake Geneva, Lake Ivanhoe, and East Troy. Confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm curious who confirmed that. Radar confirms. So they actually see damage. I don't have relative. Or they're probably going off radar indication. Wow, gosh, guys. You want me to do this again one more time? Let's see how many tornadoes I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 tornado warnings in one polygon. 5 probably down here. 6. I think I count 6 tornadoes possible right now. All within that polygon. So that's why it's pretty serious, okay? Pretty serious. How do we track where the tornadoes are in Wisconsin? You can get the app I'm using right now, Weatherfront, to kind of do the similar thing I'm doing. Also have these emergency alerts turned on your phone. That's very important. So you can seek shelter if you get a warning. Honestly, Wisconsin's risk is not going to last too much longer once this kind of last southeast corner gets out of the way. I'm curious if we're going to get a warning for downtown. Okay, they also upgraded this one. So Racine has just been upgraded to an observed tornado as well. So this is gonna happen for the rest of the night, unfortunately, guys. And we're just gonna have printers of the QLCS tornado. Just a reminder, they are very dangerous still. They're more usually on the EF0, EF1 scales. They're short-lived. They're quick-moving. Oh no. I think I figured out what happened for my fellows on YouTube. I think the pop-up for being AFK is coming up, and it's not alerting me. It's not like popping up on my screen. Is there like 2 of them? Sorry guys, I figured it out. I figured out why TikTok's crashing. It is the pop-up that asks for being AFK comes up, but it has not been alerting me because I've been doing a special setup, and I don't complete the CAPTCHA in time, and then it just dies, like cuts me off because I don't complete the CAPTCHA in time. So I was literally signing off here, but I'll sign off one more time. There are confirmed tornadoes here south of Milwaukee, seek shelter right now in Racine, in Burlington, in Rockford. Also, tornado warning just east of Columbus. That one's going to expire here soon. And it didn't crash. I figured it out. The CAPTCHA for AFK-ness, of being AFK on TikTok, it was not, because I'm not full screen, was happening behind the actual TikTok live stream, so I wasn't seeing it until it shut me down. And that time I heard a little bit of it before I was shut down. And that was what's happening. So, seeing more people joining in. We currently have a tornado warning, guys, just south of Milwaukee. But actually, I'm signing off for this stream because my stream just crashed, and then I'm going to go back on. But hey, if you're just joining in, make sure you hit that follow button and like button for continuous updates on the storms that are coming in the next few days. Lots more storms coming on. Severe weather still going on. Sirens turning on. We have confirmed tornadoes just happening south of Milwaukee. Yes, again. These are QLCS tornadoes, quick hitting tornadoes. Yeah. There's still a threat going on. New tornado watch issued for most of central and southern Michigan. So the same threat is going to be happening for a while here. Let's see if we can get what do we need? 24 more followers, guys? 20 more followers. Let's see if we can get that quickly. Join the northern Illinois. Yes, if you're in Rockford, current tornado warning. And by the way, we have confirmed tornadoes on the ground for this sector here. Right there in southeast Wisconsin. Please don't spam chat. You will be muted. I see you're saying help, but maybe ask a question. Wow, why did restarting the stream just absolutely explode it? Welcome. Quick little breakdown, guys, before I am unfortunately logging off. Well, what is going on? Make sure you follow, guys. Follow, because we're not going to be live for much longer. Follow. And lastly, I'm going to answer quick questions. We're wrapping the stream. South Bend, we have a QLCS threat till 4 a.m. today. A couple of tornadoes, 70-mile-per-hour winds. I have no idea why everyone joined after. It's just this TikTok algorithm being stupid. Anyone in a tornado warning right now? We've confirmed tornadoes on the ground here in Wisconsin, guys. So you're in the southeast counties of Wisconsin. Let me count the tornadoes. Let's count the tornadoes together. How many tornadoes are on the ground here? One tornado on the ground here in Waterford. One in Rochester. One here. That's 3. Possibly one here. These ones are a little less obvious here. Right here. How do you say this one? How do you say this town name? Is that what I think it is? I don't know about that one. I don't want to get banned. There's one here. There's one here. Down south is a little bit less obvious, so that doesn't have a tornado warning. So I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornadoes right now. Yeah, how many do you guys count? I counted 6 tornadoes. We did have a tornado touchdown in Sussex, Milwaukee, just west of Sussex. Okay, guys, follow. We only need 14 more followers for the goal. Come on, let's hit the goal before we end tonight. We've confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Please seek shelter right now. If you're just south of Milwaukee, we're doing a wrap-up stream. I'm sorry. We were live, and then we crashed, and then we went back live, and then everyone joined the stream because TikTok algorithm's stupid. But just a little shout-out while you guys are hitting that follow button, like button for the last few seconds here. Tornado watch is still in effect here, especially for Michigan, until 4 a.m. QLCS tornadoes possible. Not too much more weather expected out of Oklahoma here. Pretty big flop on forecast there, which it was nice, but we've had over 10, I believe we're up to 10 confirmed tornadoes today. Guys, 13 more followers. Join up. If you want your question answered, follow. North Central Wisconsin, it's been a wild ride for storms. Yeah, I know it's been insane, right? Is this for Illinois? Northern Illinois, also underneath 70-mile-per-hour winds in Rockford, Illinois, underneath tornado warning. Yes, I am in Spain. I am still in Spain. And I'm about to go to sleep, so this is it, guys. Come on, 8 more. Come on, who's out there? 8 more followers. All right, Rockford tornado warning just got canceled. That's good. Hooray. 4 more. Oh, you guys are amazing. 4 more. Come on, 4 more, guys. Let's do it. Get to that nice round number so we can head out. Then we are going to end the stream. Yes, there are confirmed tornadoes on the ground here in Delavan, Wow, look at the acceleration on the storm just in the past 3 scans. This storm is really moving, producing 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts and multiple tornadoes at the same time, heading to Twin Lakes, Burlington, Waterford, Raymond, Union Grove, Racine, and Kenosha. Please seek shelter if you just heard your town names or anywhere nearby. Guys, 2 more. 2 more followers. That's all it takes. Are you live tomorrow? Potentially live tomorrow. So make sure you follow up. It depends on severe weather uptrend. If not, I'll have updates as well. Updates. Oh, crazy. You guys just crushed it. Crazy. Thank you guys so much for getting over that goal. I see you we're all competing to be that 100th on the 74,000. Thank you so much. I have no idea how many new followers we gained because we had so many. Well, it wasn't stream crashing. It was me getting banned for not solving the CAPTCHA in time. But I'm going to go to sleep, guys. Sussex County is out of threat zone other than flash flooding. And Michigan, Northern Ohio, and Indiana. Please stay safe. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. I'll see you next time. Most likely, maybe tomorrow, but most likely Friday, guys. Tornado Outbreak, possible Friday. You'll see an update video on that tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Stay safe. And every time I see you, it's like always 3 a.m. That's kind of funny. Good night. Thank you so much for the support. I'll let 15 minutes left. 15 seconds so you can follow. And before you get thrown into the TikTok ether. Bye-bye. I have a tornado watch, someone says. Stay safe. That tornado warning in Newark, Ohio is canceled. Yeah, you gotta have the emergency alerts on. Okay, bye-bye. Peace. You see, this is like the awkward phase in which YouTube's still live, but now all the people have been banned from. Any last questions on YouTube? Appreciate the support, guys. We got 154 views. That's pretty good. We've had like above 5 viewers for a pretty good amount of time. That's pretty cool. That's kind of funny. Sometimes I like forget I was live on YouTube. And I like walk around and be like, "Oh wait, I'm still live on YouTube." Have everyone. I appreciate the kind words. Any last questions? I always like to, stick around for YouTube as well because trying to get the YouTube page off the ground as well. It's so hard to get done. All right, without any other questions, appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night, guys, on YouTube.